Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Olivia. The kitchen of Le Petit Chou is a whirlwind of activity. Pots clang, knives chop, and orders fly as fast as the plates leaving the pass. I'm in my element, but tonight's pushing my limits. After wiping the sweat off my forehead, I adjust my low bun, making sure every last curly strand is held back by the hair clip. Table 7's complaining about the coq au vin again, Jake, one of the servers, announces as he breezes by. I grit my teeth. What now? Says it's too dry. Impossible, I mutter, wiping my station down with a rag. I'll handle it. I turn to my sous chef, Marco. Take over here. I need to deal with 7. He nods, seamlessly sliding into my spot. I grab a spoon and head out to the dining room, my chef's coat a stark white against the warm amber lighting. As I approach table 7, I plaster on my most charming smile. Good evening. I'm Chef Olivia. I understand there's an issue with your coq au vin. The man at the table, all pomp and self-importance in his tailored suit, barely looks up. It's dry. Inedible, really. I lean in, examining the dish. The sauce glistens, rich and velvety. Sir, if I may? I don't wait for permission, scooping up a bite. The flavors explode on my tongue. Perfectly tender chicken, the wine sauce deep and complex. I assure you, the dish is prepared to our exacting standards. However, if it's not to your liking, I'd be happy to prepare something else for you. He huffs, clearly not used to being contradicted. Fine. I'll have the beef bourguignon. Excellent choice. I'll have that out to you shortly. Back in the kitchen, I bark out orders, my team moving like a well-oiled machine. We push through the rest of service, a blur of sizzling pans and plated masterpieces. As the last customer leaves, I slump against the prep table, exhaustion settling into my bones. Great job, everyone. Let's clean up and get out of here. An hour later, I'm fumbling with my keys outside my apartment door. Inside, the scent of old books and spices wraps around me like a familiar hug. Cookbooks line every available surface, Post-it notes sticking out at odd angles. My tiny kitchen beckons, a siren call I can't resist even after a grueling shift. I pull out a notebook, flipping to a fresh page. All right, Olivia, I mutter to myself. Let's see what you've got. I raid my fridge and pantry, pulling out an eclectic mix of ingredients. Lemongrass, gochujang, preserved lemons, and more. I'm in the zone, whisking together the concoction when a familiar knock at the door breaks my concentration. It's open! I yell, not bothering to look up from my bowl. Sophia breezes in, her arms laden with bags. Girl, you would not believe the day I've had. I swear, if one more customer asks me if our tacos are gluten-free, I'm gonna... She stops short, sniffing the air. Then she stares at me with a perked brow. What in the world are you making? I grin, holding up my whisk. No idea yet. Wanna be my guinea pig? Always. She laughs, dropping her bags and joining me in the kitchen. So, what's the inspiration this time? Flavor fusion, I say, my voice catching a little. I keep thinking about it, you know? Like, What if I could actually make it happen? Sophia hops onto the counter, swiping a taste from my bowl. Her eyes widen. Damn, Liv, this is interesting. In a good way, it's like a punch to the taste buds, but make it fancy. I can't help but beam at her reaction. That's what I'm going for. Something unexpected, but still approachable. We spend the next hour cooking and chatting, the kitchen filling with the aroma of spices and sizzling meat. As we sit down to eat, Sophia fixes me with a knowing look. All right, spill. What's really going on in that chef brain of yours? I push my food around the plate, suddenly feeling less hungry. It's just, opening a restaurant is such a huge risk. What if I'm not ready? What if people hate my food? Sophia reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. Hey, look at me. You're Olivia freaking Howard. Your food is amazing and you know it. People are gonna love flavor fusion. But what if they don't? The words tumble out before I can stop them. What if I pour everything into this and it fails? I'd lose everything. Or, Sophia counters, holding up a finger, you could be passing up the chance of a lifetime. You've got the talent, Liv. The rest, we'll figure it out together. I'm about to respond when my eye catches a white envelope peeking out from under a stack of cookbooks. My stomach drops as I recognize the logo. Damn it, I mutter, reaching for it. What's wrong? Sophia asks, concern etching her features. I tear open the envelope, my eyes scanning the contents. It's my student loan statement. The payments are going up again. Sophia winces. How bad? Bad enough that flavor fusion might have to stay a dream for a while longer. I sigh, tossing the bill aside. God, I wish I could just break free from Le Petit Choux, you know? Start fresh, on my own terms. Sophia's eyes suddenly light up, like she's just had the most brilliant idea in the history of brilliant ideas. She grabs her phone, furiously scrolling through something. Liv, listen to this, she says, practically bouncing in her seat. What if I told you there's a way to solve all your financial problems and potentially kickstart flavor fusion? I raise an eyebrow, skeptical but intrigued. I'm listening. Okay, so get this. Sophia leans in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. There's this ad I stumbled upon. It's for a marriage of convenience. I nearly choke on my drink. A what now? Just hear me out. She waves her hands excitedly. It's not just any marriage of convenience. The guy's a billionaire tech mogul. I stare at her, waiting for the punchline. When it doesn't come, I burst out laughing. Sophia, you can't be serious. That's insane. Is it though? She counters, her expression dead serious. Think about it. You marry this guy, get a sweet prenup, and boom, instant financial security. You could open Flavor Fusion tomorrow if you wanted to. I shake my head, still laughing. And what does this mystery billionaire get out of it? Sophia shrugs. Who knows? Tax breaks? Arm candy for fancy events? The point is, it could solve all your problems. All my problems except for being married to a complete stranger, I point out. Details, details. Sophia waves dismissively. Come on, Liv. Where's your sense of adventure? I get up, pacing the small kitchen. My sense of adventure doesn't extend to marrying random rich guys off the internet. I mean, what if he's a serial killer? You've been listening to all those true crime podcasts, haven't you? Isn't this just a huge red flag? Sophia follows me, phone in hand. At least look at the ad. What have you got to lose? I sigh, knowing she won't let this go. Fine, show me. She hands me the phone and I start reading. Despite myself, I feel a flicker of curiosity. The ad is surprisingly well written, almost enticing. Lord help me, I'm really thinking it over. It does sound intriguing, I admit reluctantly. Sophia grins triumphantly. I knew you'd see it my way. Come on, what's the worst that could happen? I laugh, handing her back the phone. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I end up chopped into little pieces. Always the optimist. Sophia rolls her eyes. Seriously, though. Think about it. This could be your ticket out of Le Petit Choux and into your own restaurant. I bite my lip, considering. I'm actually considering this. This is insane. Sophia claps her hands together. That's the spirit. Now let's draft your response. Whoa, slow down there. I hold up my hands. I didn't say I was going to do it. But you're thinking about it. She grins, knowing she's got me. Come on, Liv. Take a chance. What's the worst that could happen? And don't say serial killer stuff. I stare at the phone in Sophia's hand, my mind racing. The idea is absolutely ridiculous in every single way. I mean, come on. A billionaire tech mogul needing a wife? But then again, so was the idea of becoming a chef when everyone told me to pursue a real career. You know what? Screw it, I say, snatching the phone from Sophia. Let's do this. Sophia's eyes widen. Wait, seriously? You're actually going to respond? I shrug, trying to play it cool even as my heart hammers in my chest. Why not? Like you said, what's the worst that could happen? Well, I mean, there's identity theft, organ harvesting, human trafficking. Sophia ticks off on her fingers. I shoot her a look. Wow, thanks for the vote of confidence. Weren't you the one pushing me to do this? She grins, unabashed. Just keeping you on your toes, girl. Now, let's craft a response that'll knock this billionaire's socks off. We huddle over the phone, brainstorming ideas. After several drafts and a glass of wine each, we finally have something we're both happy with. Okay, here goes nothing, I say, my finger hovering over the send button. Last chance to talk me out of this insanity. Sophia mimes zipping her lips. Not a word from me. This is all you. Live. I take a deep breath and hit send. The message whooshes away. Swallowing hard, I start to wonder whether I just made a big mistake, or if I'm actually taking a step to change the trajectory of my life. Who knows? Not me, that's for damn sure. But at least the wine is making me feel a bit better about the whole thing. As crazy as it is. Maybe I'll forget about this whole thing in the morning.
Chapter 2. Leo. I stride into the Neurotech boardroom, my jaw clenched. There's a palpable tension in the air that I could stick a knife in, and I can practically taste the disapproval radiating from the board members. Their eyes follow me as I take my seat at the head of the table. Gentlemen, I say, folding my hands over the table, let's get this over with. CFO Jeffrey Rodell, who's a balding man with beady eyes, clears his throat. Leo, we need to discuss your recent public image issues. I lean back in my chair, crossing my arms and maintaining a casual air, despite the anger coiling in my gut. What about them? I ask, my voice dripping with feigned nonchalance. I need to keep my cool. If I lose my temper in front of the damn board of directors, I'm going to screw myself over completely. The divorce has been messy, another board member chimes in. It's Wallace this time, his wrinkled face pinched with disapproval. He looks none too pleased with me, his steely gaze boring into mine. The press is having a field day with your antics, Leo. It's all over the tabloids. And? I snap, my patience wearing thinner by the second. My fingers dig into my biceps as I struggle to keep my composure. My personal life isn't company business. Last time I checked, I wasn't selling my dirty laundry as a product. The room falls silent for a moment, the weight of my words hanging heavy in the air. I can see the other board members shifting uncomfortably in their seats, exchanging meaningful glances. Finally, the CFO speaks again, his voice tinged with barely concealed frustration. "It is when it affects our stock prices, Leo. Your actions have consequences beyond your personal sphere, whether you like it or not." I knew this was coming, but it doesn't make it any easier to swallow. I run a hand through my hair, buying time to formulate a response. "What do you suggest?" I finally ask, managing a tense smile. "I'm all ears." The meeting drags on, each suggestion more ridiculous than the last. By the time we wrap up, I'm slamming the door on my way out and shouldering past everyone I walk by, not even sparing them a second glance. What a way to start the day. James Thompson, my good friend and trusted lawyer, is waiting for me in my office, whistling low as he watches me storm by him to reach my desk. His eyebrows shoot up as I slam the door behind me. "They're bad, huh?" I loosen my tie with a frustrated jerk, collapsing into my chair like a puppet with its strings cut. Nightmare doesn't even begin to cover it. They're acting like I'm some kind of liability, a ticking time bomb ready to blow the whole company sky high. James pulls out his tablet, his fingers dancing across the screen as he swipes through a series of articles. The look on his face tells me I'm not going to like what he's about to show me. "Well, hate to break it to you, but they're not entirely wrong. Look at this. It's everywhere." He turns the screen towards me, and I can't help but grimace at the headlines splashed across the display. My face stares back at me from various unflattering photos, each paired with a more ridiculous headline than the last. "Leo Blackwood, Tech Genius, or Relationship Disaster. Neurotech CEO's love life crashes harder than his apps. From Silicon Valley to Heartbreak Valley, Leo's latest flop." Jesus Christ, I mutter, pinching the bridge of my nose. Is that all they've got to write about? Who pays these suckers? James sets the tablet down, his eyes gleaming with that look he gets when he's about to propose something outrageous. "Look, I've got an idea that might help," he says, leaning forward in his chair. I eye him warily. The last time he had that look, I nearly ended up on a reality TV show. I wanted to tear off his head off for that. I still do. If you suggest another PR stunt, I swear to God. Not exactly, he interrupts, holding up a hand. What if we arranged a marriage of convenience? I stare at him as if he's grown another head. The words hang in the air between us, and I'm waiting for him to throw his head back in laughter and say that he's kidding. But when he continues to stare at me entirely seriously, his expression unwavering, disbelief consumes me. I slam my hand on my desk, the sharp sound echoing through my office. You're kidding me, right? I snap, unable to hold back the fury in my words. A marriage of convenience? What is this, the 1800s? God damn it, James! I thought you were supposed to be the voice of reason here. James holds up his hands, a placating gesture that only serves to irritate me further. Hear me out, Leo. It's not as crazy as it sounds. A stable relationship could do wonders for your image. Think about it. The press would eat it up and the board might finally get off your back. I see that as a win-win. A fake relationship, I correct him, my voice oozing with sarcasm. Because that always ends well. Have you lost your damn mind? We're not in some stupid rom-com. It's just an idea, James says. But there's something in his tone that makes me narrow my eyes. I've known him long enough to recognize when he's holding back. The slight fidget of his hands, the way he won't quite meet my gaze. It all screams guilty. What aren't you telling me? I demand, leaning forward and fixing him with a hard stare. Spit it out, James. I don't have time for games. He shifts in his seat, avoiding my gaze like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Well, I may have already put out an ad, he admits, his words coming out in a rush. Just to test the waters, you know. See what kind of response we'd get. You what? I explode, jumping to my feet so fast my chair nearly topples over. It takes every ounce of self-control not to pounce over the table and strangle him with my bare hands. Instead, my fists clench at my sides, knuckles turning white. What were you thinking, James? Have you lost your goddamn mind? Man, I knew you were in trouble, so I just went for it. James stammers, his eyes wide. He glances around my office, probably looking for the nearest exit. Because this idiot is looking to run, of course. I thought I was helping. I glare daggers at James as he gets up and backs towards the door, hands raised in surrender. He'd be waving a white flag right now if he had one. Just think about it, Leo, he pleads, his hand fumbling for the doorknob. What have you got to lose? This could be the solution to all your problems. My dignity, my sanity. I spit back. Oh, I don't know, maybe my entire reputation? But he's already running out the door, leaving me alone with this nightmare of an idea and the beginnings of a headache. I slump back into my chair, running a hand through my hair. I hate to admit it, but James might be onto something. My reputation's in the gutter because of my divorce, and if I don't do something fast, I might lose everything I've worked so hard for. With a frustrated growl, I pull up the ad respondents on my computer. Might as well see what kind of desperate souls are willing to marry a tech mogul with image issues. I scroll through the responses, each one more ridiculous than the last. Gold diggers, fame seekers, and weirdos galore. Just as I'm about to call this whole thing off, a name catches my eye. Olivia Howard. Her application is different. No nonsense, no butt-kissing. Just straight facts about who she is and what she wants. A chef looking to open her own restaurant. Huh. I lean back, tapping my fingers on the desk. This could work. A talented, ambitious woman with her own goals. That's the kind of partner the board might actually approve of. Before I can talk some reason into myself, I send a message to set up a meeting. As soon as I hit send, dread starts settling into my gut. What am I getting myself into? I spend the next hour pacing my office, my mind racing. This is insane. I'm Leo Blackwood. I don't need some arranged marriage to fix my image. I built this company from the ground up, and I'll be damned if I let a messy divorce take it all away. But as I catch a glimpse of another tabloid headline on my phone, reality hits me like a sucker punch. In the court of public opinion, I'm drowning. I need this. And I'm going to make it work. I straighten my tie. Then I take a glance at myself in the mirror. There's slight bags forming under my eyes, and my hair looks more tousled than usual. Oh, screw it. This girl wants to marry me for my money. Who cares if she doesn't like the way I look? If I'm doing this, I'm doing it on my terms. No more letting the board or the media push me around. It's time to take control of my narrative. I grab my jacket and head out, barking orders at my assistant. Clear my schedule for the afternoon. I've got a meeting to prepare for. Time to see what this Olivia Howard is made of. And if she's even worth my time.
Chapter 3. Olivia. I grip my coffee mug, the warmth seeping into my palms as I sit across from Leo Blackwood. The bustling New York cafe fades into background noise, my focus entirely on the man before me. His piercing blue gaze pins me in place, and I fight the urge to squirm. Damn, he's more attractive than the pictures made him seem. Blonde hair, blue eyes, over 6 feet tall, and a chiseled jawline that I want to reach out and touch. So, Miss Howard, he says, radiating authority from across the table. Let's cut to the chase. What made you respond to my D? I take a deep breath, steadying myself. Straight to business, huh? Well, Mr. Blackwood, I'm not one to beat around the bush either. I need financial backing for my restaurant. And you need, what exactly? A PR boost? His eyebrow quirks up, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Perceptive. Yes, I need to improve my public image. But don't think this is just about money. I'm looking for someone who can hold their own in high-pressure situations. Trust me, I can handle pressure, I say, leaning forward. Try running a kitchen during a dinner rush. That's pressure. He nods, a ghost of a smile on his lips, Fair point. But this isn't just about handling pressure. It's about presenting a united front. We'd need to be convincing. The weight of what we're discussing settles over me. This isn't just a business transaction. It's a life-altering decision. Look, I start, placing my hands on the table. I've never done anything like this before. But I'm willing to do what it takes to make my dreams a reality. How would this even work? Leo leans back, his fingers drumming on the table. We'd need to sell a story, a whirlwind romance perhaps. You'd move into my penthouse. We'd be seen together at events. It would be a full-time commitment. My heart races at the thought, apprehension coursing through my veins. And my career? My cooking? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. The idea of giving up my passion, the very thing that defines me, feels like a punch to the gut. We can work that into our narrative, he says, his tone matter of fact. A successful chef, catching the eye of a tech mogul. It could work in our favor. I nod slowly, processing his words. The cafe's ambient chatter seems to grow louder, pressing in on us. The clink of cups and saucers, the hiss of the espresso machine. It all blends into an overwhelming storm that matches the whirlwind in my mind. This is a lot to take in, I admit, meeting his intense gaze. My fingers fidget with the napkin on the table, twisting and untwisting it. How long would this arrangement last? The word arrangement feels cold, clinical, so at odds with the warmth I usually associate with relationships. Leo's eyes narrow slightly, his expression unreadable. A year? Minimum, he states firmly. Possibly longer, depending on how things progress. The weight of his words settles over me like a heavy blanket, and I can't help but wonder what I'm really getting myself into. A year of my life, pretending to be married to a stranger. The thought makes my head spin. And if I agree, I say, my voice barely above a whisper, what exactly would be expected of me? Leo's jaw clenches briefly before he starts speaking. You'd have to present yourself as a doting, enamored wife. I can't tolerate another scandal right now, so you'd have to limit appearances with any male friends for the time being. Sure, I nod, swallowing hard. Makes sense. In return, you'd receive $2 million. That should be more than enough to kickstart your restaurant, right? I lean back in my chair, my mind reeling. $2 million? The words feel foreign on my tongue. That's a lot of money. Leo's expression remains impassive. I think it's a fair compensation for what I'm asking. This isn't just a part-time gig, Olivia. Like I said, it's a full-time commitment. I nod, trying to process the enormity of what he's offering. And this would cover the entire year? Half up front, half upon completion, he states, provided you stick to our agreement. My heart races. With that kind of money, I could open Flavor Fusion and have plenty left over. But at what cost? Okay, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Let's say I agree. How do we make this believable? We barely know each other. Leo leans forward, his intense gaze locking with mine. We'll need to spend time together, create a backstory. The public needs to see a couple in love, not two strangers playing house. I can't help but snort. Right, because nothing says true love like a contract and a payout. His lips twitch, almost forming a smile. Sarcasm noted, but I'm serious, Olivia. We need to be convincing. That means public displays of affection, intimate knowledge of each other's lives, the works. My stomach flips at the thought. And what about, behind closed doors? That's not part of the deal, he says firmly. We maintain separate bedrooms, separate lives when we're alone, but in public, we're madly in love. Think you can handle that? I take a deep breath, weighing my options. The money would change everything, give me the freedom to pursue my dreams, but pretending to be in love with a stranger for a year, that's a whole different kind of pressure. I think I can, I finally say, my voice stronger than I feel. But I have conditions. I want to keep working, at least part-time, and I need assurances that this won't impact my future career. Leo nods, a hint of respect in his eyes. Fair enough. We can work those details into our agreement. So, Ms. Howard, do we have a deal? I stare at Leo's outstretched hand, my own trembling slightly as I reach to shake it. The weight of our agreement settles over me like a heavy blanket. So, we're really doing this, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. Leo's grip is firm, his eyes locked on mine. We are. I hope you're ready for what's coming, Olivia. I'm warning you, it's not going to be easy at first, but I'll do my best to soften the blows that will inevitably come your way. I pull my hand back, rubbing my clammy palm against my thigh. Geez, what a way to make me feel better. I mean, it's just pretend, right? How hard can it be? He leans back, his expression unreadable. He hasn't taken a sip of his drink yet, which is just a black coffee. No sugar, no creamer, nothing. You'd be surprised. The media can be relentless. They'll dig into every aspect of our lives. My stomach churns, and I feel a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. Even my family? My friends? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. The thought of dragging them into this charade makes me feel sick. Especially them, he affirms, his voice firm and unwavering. We need to get our story straight. How we met, when we fell in love. Every detail matters. The press will be all over this. And if we slip up even once, they'll smell blood in the water. I take a sip of my now cold coffee, grimacing at the taste. It buys me time to collect my thoughts, which are scattered like leaves in a storm. Okay, so I begin, trying to sound more confident than I feel. How about we met at a charity event? You tried my catering, fell head over heels for my beef Wellington. I offer a weak smile, hoping he'll bite. A hint of a smile plays at the corner of his mouth, and for a moment, I see a glimpse of the charming billionaire the tabloids use to rave about. Not bad, he says, and I feel a small surge of pride. But let's make it more organic. Maybe I stumbled into your restaurant on a busy night? He leans forward, his eyes sparkling with sudden interest. That could work. It's believable, adds a touch of serendipity. Le Petit Chou isn't exactly your scene, I counter, glancing at his attire. I swear his gold watch could single-handedly pay off my rent for the year. How about a food truck? More casual, more us? Leo raises an eyebrow. Us? There is no us, Olivia. Remember that? His words sting more than they should. Right, of course. I just meant for the story. He nods, his jaw tightening. Of course. So, a food truck. I like it. Adds a touch of humility to my image. I can't help but roll my eyes. Glad I could help with that. Leo leans forward, glancing over his shoulder to make sure no one else is listening in. Look, I know this isn't ideal, but we both stand to gain a lot from this arrangement. Can I trust you to see it through? The question hangs between us, loaded with unspoken doubts. Can he trust me? Can I trust him? We're both taking a massive leap of faith here. You can, I say finally. I keep my word, Leo. Always have, always will. He studies me for a moment, then nods. Good. Because from this moment on, you're officially my fiancé. For better or worse. The irony of his words isn't lost on me. Till death do us part, I quip, trying to lighten the mood. Leo doesn't smile. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Christ, I've just agreed to fake marry a guy who can hardly stand me. What am I thinking? And why do I still find him so attractive despite everything? It's official. I have lost my damn mind.
Chapter 4. Leo. I stride into my office, the door clicking shut behind me. The meeting with Olivia Howard lingers in my mind, as well as the image of her wild curly hair and dark skin that glowed under the afternoon light. Shrugging off my jacket, I loosen my tie and sink into my leather chair. "James," I call out, pressing the intercom with more force than necessary. "Get me everything you can on Olivia Howard, and I mean everything." "Right away, Blackwood," comes the prompt reply, laced with a hint of amusement. Does that mean my plan worked? Are we finally seeing the great Leo Blackwood show interest in something other than his stocks? "Shut up," I growl, but there's no real heat behind it. James knows me too well, the bastard. While I wait for him to work his magic, I pull up my own search. Social media first. It's amazing what people put out there for the world to see. Her Instagram is a goddamn kaleidoscope of vibrant dishes, each more intriguing than the last. I find myself scrolling through, captivated by the artistry in every plate. It's not just food. It's a masterpiece. And behind each creation, I catch glimpses of her. That wild, curly hair, those dark eyes sparkling with passion. What am I getting myself into? Holy crap, I mutter, zooming in on a particularly mouth-watering creation. It's a fusion of what looks like traditional Southern comfort food with... Is that a Japanese twist? My mouth waters, and I find myself wishing I could reach through the screen and taste it. This woman's talent is unreal. My phone buzzes, interrupting my food porn session. James, efficient as always. I swipe to read his message. "Got what you asked for. Sending it over now." "Thanks, man," I grunt, already diving into the files he's attached. My eyes scan rapidly, drinking in every detail about this intriguing chef. Olivia Howard, 28, head chef at Le Petit Choux. Impressive resume for someone her age, and I can't help but feel a twinge of admiration. But it's the articles that really catch my eye. "Rising star in fusion cuisine," one headline proclaims. Another calls her the next big thing in New York's culinary scene. I lean back in my chair, running a hand through my hair. Screw me, this woman's not just talented. She's a goddamn culinary prodigy. And suddenly, I'm not just intrigued. I'm fascinated. My eyes flick to a video thumbnail, and before I can stop myself, curiosity wins out. I hit play, and suddenly she's there on my screen, Olivia, in all her culinary glory. Her smile is warm, inviting, lighting up her entire face as she demonstrates a recipe. She moves with a confidence that's mesmerizing, explaining each step with an enthusiasm that practically radiates through the screen. I find myself leaning in, completely captivated. "And there you have it," she says, presenting the finished dish with a flourish. A little bit of soul, a little bit of spice, and a whole lot of love. Her voice is rich, melodic, and I can almost taste the flavors she's describing. I catch myself smiling like an idiot and quickly school my expression. What am I doing? This is business, I remind myself sternly. Just business. I'm not here to get swept up in some chef's charm. But as I continue scrolling through her videos and articles, I can't shake the feeling that I've stumbled onto something unexpected, something that goes beyond mere talent or skill. Olivia Howard isn't just gifted in the kitchen. She's passionate, driven, with a fire in her eyes that I recognize all too well. In her, I see a reflection of my younger self, hungry for success and willing to take risks to achieve it. It's both unsettling and oddly exhilarating. God damn it. This was supposed to be a simple background check, not a deep dive into someone's passion and potential. But I can't deny the spark of interest that's been ignited. Olivia Howard is more than just a chef. She's a force to be reckoned with. Despite my best efforts to remain detached, I find myself intrigued by the possibility of what she could achieve with the right resources at her disposal. I shake my head, closing the browser. This arrangement is about improving my image, nothing more. But as I turn back to my work, I can't quite banish the image of Olivia's bright smile from my mind. Soon enough, I'm drawing parallels between Olivia and Veronica as I scroll through article after article. The ambition, the drive, the hunger for success. It's all there, staring me in the face. Damn it, I mutter, rubbing my temples. The ghost of my failed marriage looms large, casting a shadow over this new arrangement. I reach for my scotch, the amber liquid sloshing against the crystal as I pour a generous measure. The burn as it slides down my throat is a welcome distraction. My phone buzzes, interrupting my spiraling thoughts. It's James. I consider ignoring it for a moment, but I know he'll just keep calling until I pick up. With a sigh, I answer. "How's the background check going?" he asks, his tone casual but laced with curiosity. "She's impressive," I admit begrudgingly. Maybe too impressive. Damn. It's like she's too good to be true. "And that's a problem because—" James prods. I grunt, not wanting to voice my concerns. The scotch burns in my throat as I take another swig, buying time. But James knows my tricks. He doesn't let up. "You're thinking about Veronica, aren't you?" he says, hitting the nail on the head. "Can you blame me?" I snap, my frustration boiling over. "Look at her, James. The ambition, the talent, the drive to succeed against all odds. It's like looking at Veronica 2.0. And we both know how well that turned out." "Leo," James says, his voice softening, "not every ambitious woman is out to screw you over." "Yeah, well, once bitten, twice shy," I retort, downing the rest of my drink. "Just don't let your past cloud your judgment, all right? Give her a chance." I hang up without responding, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. On one hand, Olivia's passion is undeniable. The way she talks about food, about her dreams. It's captivating. But then I remember Veronica's sweet words, her promises of forever, and how quickly they turn to ash. My eyes land on a particularly glowing review of one of Olivia's pop-up events. Chef Howard's innovative approach to fusion cuisine is nothing short of revolutionary, it reads. Her ability to blend flavors and cultures is matched only by her business acumen. Business acumen. The words make my jaw clench. Isn't that what they said about Veronica? How she could smell a deal from a mile away. Damn it, I mutter, closing the browser. This was supposed to be simple. A business arrangement, nothing more. But now? Now I'm not so sure. I stand, pacing the length of my office. The city sprawls out below, a sea of lights and possibilities. Somewhere out there, Olivia Howard is probably planning her next culinary masterpiece. And here I am, letting old wounds dictate my future. Memories of Veronica and her ways come crashing into my mind. It wasn't always bad, was it? I remember the early days, the spark, the passion. But then... Leo, darling, her voice echoes in my head. Think of the merger as an investment in us. I grip the edge of my desk chair, knuckles white. That's when it started. Every dinner became a business meeting. Every touch, a negotiation. Our love had turned into a goddamn spreadsheet. Reaching over, I press my finger on the intercom button. "James!" I bark into the intercom. "Get your ass in here!" He saunters in, eyebrow raised. "You beckoned, oh mighty one?" "Cut the crap," I growl. "This Olivia thing. You sure it's a good idea?" James leans against the doorframe, arms crossed. "Having second thoughts already? That's gotta be a record even for you. She's like Veronica. Ambitious, talented. What if she's not? Seriously, I think you're freaking out over nothing," James interrupts. "What if she's exactly what you need? I snort. What I need is to keep my company, my reputation. And a smoking hot chef on your arm won't hurt. James smirks, followed by a shrug. But hey, that's just me. My eyes narrow. You've been staring at her photos, haven't you? I plead the fifth, he replies simply. Though if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't hesitate to put a ring on her, fake or not. I glare at him, but he's not wrong. The upcoming gala looms in my mind. Olivia by my side, playing the perfect fiancée. It could work. It has to work. Fine, I mutter, but I'm keeping a close eye on her. One wrong move. And you'll what? Call off the fake engagement. James rolls his eyes. Give her a chance, Leo. Hell, give yourself a chance. The gala. I have to bring her to the gala. All of New York's important players are going to be there, including Veronica, I say, not turning around. Make sure she's ready. I want her to shine. But not too bright, James quips. I don't answer. He's right, damn him. I want Olivia to dazzle them all, to be the perfect partner. But a small part of me starts to wonder what will happen when she realizes that she can shine brighter than everyone else, including me. My fists clench. No, that can't happen again. Just handle it, I mutter. As James leaves, I'm left alone with my thoughts. Olivia's smile flashes in my mind, warm and genuine. So different from Veronica's calculated charm. But is it real? Or am I setting myself up for another fall? One thing's for sure, this gala will be a test. For both of us.
Chapter 5. Olivia. I smooth down my dress for the 100th time, my fingers catching on the intricate beadwork. The bistro's warm lighting casts a golden glow over the intimate space, but it does little to calm my nerves. Leo sits across from me, his presence both intimidating and alluring. Relax, Olivia, he says, his voice snapping me out of my daze. This is just practice. I force a smile, trying to ignore the way my stomach flips at the sound of my name on his lips. Right. Just practice for our very public, very fake engagement. No pressure at all. Leo's eyes narrow slightly, his gaze intense enough to make me squirm in my seat. It needs to be convincing. We can't afford any slip-ups. The media will be watching our every move. The waiter approaches, and I'm grateful for the interruption. As he rattles off the specials, I find myself critiquing each dish in my head, mentally tweaking the flavor profiles. Old habits die hard, I guess. It's both a blessing and a curse to always think like a chef. I'll have the coco vin, Leo decides, not even glancing at the menu. His confidence is infuriating and oddly attractive at the same time. And a bottle of your best Pinot Noir. He looks at me expectantly, waiting for my order, and I realize I haven't even opened the menu yet. The waiter turns to me expectantly. I clear my throat. I'll try the bouillabaisse, please. As the waiter leaves with our orders, Leo leans forward, his piercing blue eyes fixed on me with an intensity that makes my breath catch. So, tell me about your restaurant plans. Flavor fusion, was it? He asks, his deep voice laced with genuine curiosity. I blink rapidly, caught off guard by his interest and the fact that he actually remembered the name. You remembered? I stammer, mentally kicking myself for sounding so surprised. I make it a point to know everything about my investments, he says, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. The way he says it, so matter-of-factly, sends a little shiver down my spine. It's both impressive and slightly unnerving how much attention he pays to detail, though I can't help but arch an eyebrow at him for that remark. Is that what I am? An investment? Leo's expression softens slightly, the hard edges of his face smoothing out. For now, yes, but I'm curious about the woman behind the chef. His voice drops a notch lower, and I swear the temperature in the room rises a few degrees. I want to know what drives you, Olivia. What makes you tick? I take a sip of water, buying time to gather my thoughts. Flavor fusion is my dream. It's not just about the food, it's about creating an experience. I want to combine traditional cooking methods with cutting-edge technology. Interesting, Leo muses. How so? As I launch into my vision for interactive menus and augmented reality dining experiences, I feel my nervousness melt away. This is my element, after all. Leo listens intently, occasionally interjecting with questions that show a genuine interest. It's unexpected. Our food arrives, and I can't help but slip into chef mode, analyzing each dish with a critical eye. The sauce on your coq au vin is a bit too reduced, I observe, leaning in to get a better look. And they've overcooked the pearl onions. Such a shame, really. Those little guys should be tender, not mushy. Leo raises an eyebrow, laughing quietly at my comment. Is that so? And what about your bouillabaisse? Does it pass the Olivia test? I take a careful bite, letting the flavors dance on my tongue as I consider. The broth is well balanced. I'll give them that. Nice depth of flavor, but the fish. I shake my head slightly. It's slightly overcooked. Such a delicate line with seafood, you know. It's good, don't get me wrong, but not great. Not the kind of dish that would have me raving to my friends. You don't pull punches, do you? Leo chuckles, his eyes twinkling with newfound interest. I bet you're a nightmare for restaurant owners. When they charge you an arm and a leg to come dine at their business, I expect top-quality treatment every time, I say. A surge of pride coursing through me. It's my passion, my life. I can't help but see all the little details, you know? The good, the bad, oh my God, how did they mess that up? I can see that, he says, his voice softer than I've heard before. There's a warmth to it that catches me off guard. Our eyes meet across the table, and for a moment, I forget this is all pretend. The world narrows to just us, the clink of cutlery and murmur of conversation fading away. I feel a little jolt in my chest, and I have to remind myself to breathe. This isn't real, Olivia. Get it together. The tension in the air dissipates as Leo leans back, a wry smile playing on his lips. You know, if someone had told me a month ago I'd be sitting here planning a fake engagement with a chef I just met, I'd have laughed in their face. I can't help but laugh softly, shaking my head. And if someone had told me I'd be agreeing to marry a billionaire tech mogul for his image rehabilitation, I'd have asked what they were smoking. Probably some of that fancy molecular gastronomy stuff you chefs are into these days, Leo quips, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Hey now, don't knock it till you've tried it, I retort, warming to our banter. I could make you a smoke-infused cocktail that'd blow your mind. Is that a promise, Chef Howard? He asks, raising an eyebrow. It might be, Mr. Blackwood, I tease back, surprised at how easily the words flow. Though I have to warn you, my culinary experiments can be quite intoxicating. Leo's laugh is rich and genuine, completely different to his earlier businesslike demeanor. It's like a switch flipped in him. I'll have to take you up on that sometime. Maybe we can serve them at our engagement party. Oh God, I groan, reality crashing back. We're really doing this, aren't we? We are, Leo says. Then, to my utter surprise, he reaches across the table and takes my hand in his. His touch is warm, gentle, sending an unexpected thrill through me. But hey, don't worry about anything. I'll handle all the preparations. All I have to do is throw money at a bunch of planners, and they'll make everything look beautiful. I stare at our joined hands, my heart racing. This isn't the cold, aloof businessman I thought I was dealing with. This Leo is different, warmer, more human. Right, I managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. Leo's thumb traces small circles on the back of my hand, and I find myself relaxing into his touch. "Remember, Olivia," he whispers. He stares at me in a way that makes my breath hitch in my throat. This is all pretend, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy each other's company along the way. I nod, not trusting myself to speak, because in this moment, with Leo's hand in mine and his eyes locked on me, it doesn't feel pretend at all. As we step out of the restaurant, the cool night air hits my skin, a welcome relief from the warmth inside. I'm still buzzing from our conversation, my mind racing with thoughts of flavor fusion and the unexpected connection I felt with Leo. "Well, that wasn't so bad, was it?" Leo says, his hand resting lightly on the small of my back as he guides me towards the valet stand. I laugh, shaking my head. "I guess not, though I still can't believe we're actually doing this." Leo turns to face me, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Speaking of which, we should probably practice for the cameras." Before I can process what he means, Leo leans in and presses his lips to mine. The kiss is brief, but it sends a jolt through my entire body. His lips are soft, yet firm, and I catch the faintest hint of the Pinot Noir we shared. As he pulls away, I blink rapidly, trying to regain my composure. What was that for?" I stammer. Leo smirks, looking entirely too pleased with himself. "Practice, of course. We need to look convincing for the paparazzi." I glance around, half expecting to see a horde of photographers. The street is empty, save for a few passers-by. "There's no one here, Leo." "Better to be prepared." He shrugs, his hand still on my back. "Besides, you can't tell me you didn't enjoy it." I roll my eyes. My tongue swipes along my bottom lip, already missing his touch. "You're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?" "I have to be in my line of work," he says. "But seriously, Olivia, we need to be comfortable with each other if we're going to pull this off." I nod, trying to ignore the lingering tingle on my lips. "You're right. I just wasn't expecting it." Leo's eyes meet mine. For a moment, I wonder if he's actually worried about me. "Too much?" "No," I say quickly, surprising myself with my honesty. "No, it was nice." A slow smile spreads across Leo's face. Good, because there's plenty more where that came from. I can't help but laugh, the tension dissipating. Is that a threat or a promise, Mr. Blackwood? "Both," he rasps, which sends a pang of heat straight down between my legs. My God, what is he doing to me? The valet pulls up with Leo's car, a sleek black Audi. Leo opens the passenger door for me. "Come on, let's go home." I hesitate for a moment, my heart racing. This is all moving so fast. And I know I shouldn't be feeling this way. It's just business after all. But as I look at Leo, his confident smile and those piercing blue eyes, I can't deny the pull I feel towards him. "Lead the way," I say, sliding into the car. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. Leo. I adjust my tie, glancing at Olivia as we prepare to make our entrance. Damn, she looks stunning in that dress. The deep emerald color complements her darker skin tone perfectly, hugging her curves in all the right places. I can't help but feel a surge of pride knowing she'll be on my arm tonight. Ready? I ask, offering her my elbow. Olivia takes a deep breath, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as I'll ever be. We step into the grand ballroom, and I immediately feel the weight of everyone's gaze. Good. Let them look. Let them see that I'm doing just fine without Veronica. Holy crap! Olivia whispers, her eyes widening as she takes in the opulent surroundings. Her grip on my arm tightens. This place is insane. I lean in close, my lips brushing her ear. Play it cool, sweetheart. We're here to make an impression. She nods, straightening her posture and flashing a dazzling smile. I guide her through the crowd, nodding at familiar faces and introducing her to key players in the industry. Leo, so good to see you, James calls out, approaching us with a champagne flute in hand. And this must be Olivia Howard. Am I right? I pull Olivia closer, my hand resting possessively on her lower back. James, this is Olivia, my fiancée. James wiggles his eyebrows at me. How amazing! Olivia extends her hand, her smile warm and genuine. It's a pleasure to meet you, James. As they exchange pleasantries, I scan the room, my jaw clenching when I spot Veronica across the floor. She's watching us, her eyes narrowed as she grips that champagne flute tight enough to shatter the glass. Everything okay? Olivia asks, picking up on my demeanor. I force a smile, squeezing her waist gently. Never better. Let's mingle, shall we? We make our way through the crowd, turning heads with every step. I can hear the whispers, see the sideways glances. Something about that pleases me. But seeing other men stare at Olivia for a few seconds too long gives me pause. I shouldn't care too much about that, but I do. Olivia leans into me, her breath warm against my neck. Your ex-wife is here, isn't she? I nod, my voice low. 10 o'clock. Don't look now. Of course, she immediately turns her head, curious eyes searching the crowd. I can't help but chuckle at her lack of subtlety. Smooth, Liv. Real smooth. She grins up at me, unapologetic. What? I wanted to see what I'm up against. Her words catch me off guard, stirring something deep in my chest. I push the feeling aside, focusing on the task at hand. Trust me, there's no competition, I murmur, surprising myself with how much I mean it. I let Olivia introduce herself to the many people coming our way. To my surprise, she's pretty good at handling them with practiced ease. I suppose that comes with the territory of being a head chef. I lean against the bar, sipping my whiskey and watching Olivia work her magic. She's in her element, gesticulating animatedly as she discusses the intricacies of gastronomy with a group of enthralled guests. Her emerald dress shimmers under the chandelier light, drawing more than a few appreciative glances. Your fiancée is quite the crowd pleaser, James remarks, sidling up next to me. I nod, a smirk playing at my lips. She's something else, all right. And how's our little arrangement working out? Smooth sailing so far, I reply, my eyes never leaving Olivia. She's great. Better than I imagined. James chuckles. I can see that. Just remember, this is business, Leo. No need to get too wrapped up in a temporary endeavor, if you know what I mean. I'm about to retort when I notice a tall brunette man approaching Olivia. I don't know who he is or who he thinks he is, but he's got that look in his eyes, the one I've seen 1,000 times before. Predatory, hungry, one that makes me stand a little straighter as I watch him eye Olivia from head to toe. Excuse me, I mutter to James, setting down my glass and making my way across the room. As I draw closer, I catch snippets of their conversation. "Truly fascinating," the man says, leaning in too close for comfort. "I'd love to hear more about your culinary philosophy over dinner sometime." Olivia laughs politely, taking a step back. "That's very kind, but..." I slide in smoothly, wrapping an arm around her waist. "There you are, sweetheart. I've been looking for you." Olivia relaxes into my touch, her relief palpable. "Leo, I was just telling Mr. Richardson," the man supplies, his smile faltering. "Mr. Richardson about my plans for flavor fusion," Olivia finishes. I fix Richardson with a hard stare, tightening my grip on Olivia. "Is that so? Well, I'm sure my fiancé's culinary talents have left quite an impression." Richardson's eyes widen slightly. "Fiancé? Oh, Leo, I had no idea. Congratulations to you both." "Thank you," I reply coolly. "If you'll excuse us, I need to borrow Olivia for a moment." Without waiting for a response, I guide Olivia away from the crowd. Once we're out of earshot, she lets out a breath. "Thanks for the save," she murmurs. "He was getting a bit intense." I scowl, my jaw clenching. "I should have stepped in sooner. You okay?" She nods, then quirks an eyebrow at me. "My hero. Careful, Leo, or I might start thinking you actually care." I snort, but there's no real bite to it. "Don't get any ideas, sweetheart. I'm just protecting my investment." Olivia rolls her eyes, a smile tugging at her lips. "Of course, how silly of me to think otherwise." As we rejoin the party, I can't shake the nagging feeling that maybe, just maybe, I'm not being entirely honest with myself. Olivia wanders off yet again, accepting the smiles and compliments from the many people she passes. Coming here as my +1 certainly has its perks. I scan the room, my eyes narrowing as I catch sight of yet another suit-clad jerk eyeing Olivia like she's the main course. Screw that noise. I stride over, positioning myself between her and his lecherous gaze. "Everything all right here, honey?" I ask, my hand finding the small of her back yet again. At this point, it belongs there. Olivia leans into me, her warmth seeping through the thin fabric of her dress. "Just peachy. Mr. Hawthorne here was telling me about his yacht." I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Fascinating, I'm sure, but that shouldn't be too impressive considering I own 5 of my own. I smile at Mr. Hawthorne, who perks a brow at me. "Sorry about that, bud." As we move through the crowd, I can't help but notice how perfectly Olivia fits against me. It's unsettling. "You know," she murmurs, her words tinged with amusement, "I can handle myself. I've dealt with plenty of handsy customers at the restaurant. Trust me, I've got more tricks up my sleeve than you'd think." I clench my jaw, feeling the muscle twitch beneath my skin. The idea of anyone laying their hands on her makes my blood boil. This isn't some greasy spoon, Liv. These sharks will eat you alive if you give them half a chance. They're not your average drunk looking for a free grope. These bastards are calculating, and they'll use any weakness they can find. She pulls back, eyebrow arched in that infuriatingly attractive way of hers. Her eyes dance with challenge as she looks up at me. "And you're what? My knight in shining Armani? I didn't realize I signed up for a bodyguard when I agreed to this whole charade." "I'm protecting our arrangement," I snap. But even as the words leave my mouth, I'm not sure I believe them. There's a tightness in my chest that has nothing to do with our deal and everything to do with the woman in front of me. I run a hand through my hair, frustration mounting. "Come on, Liv. Can't you just let me do this without turning it into a debate?" Olivia's gaze softens. "Leo, relax. No one's buying what they're selling. I'm here with you, remember?" Her words hit me like a sucker punch. "I'm here with you." I haven't heard those words since Veronica. "Right," I mutter, clearing my throat. "Just stick close, okay?" As we make our rounds, I catch sight of Veronica across the room. She's watching us like a hawk, her perfectly manicured nails tapping against her champagne flute in an irritating rhythm. The satisfaction I feel is immediate and intense, a surge of vindication coursing through my veins. Olivia follows my gaze, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Ah, the ex-wife, I presume?" she asks, a knowing look passing across her expression. I nod, unable to keep the smirk off my face. "In the flesh," I reply, my tone dripping with sarcasm. Damn, it feels good to have the upper hand for once. "Want to give her a show?" Olivia asks, a mischievous glint in her eye that sends a thrill down my spine. Before I can respond, she's pulling me onto the dance floor, her grip surprisingly strong. Her body presses against mine as we sway to the music. Suddenly, I'm hyper-aware of every point of contact between us. The curve of her hip beneath my palm, the brush of her breath against my neck, the warmth of her skin seeping through the thin fabric of her dress. I hadn't counted on this level of distraction. "You're a better dancer than I expected," I murmur, my lips brushing her ear. Olivia laughs, the sound sending a shiver down my spine. "You ain't seen nothing yet, big shot." As we move together, I can feel Veronica's eyes burning into us. But for once, I don't give a damn what she thinks. All I can focus on is the woman in my arms, and the realization that maybe, just maybe, this arrangement is becoming more than I bargained for.
Chapter 7. Olivia. The sleek car glides to a stop outside my apartment building, the engine's purr fading into silence. Leo's hand rests on the gear shift, his eyes finding mine in the dim interior. "Remember, you'll need to move into the penthouse soon," he says, his voice a low rumble, "for appearances." I nod, my throat suddenly dry. Of course, appearances. His gaze lingers on me for a moment longer, and I swear I see something flicker behind those blue eyes. But before I can decipher it, he's looking away, jaw set. "Good night, Olivia," he says, dismissing me with a nod. I fumble with the door handle, nearly stumbling as I exit the car. "Night, Leo," I manage, watching as he drives away, leaving me alone on the sidewalk. The elevator ride to my floor feels endless. My mind races, replaying the events of the evening. Leo's arm around my waist, his voice in my ear, the way he smoothly intercepted those men who were getting a little too friendly. It felt real, too real. I unlock my apartment door, kicking off my heels as I enter. The familiar scent of spices and herbs envelops me, but even the comfort of my own space can't quell the storm of emotions swirling inside me. "Get it together, Liv," I mutter, padding to the kitchen. I pour myself a glass of wine, hoping it'll calm my nerves. Sinking onto the couch, I take a sip and close my eyes. Leo's face swims into view, his strong jawline, those piercing eyes, the way he looked at me tonight, like I was the only person in the room. It's not real, I remind myself aloud. It's all for show. But the memory of his kiss lingers on my lips, and I can't shake the feeling of safety I felt in his arms. It's been so long since anyone's made me feel that way. My phone buzzes, startling me. It's a text from Sophia. "How was the gala?" Dish. I stare at the screen, unsure how to respond. How do I explain the whirlwind of emotions I'm feeling? The excitement of being on Leo's arm, the skepticism about his true intentions, the fear of getting hurt. I type out a reply, delete it, type again. Finally, I settle on, "Call me. I'll tell you everything I can." My phone buzzes, Sophia's ringtone cutting through the silence. I take a deep breath and answer, my heart still racing from the events of the evening. "Liv, spill it, girl. How was the gala?" Sophia's voice crackles with excitement. In the background, I can hear her munching on something, probably popcorn. That girl and her midnight snacks, I swear. I sink deeper into the couch, swirling the wine in my glass. The red liquid catches the dim light, reminding me of the way Leo's eyes had glimmered earlier. It was intense. Leo was so different with me this time around. It caught me off guard. Different how? Good different or bad different? Sophia presses, her curiosity palpable even through the phone. Good, I think. He was attentive, protective. It felt real, Soph. Too real. I pause, biting my lip. He held my hand, stood up to other men for me. I've never seen that side of him before. Before, he was all business and seriousness. But tonight, it was as if he was actually my fiancé. Sophia's squeal pierces my ear, making me wince and pull the phone away. Oh my God, you like him. I knew it. I so called this. I roll my eyes even though she can't see me. It's not that simple. You know our arrangement. This isn't supposed to be real. Honey, business arrangements don't make your voice all breathy like that. Tell me everything. And I mean everything. Sophia insists. I take a deep breath, feeling my heart race as I recount the night's events. From Leo's possessive arm around my waist, sending tingles down my spine, to the way he smoothly intercepted other men's advances. It all left me weak in the knees. And he kissed me, I blurt out, my voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Not tonight, but after one of our practice dates. Oh my God, Sophia. I thought I was going to faint. I admit, my fingers unconsciously touching my lips at the memory. He what? Sophia's shriek pierces through the speaker, making me wince and hold the phone away from my ear. Details now. Don't you dare leave anything out. I suck in a deep breath as I remember the moment. It was just a peck for show. Well, that's what he said, at least. But God, Soph, it felt electric, like every nerve in my body came alive at once. I know it's crazy, but I can't stop thinking about it. Liv, this is amazing. You're living a real-life romance novel. I laugh, but it's tinged with nervousness. It's not that simple, Soph. What if I'm reading too much into it? What if he's just a really good actor? I mean, come on, he's a billionaire tech mogul. He probably has to fake interest in people all the time. Or what if he's falling for you too? Sophia counters, her voice full of excitement. You deserve happiness, Liv. Why not see where this goes? It's not like you have anything to lose, right? And please tell me you're using his money whenever you can. If I had access to a billionaire's card, honey, I'd be going wild. Oh, Sophia, don't say that. I whisper, downing the last of my wine to feel the buzz flowing through me. I wouldn't. Don't be silly, girl. Take full advantage of this opportunity. Her words hang in the air, heavy with possibility. I take a long sip of wine, savoring the rich flavor as I mull it over. My mind races with images of Leo, his intense gaze, his gentle touch, the way his lips felt against mine. God, I'm in deep. Sophia thinks I'm in completely for the money, but I don't know anymore. You know what? You're right. I should see where this goes. I say finally, my voice barely above a whisper. I can't keep pretending these feelings don't exist. They're too strong, too real. But God, it's terrifying. What if I put myself out there and he doesn't feel the same? I don't know if I could handle that kind of rejection. The best things usually are pretty terrifying, honey, Sophia says softly. Just be careful, okay? Guard that big heart of yours. As I hang up, a sense of resolve settles over me. This arrangement with Leo might have started as a business deal, but it's become so much more. I'm in uncharted territory, my heart racing. I curl up on my couch, phone in hand, and dive into the rabbit hole of articles about Leo and me. There has to be stuff on us by now. We've gone out together quite a few times already, including tonight's gala. The screen glows in the dim light of my apartment as I scroll through headline after headline. Tech mogul Leo Blackwood's whirlwind romance with chef Olivia Howard. From apps to appetizers, Leo's new love spices up his life. Blackwood's rebound or true love. Insiders weigh in. My stomach twists as I skim the articles. Some paint us as the perfect power couple, while others, not so much. The range of opinions is dizzying. It feels strange seeing so many random people interested in my love life like this. Damn, I mutter, biting my lip. We've got our work cut out for us. I run a hand through my curls, feeling the weight of our charade settling on my shoulders. It's one thing to play pretend at galas, but this is a whole new ballpark. I tap on a particularly scathing piece, my eyes widening as I read. Sources close to the couple question the authenticity of their relationship. It's all too convenient, says an anonymous insider. Blackwood needs an image boost. And suddenly he's engaged to a rising star chef. Something smells fishy, and it's not her cooking. The words hit me like a sucker punch. I knew there'd be skeptics, but seeing it laid out so bluntly makes my chest tighten. Who the hell is this anonymous insider? I rack my brain, trying to think if we've slipped up somewhere. Have we been too obvious? Not obvious enough. I toss my phone aside, flopping back on the couch with a groan. This is going to be harder than I thought. It's not just about convincing the public. We need to fool the people closest to us too. And as I lie there staring at the ceiling, I can't shake the nagging feeling that maybe, just maybe, I'm starting to fool myself as well. Stop it, Liv, I mutter, pushing myself off the couch. This isn't real. Don't catch feelings for a damn contract. I head to the bathroom, my reflection in the mirror looking tired and conflicted. As I wash my face, I can't help but remember the way Leo's hand felt on the small of my back, guiding me through the crowd at the gala. The warmth of his touch, the subtle scent of his cologne. Damn it, I growl, splashing cold water on my face. Get a grip. But as I change into my pajamas, my mind keeps drifting back to Leo. His intense gaze, the way his lips quirked into a smile when I made him laugh. It felt so natural, so right. I crawl into bed, hugging a pillow to my chest. It's just acting. I whisper to myself. He's good at it. Don't fall for it. But even as I say the words, I know I'm lying to myself. This feeling, this warmth that spreads through me when I think of Leo, it's not fake. It's terrifyingly real.
Chapter 8. Leo. I lean against the kitchen island watching Olivia unpack her kitchenware. Now that she's moving into the penthouse, she's brought along quite a few belongings with her. The sight of her personal items scattered around my penthouse is intriguing. Some of these cooking tools I've never even seen before. We need to talk about our next move, I say, drumming my fingers on the marble countertop. The press is going to want more than just glimpses of us at galas. Olivia looks up, a whisk in her hand. What did you have in mind? A casual dinner somewhere. Something intimate where we can sell our love story to the vultures. I run a hand through my hair, sighing. And we need to start planning the wedding soon. Can't drag our feet on that one. She nods, setting the whisk down. Right. The whole point of this charade. Exactly. I move closer, shrinking the distance between us. The smell of her perfume hits me, and I find myself wanting to lean in further. We need a believable backstory. How we met, fell in love, all that. Something that'll make the tabloids eat it up and leave us alone. Olivia leans against the counter, her eyes meeting mine. There's a glint of amusement in them that catches me off guard. Well, what's your go-to first date? We could say we met there. though I'm guessing it's not exactly a hole-in-the-wall kind of place. I snort, running a hand through my hair. My go-to first date? Dinner at some overpriced restaurant where the portions are too small and the wine list is longer than the menu. Not exactly the stuff of fairy tales, is it? She laughs, the sound warming the room. I find myself fighting back a smile. Okay, maybe not that. How about a food festival? It's casual fun and fits my background. I like to go to those in my free time, after all. Plus, it's the kind of place where a tech billionaire and a chef might actually cross paths without it seeming too contrived. Not bad. I nod, considering it. I could have been there scouting for potential tech partnerships, food delivery apps, that kind of thing. Olivia's eyes light up, a spark of excitement dancing in them. Oh, I like that. It's believable and ties into both our interests. Plus, it's got that casual vibe that feels natural. I find myself smiling at her enthusiasm, her energy infectious. Damn, it's refreshing to be around someone so genuine. All right, so we met at a food festival, sure. I was blown away by your culinary expertise. You were impressed by my... what? Dashing good looks? My ability to eat a whole plate of sliders in record time. She rolls her eyes, but there's a hint of a smile playing on her lips. How about your insightful questions about the future of food tech? That's more on brand for you, Mr. Tech Mogul. Though I suppose your slider eating skills could be a close second. Fair enough, I concede, chuckling. Her quick wit is unexpected but welcome. So, we hit it off, exchanged numbers, then what? Did I sweep you off your feet with my charm and persuade you to create an app that pairs wine with takeout? Olivia taps her chin thoughtfully with the end of the pen. She then tucks the strands of curly hair behind her ear, making her features more apparent. Maybe our first real date was a cooking class. You trying to impress me with your non-existent culinary skills? I can't help but chuckle. Hey, I'll have you know I make a mean bowl of cereal. With all the money I have, I don't need to cook for myself. I can order takeout for the rest of my life. Or hire someone to cook for me. Sure, but cooking is an art and a lifestyle for someone like me, she replies. I couldn't imagine not cooking for myself, but hey, no judgment. Maybe you being hopeless in the kitchen will be an endearing tidbit to our story. Fine. We can add on that you've started cooking homemade meals for me. That's a good way to a man's heart, right? Right. Olivia nods, smiling wide. All right. We have to memorize these details. I wrote them all down to make it easier for the both of us. As we continue brainstorming, I find myself captivated by Olivia's animated expressions. Her brown eyes sparkle with excitement as she weaves our fictional love story. What if we say our second date was at a farmer's market? Olivia suggests, her hands moving expressively. You could have been all confused about the different types of heirloom tomatoes. I chuckle, leaning against the counter. Hey, I know my tomatoes, but for the sake of the story, sure, I'll play dumb. She grins, a mischievous glint in her eye. Oh, I can just picture it. The great Leo Blackwood, baffled by produce. Watch it, Howard, I warn playfully. I might just have to fire my fake fiancé. Olivia laughs, the sound rich and genuine. You wouldn't dare. Who else would put up with your tech jargon? I raise an eyebrow. Tech jargon? My explanations are perfectly clear. Sure, if you're fluent in Silicon Valley, she teases, reaching for a nearby notepad. Okay, so we've got the food festival meet cute, the cooking class disaster, and the farmer's market fiasco. What next? As she jots down our ideas, I can't help but admire her quick wit and creativity. The way she effortlessly blends our backgrounds into this narrative is impressive. It's not just her culinary skills that are top-notch. Her storytelling is equally engaging. How about our first big romantic gesture? I suggest, surprising myself with my enthusiasm. Maybe I surprised you with a pop-up dinner using all local ingredients from that farmer's market? Olivia's eyes widen, a soft smile playing on her lips. That's... wow. I would have loved that if it were real. It's really sweet, Leo. I didn't think you had it in you. I shrug. What can I say? I'm full of surprises. Clearly, she murmurs, scribbling in the notepad. Okay, so after the pop-up dinner, maybe we could say we bonded more and more over our shared passion for innovation. You in tech, me in cuisine. I nod, impressed by how seamlessly she's tying our story together. That works. It gives us common ground beyond just physical attraction. Exactly, Olivia agrees, her enthusiasm illuminating her entire face. We could say we started brainstorming ideas for tech-enhanced dining experiences. It's a perfect blend of both our worlds. Wow, this was easier than I thought. As she continues to spin our tale, I find myself increasingly drawn in. It's not just the story she's creating, it's the passion behind it. The way her eyes light up when she talks about food, the creative spark that seems to radiate from her. It's captivating. I lean back, feeling a newfound energy coursing through me. This plan with Olivia, it's not just about saving face anymore. It's about proving something to myself, to the world. All right, let's nail down the details for our next public appearance, I say, grabbing my phone to pull up my calendar. We need something that'll make headlines, but not in a trashy way. Something somewhat classy, you know? Like that casual dinner idea I was talking about earlier. Olivia nods, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I find myself staring more and more at her plump lips, mesmerized by the way they curve when she smiles. Damn, she's beautiful. What about that new fusion restaurant opening next week? It's supposed to be the talk of the town. I've heard their chef is doing some really innovative stuff with the dishes. It's something I want to check out, if I'm being totally honest. Perfect, I agree, already imagining the headlines. My mind's racing with possibilities, and I can feel that familiar rush of adrenaline I get when a plan's coming together nicely. We'll be the power couple everyone's watching. You with your culinary expertise, me with my tech innovations. We'll have them eating out of our hands. I lean back against my kitchen counter, crossing my arms over my chest. Hell, by the time we're done, they'll be begging for more. She laughs, the sound sending an unexpected warmth through my chest. Just don't try to explain blockchain over appetizers, okay? No promises. I smirk, then add on more seriously. We should coordinate our outfits. Nothing too crazy, but complimentary. Show we're in sync. Olivia raises an eyebrow. Look at you, Mr. Fashion Guru. I'm impressed. I've picked up a thing or two. It pays to look good. I shrug, not mentioning the countless hours I've spent analyzing public appearances with my PR team. How about you wear another emerald dress like the one you wore to the gala? You looked great in it. I'll match my tie to it. She nods, a soft smile playing on her lips. Sounds good. And for the press? What's our angle? I lean forward, my voice dropping down to a mischievous whisper. We're the future of innovation. Your culinary genius combined with my tech expertise. We'll hint at collaborations, get them speculating about what we're cooking up together. Literally and figuratively, Olivia adds with a grin. Exactly, see? You're good at this. I nod. This isn't just about maintaining my image anymore. It's about creating something new, something unexpected. We're not just a power couple, we're a force to be reckoned with. As we finalize the details, I can't help but feel a renewed sense of purpose. This partnership with Olivia, it's more than just a PR stunt. It's a chance to redefine myself, to show the world that Leo Blackwood is far from finished. And with Olivia by my side, I'm starting to believe that anything is possible.
Chapter 9. Olivia. I stand in Leo's sleek penthouse kitchen, surrounded by gleaming stainless steel appliances and pristine marble countertops. It's a far cry from my cozy apartment, but I'm determined to make it feel like home. I've scattered a few colorful dish towels around and placed a small potted herb garden on the windowsill that overlooks the beautiful New York skyscrapers encapsulating us. It's not much, but it's a start. As I chop fresh herbs, The rhythmic sound of the knife against the cutting board echoes through the space. The aroma of basil and cilantro fills the air, reminding me of lazy Sunday mornings spent experimenting in my own kitchen. All right, Liv, I mutter to myself. Time to create our love story on a plate. I'm mixing flavors that shouldn't work together but somehow do, just like Leo and me. A dash of spicy harissa paste here, a sprinkle of sweet mango there. It's risky, but that's what this whole arrangement is about, isn't it? My mind wanders to our upcoming public appearance. My stomach does a little flip at the thought of all those eyes on us, judging, analyzing. What if they see right through our charade? What if it only prompts more people to write critical articles about us, about how our romance is only a sham? I shake my head, focusing on the task at hand. The sizzle of the pan brings me back to the present as I toss in some diced onions. Focus, girl. You've got this, I tell myself, stirring the mixture with a wooden spoon. It's just another performance, like busy nights at Le Petit Chou. But it's not, is it? This is different. This is personal. As I add a splash of white wine to the pan, watching it reduce, I can't help but think about how my feelings for Leo are doing the exact opposite, expanding, growing stronger with each passing day. I taste the sauce, considering. It needs something unexpected, just like how Leo keeps surprising me with his wit and charm. I reach for a jar of preserved lemons, adding a small amount to the mix. The tartness cuts through the richness, creating a perfect balance. Now that's more like it, I say, nodding approvingly. As the dish comes together, I can't help but smile. It's a representation of us, bold, unconventional, and surprisingly harmonious. I plate it carefully, arranging each element with the precision of an artist. Standing back, I admire my creation. It's beautiful, complex, and a little bit scary. Just like this fake engagement. But as I take in the vibrant colors and enticing aromas, I realize something. I want this to be real, not just the food, but everything with Leo. And that thought terrifies me more than any high-stakes dinner service ever could. Oh man, I whisper, fishing for my phone. I need Sophia here. I can't do this alone. After sending a quick message, Sophia responds almost immediately. She's been begging to see more pictures of the penthouse since I've moved in, so she's jumping at the opportunity to just come here altogether. In the meantime, I enjoy a small glass of wine and wait, which is borderline torture since I'm alone with my thoughts in this huge, spacious penthouse. I pace around Leo's home, my fingers tapping nervously against my thigh. The city skyline stretches out before me, but I barely notice it. My mind's racing, filled with images of judgmental reporters and scathing headlines. The doorbell chimes, jolting me from my spiral. I rush to answer it, relief washing over me as I see Sophia's familiar face. "Girl, this place is insane," she exclaims, stepping inside and twirling around. I feel like I should have worn heels just to walk through the door. I manage a weak smile. Yeah, it's something. Sophia's brow furrows. Okay, spill. What's eating you? I lead her to the kitchen, my safe space in this sea of luxury. I'm freaking out, Soph. This whole fake marriage thing. What if the media sees right through us? I don't know if I'll be able to handle it if they start coming at me with crazy questions. Hold up, Sophia says, hopping onto a bar stool. Aren't you supposed to be head over heels for Mr. Moneybags? I grab 2 wine glasses, pouring us each a generous serving. This will be my second glass tonight. That's just it. I think I actually am. Sophia's eyes widen. Oh man, plot twist. I know. But what if they dig into my past? What if they find out about, Sophia takes a sip of wine, her expression softening. Liv, listen to me. You don't have anything in your background that would make people raise their brows. Trust me, you're good as golden in that regard. But what if? No what ifs, she interrupts. Focus on what's real. How does Leo make you feel? I pause, considering. Safe, excited, like I can be myself. Sophia grins. Then that's all that matters. Forget the cameras. Forget the tabloids. When you're out there, just look at him. The rest will fall into place. I take a deep breath, feeling some of the tension leave my body. You're right. Thanks, Safi. Always am, chica. Now, tell me more about this dreamy billionaire of yours. He's amazing, Sophia. Honestly, he's so much better than I ever imagined. He's protective, attentive, and he makes sure I have everything I need. Look at this. I practically bounce over to the fridge, throwing it open with a flourish. The shelves are packed with an array of colorful, fresh ingredients that would make any chef drool. It's like a culinary wonderland in here. And get this. I use his credit card to go shopping, and I can buy whatever I want. No questions asked. Oh, honey, Sophia says, her eyes widening as she swirls the wine in her glass. The deep red liquid catches the light. You're living the dream, babe. I don't see why you don't just settle into this role and enjoy the ride. I sigh, closing the fridge and leaning against it. Well, because it's complicated, I reply, running a hand through my curly hair. It's not just about my feelings, you know. There are other people involved in this mess, too. It's like I've stepped into a soap opera, but the drama is all too real. Sophia leans forward, intrigued. Like who? Spill the tea, girl. His ex-wife. I hiss, glancing around as if the woman might materialize in my kitchen. She's out to get him, Sophia, and by extension, she's gunning for me too. Leo told me how she's been going absolutely crazy on her social media accounts ever since she saw us at the gala. It's like she's on a warpath, and we're right in her crosshairs. I pull out my phone and start scrolling through, my fingers trembling slightly. Sure enough, my stomach starts twisting into knots as I read the latest article about Veronica's social media tirade. Her words leap off the screen, sharp and venomous, like daggers aimed straight at my heart. Olivia Howard? Please? Leo's clearly lost his mind. What could a nobody chef possibly offer a tech mogul? This reeks of desperation and poor judgment. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more to this story than meets the eye. I toss my phone aside with a groan, my hands shaking. Sophia notices immediately, raising a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. What's got you all worked up? I gesture vaguely at my discarded phone. Veronica, she's talking crap about me online, again. Sophia rolls her eyes so hard I'm worried they might get stuck. That bitter old hag? Who cares what she thinks? She's just jealous. Everyone, apparently, I mutter, sinking into the bar stool that lines the marble kitchen island. The article's gone viral. It's everywhere. Sophia snatches up my phone, her eyes narrowing as she reads. Her expression darkens with each swipe of her finger. Okay, first of all, nobody's chef. Girl, you've been featured in Food and Wine. Twice. And let's not forget about that write-up in the New York Times. This woman clearly doesn't know what she's talking about. Despite myself, I crack a smile. Thanks, Safi. I'm serious, she continues, her voice rising. You're Olivia Howard. You can make a 5-star meal out of leftovers and a prayer. Don't let some trust fund Barbie make you doubt yourself. Her words ignite something in me. She's right. I've worked hard to get where I am. I've earned my place in this world, even if it's not the same world Veronica inhabits. You know what? I stand up, squaring my shoulders. Screw her. I'm going to show everyone exactly who Olivia Howard is. Sophia grins, raising her wine glass. That's my girl. So, what's the plan? I pace the kitchen, my mind racing. The upcoming event. Leo and I are going to attend a restaurant to announce our relationship more publicly. It's the perfect opportunity. I'll knock their socks off when I talk to the media. Sophia nods. I like how you think. And what about Leo's resources? I furrow my eyebrows together. What about them? Oh, come on, honey. He's a billionaire. And he has a PR team, right? Well, yeah, of course. So use them to your advantage. Have them release some hit pieces on Veronica. Draw the attention away from your flaws and onto hers. While they attack her indirectly, they can pump out article after article about your achievements. It's a great plan. Holy moly, I mumble. I forgot about that. It's like a damn power play. And you have a billionaire on your side who has more than enough money to let you do whatever you want, Sophia points out. So do it. Do whatever you want. I respond with a firm nod. I didn't know you could be so cutthroat, Soph. That tramp is attacking my best friend? Sophia exclaims, pointing at my phone. So if she thinks she can get away with it, she's got a big storm coming. I'm glad I have you by my side, I remark. I'd hate to have you as my enemy. As would anyone, honey, she says, sending me a wink that makes me laugh. She's right. If Veronica wants to fight, then I've got a few tricks up my sleeve to show her.
Chapter 10. Leo. I stand before the mirror, adjusting my tie with practiced precision. The silk slides smoothly through my fingers as I perfect the Windsor knot. Tonight's event looms large in my mind, a crucial step in our carefully orchestrated plan. All right, Blackwood, I mutter to my reflection. Time to show these vultures what you're made of. My phone buzzes. It's James. Hey there, my man. So I've been coordinating with Jessica, and we've got the articles rolling out as we speak. Tech Titan's whirlwind romance is trending already. Good. And Olivia? Fluff pieces are hitting all the major outlets. Rising culinary star captures billionaire's heart. It's gold, Leo. I nod, satisfied. Keep 'em coming. I want her name on everyone's lips by dessert. Hanging up, I run through our talking points one last time. The story of how we met. Our shared passion for innovation. The way her culinary creativity complements my tech expertise. Leo? Olivia's voice floats in from the other room. You ready? Almost, I call back. Just running through the game plan. She appears in the doorway, a vision in emerald green. Jesus. She knows how to rock that color well. Wow, you look incredible, I say, not hiding my attempt to stare at her body from head to toe. She smiles, a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Thanks. So, what's our strategy? I snap back to business mode. We stick together. Present a united front. No matter what they throw at us, we're a team. Got it. And if they ask about Veronica, I finish for her. We say we wish her the best and change the subject. This night is about us, not old news. Olivia nods, determination settling over her features. And what about our future plans? We're taking it day by day, enjoying the journey. If they ask about the wedding, just say that we're still figuring out the details. I step closer, lowering my voice. Remember, they'll try to catch us off guard. Stay calm, stick to the script. And if I freeze up? I place my hands on her shoulders, steady and reassuring. You won't. But if you do, I've got your back. Just follow my lead. Our eyes lock, and for a moment the rest of the world fades away. There's something in her gaze, something that makes me want to. I clear my throat, stepping back. We should get going. Car's waiting downstairs. As we head for the door, I can't shake the feeling that tonight might be more than just a performance. But I push it aside. We have a job to do, and I'll be damned if we don't nail it. As our car pulls up to the curb, the flash of cameras assaults my eyes. Damn, there are more of them than I expected. I squeeze Olivia's hand, feeling her unease. You ready for this? I murmur. She nods, her emerald dress shimmering with her movements. I hope so. I step out first, the roar of questions hitting me like a wave. Turning, I offer my hand to Olivia, helping her out of the car. The crowd surges forward, and I instinctively pull her close, my arm wrapping around her waist. Mr. Blackwood! Over here! Olivia! How did you two meet? Leo, what does Neurotech think of your whirlwind romance? I plaster on my media smile, steering us towards the restaurant entrance. One at a time, folks. We're just here to enjoy a nice dinner. A microphone shoves into my face. Leo, is it true that you and Olivia got engaged shortly after meeting each other? I chuckle, remembering our rehearsed story. Actually, we've known each other for quite a while. We were friends for a long time before we decided to start dating. So this isn't too surprising to the people closest to us. Olivia laughs, playing along perfectly. Our friends have been trying to get us together for the longest. It took us a while to figure it out. The reporters eat it up, scribbling furiously. I notice Olivia's smile falter as a particularly aggressive paparazzo pushes forward. Without missing a beat, I step between them, my voice dropping an octave. Easy there, pal. My fiancé isn't used to this circus yet. The guy backs off, but another takes his place. Olivia, what attracted you to Leo? Was it his wealth? I feel her stiffen beside me, but before I can intervene, she speaks up. It was his passion, she says smoothly. For innovation, for making the world better. Plus, have you seen this man cook? It's adorable. I can't help but grin. She's good. As we near the door, a familiar voice cuts through the chaos. Leo! Any comment on Veronica's recent statements? My jaw clenches. Of course, someone had to bring her up. I turn, keeping Olivia close. Veronica and I have both moved on. I wish her the best, just as I'm sure she does for us. As we turn to make our way inside the restaurant, I spot her. Veronica. She's holding court with her usual posse of stuck-up strumpets, her gaze zeroing in on us like a heat-seeking missile. What is she doing here? Who tipped her off? She makes her way towards the entrance of the restaurant as well. And I have a hard time believing that she has any interest in actually sitting down and eating. Well, well, Veronica drawls, sauntering over. If it isn't the happy couple. I feel Olivia stiffen beside me. My arm tightens around her waist instinctively. Veronica. I nod coolly. Have you heard about this restaurant's grand opening? It's an amazing place. She ignores me, her predatory gaze fixed on Olivia. So, you're the flavor of the month. Tell me, dear, how does it feel to be Leo's latest PR stunt? Before Olivia can respond, I step forward, positioning myself between them. That's enough, Veronica. You're out of line. Am I? She arches an eyebrow. I'm just looking out for the poor girl. We both know how this ends, Leo. I clench my jaw, anger simmering beneath my skin. No, you don't. This isn't like us, Veronica. Olivia and I... Oh, spare me! She cuts in, rolling her eyes. When she glares at Olivia again, she starts playing with the diamond necklace resting on her chest. How long did it take you to convince her to play along? A week, too? Or did you just flash your billions and watch her come running? I feel my jaw clench, ready to bite back, but suddenly Olivia's hand finds mine. She squeezes gently, and I glance at her, surprised by the fierce determination blazing in her eyes. It's a look I've never seen before, and it sends a jolt through me. Not sure if it's of pride or desire. Actually, Olivia says, her voice steady and strong, like she's facing down a particularly stubborn food critic. Leo didn't have to convince me of anything. Unlike some people, I see him for who he really is. Not the tabloid version or the ex-wife's bitter remix. Veronica's eyes narrow to dangerous slits. What did you just say to me? She sneers. Leo, watch your girl. She has no idea what she's messing with. Oh, stop it, Veronica, I reply, shaking my head. I'll have security throw you out on the street where you belong if you keep threatening us. Us? Veronica laughs. So you're a package deal now? Leo, you're a joke, and this just confirms it. No, Leo is a man worth standing by, Olivia replies without missing a beat, her gaze never wavering. The conviction in her voice catches me off guard. Someone who values partnership over power plays, who sees people as more than just pawns in some twisted game of chess. I can't help but stare at Olivia, amazed by her ability to make Veronica crumble right where she stands. This woman, who I've known for such a short time, is defending me with a fierceness I never expected. And the craziest part? I'm starting to believe every word she's saying. Damn, she's good. If this is fake, then she deserves an Oscar. Veronica's lips curl into a sneer, her eyes flashing with disdain. Per usual, she thinks she's the best, when her attitude is the one worst thing about her. How quaint, she says, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, don't say I didn't warn you when... That's enough, I growl, cutting her off. My patience is wearing dangerously thin, and I can feel the anger bubbling up inside me. Olivia isn't some goddamn pawn in your games, Veronica. She's my fiancée, and you do well to remember that. I turn to Olivia, my voice softening as I meet her gaze. Come on, babe. Let's get a drink. I need something strong after this nonsense. As we walk away, I can feel Veronica's glare burning into our backs like a laser. But for once, I don't give a damn what she thinks. All that matters is the woman by my side, and making sure she knows I've got her back, no matter what. You okay? I murmur, leading Olivia towards our reserved seats. I keep my hand on the small of her back, a gesture that's becoming more natural with each passing day. She nods, a small smile playing on her lips. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks for having my back there. That was intense. Always, I reply, surprised by how much I mean it. The word comes out with more conviction than I expected. I meant what I said. You're not a pawn, Olivia. You're my fiancée, and soon you'll be my wife. Yeah, Olivia winks at me. I hear you, Leo. So let's celebrate and get the most expensive wine bottle in this damn place.
Chapter 11. Olivia. I was silly for thinking that the press would go away after we entered the restaurant. When we finish, ready to go home, they're still out there with their cameras, bouncing on their heels for a chance to get a good photograph of us. The moment we step out of the restaurant, it's like being thrown into a shark tank. Microphones jut out from every direction, and camera flashes blind me. My heart's racing, and I grip Leo's arm tighter. Miss Howard, when are you going to marry Mr. Blackwood? Olivia, over here. What's it like dating a tech mogul? I take a deep breath, channeling all my kitchen confidence. I faced worse than this, like that time I had to salvage a burnt souffle for a Michelin-starred critic. Well, I say, flashing a smile, it involves stories of spilled lattes and ruined Armani suits for one. Leo chuckles, playing along perfectly. I was about to give her an earful, but then she offered to cook me dinner as an apology. Let's just say her coq au vin was life-changing. I catch his eye, and there's a glimmer there that makes my stomach do a little flip. Oh, please. It wasn't that good. This guy would burn water if left unsupervised in the kitchen. The reporters eat it up, laughing and nodding along as they snap picture after picture of us at the restaurant entrance. So, Olivia, what's your secret ingredient in the kitchen and in love? A perky blonde reporter asks. I laugh, warming up to the attention. In both cases, it's all about balance. Too much of anything can ruin the dish. Or the relationship. Leo's got the tech smarts. I've got the culinary flair. Together, we're a perfect blend. Leo's arm snakes around my waist, pulling me closer. And here I thought you just kept me around for my good looks and charm. Now it's definitely for your wallet, I quip, earning a round of laughter from the press. As we continue fielding questions, I feel myself relaxing. It's almost like being in my element, describing a complex dish to curious diners. Leo and I volley responses back and forth, our fabricated story flowing as smoothly as a well-oiled kitchen during dinner service. Any plans for a culinary collaboration? Someone shouts from the back. I grin, seeing an opportunity. Actually, yes. We're exploring ways to merge tech and cuisine. Imagine AI-assisted meal planning or VR cooking classes. The possibilities are endless. Leo jumps in, his eyes lighting up. Olivia's creativity in the kitchen is truly inspiring. It's opened up a whole new world of potential innovations for neurotech. As the questions keep coming, I find myself standing taller, speaking more confidently. This isn't so bad after all. In fact, it's kind of exhilarating. Just as I'm starting to feel comfortable in the spotlight, a familiar face emerges from the restaurant, and my stomach drops like a stone. Veronica saunters out, her designer heels clicking against the pavement with an air of superiority. The reporters' heads swivel in unison, like sharks scenting fresh blood in the water. I can practically see their eyes light up at the prospect of new drama. Ms. Ashford, any thoughts on your ex-husband's new relationship? A reporter shouts, his voice eager and hungry. Oh, God. They'd been dying to ask a question like that all night. I feel my palms start to sweat. Veronica's blood-red lips curl into a Cheshire cat grin, her eyes glinting with malice. Oh, it's certainly interesting. She purrs, her voice dripping with false sweetness. I just hope poor Olivia knows what she's getting into. Leo's always had a thing for, how should I put it? Ambitious women. The insinuation in her voice makes my skin crawl, and I feel a surge of anger rising in my chest. I open my mouth to respond, to defend myself and Leo, but she cuts me off before I can get a word out. My fists clench at my sides, nails digging into my palms as I struggle to maintain my composure. I mean, it's adorable that she thinks she can run a restaurant. But honey, there's a big difference between flipping burgers and managing a multi-million-dollar business. Right, Leo? My confidence wavers. The words sting, reminding me of every doubt I've ever had about my abilities. I feel small, out of place in this world of high finance and cutthroat ambition. I start, but my voice catches. Suddenly, Leo's arm tightens around my waist. He steps forward, his presence commanding attention. Actually, Veronica, he says, his presence commanding the attention of everyone around us. It makes me freeze up. Olivia's culinary expertise is precisely why we're exploring new avenues in food tech. Her innovative approach to fusion cuisine is revolutionizing how we think about AI in meal planning. He turns to me, his eyes soft. Why don't you tell them about your latest culinary project? I blink, caught off guard by his support. But as I look into his eyes, I feel my courage returning. Right, well, we're developing an app that can analyze flavor profiles on a molecular level. It's designed to help chefs create perfect flavor pairings based on scientific data. Leo nods, pride evident in his voice. It's groundbreaking stuff. Olivia's not just a chef, she's a visionary. Her understanding of food science is unparalleled. Veronica's smirk falters, but she recovers quickly. How interesting. I'm sure it'll make a lovely little side project for neurotech. Actually, Leo interjects, it's slated to be one of our major launches next quarter. Olivia's insights have been invaluable to our R&D team. I stand a little taller, bolstered by Leo's words. The reporters are eating it up, pens scribbling furiously, even if I'm not even sure it's speaking the truth. But it's nice to dream, right? Now, if you'll excuse us, Leo says, leaving no room for arguments. We have a busy night ahead, lots of exciting projects in the works. As he guides me through the crowd, I catch Veronica's sour expression. For a moment, I almost feel sorry for her. Almost. I catch snippets of the excited chatter from the journalists around us, who are still typing frantically on their phones or snapping photographs of us with their huge cameras. Did you see how they looked at each other? That chemistry is off the charts. I haven't seen Leo this happy in years. Their words send a thrill through me. We're pulling this off and it feels good. Really good. I sneak a glance at Leo, catching his eye for a moment. He winks, and I swear my heart does a little flip. Damn, he's good at this. Or maybe we both are. Either way, the reporters are eating it up, and I'm starting to believe our own hype. Who knew pretending to be in love could be so intoxicating? Leo guides me to the waiting car, his hand warm on the small of my back. As soon as the door closes behind us, I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Holy crap, I laugh, shaking my head in disbelief. That was intense. I feel like I just ran a marathon in stilettos. Leo grins, loosening his tie with one smooth motion. You were incredible out there, Liv. Seriously. That bit about the AI flavor profiling? Brilliant. You had them eating out of your hand. I can't believe I pulled that out of thin air, I admit, giggling nervously. It just came to me in the moment. But hey, it sounded good, right? I mean, they seemed to buy it. It sounded amazing, Leo says, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of admiration and amusement. You're a natural at this. We should actually look into that AI flavor thing. Could be a real game changer for neurotech. I raise an eyebrow, my laughter fading as I realize he's not joking. Are you serious? I was just messing around. You know, trying to sound all tech-savvy and impressive. Sometimes the best ideas come from nonsense, he says with a wink. Besides, your culinary expertise combined with our tech, we could revolutionize the industry. His enthusiasm is contagious, and I find myself getting excited about the possibilities. Okay, but if we do this, I get to name the app. No tech bro nonsense like Flav AI or Taste Bites. Leo throws his head back and laughs, a deep, genuine sound that makes my stomach do a little flip. Deal. What did you have in mind? How about fusion, I suggest. Simple, elegant, gets the point across. I like it. Leo nods, looking impressed. See? This is why we make a good team. The word team sends a warm feeling through my chest. It's nice, this easy banter between us. For a moment, I almost forget this is all supposed to be an act. Speaking of teams, I say, unable to keep the grin off my face. Nice save back there with Veronica. For a second, I thought she had me. Leo's expression darkened slightly. Veronica's always been good at finding people's weak spots. But you held your own. Don't let her get to you. Easier said than done, I sigh. But having you there, it helped. A lot. Our eyes meet, and for a moment, the air in the car feels charged. Leo reaches out, his hand covering mine. We're in this together, Olivia, he says softly. I've got your back. I swallow hard, my heart racing. And I've got yours. As we pull up to the penthouse, I realize I'm not ready for this night to end. This partnership, fake as it may be, feels more real than anything I've experienced in a long time. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Leo. I lean back in my leather chair, scrolling through the latest press coverage on my tablet. The headlines flash by, each one more flattering than the last. Tech mogul Leo Blackwood's whirlwind romance. Neurotech CEO and rising chef, a match made in heaven. Screw me, I mutter, a smirk tugging at my lips. This is working out better than I'd hoped. The press is lapping up every detail of my supposed whirlwind romance. It's almost too easy. A sharp knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. Come in, I call out, not bothering to look up from the screen. I'm too engrossed in the glowing headlines. James strolls in, his usual confident swagger in full force. He's looking particularly smug today, which can only mean good news. Well, 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 look who's become America's sweetheart overnight, he drawls, a hint of amusement in his voice. I snort, tossing the tablet onto my desk with a satisfying clatter. Hardly, but the press is eating it up, I'll give you that. I lean back in my chair, stretching my arms above my head. It's like they've forgotten all about the divorce drama. You're doing a great job, Leo, James says, perching on the edge of my desk. He picks up the tablet, scrolling through the articles with an approving nod. The PR team is over the moon. They say elevating Olivia's image has been a breeze. She's got that girl next door charm that people can't resist. Yeah? I raise an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. What kind of articles have they been pumping out? James grins, reaching for my tablet. May I? At my nod, he swipes through a few articles. See here. They're calling her the next big thing in culinary innovation. And here, Olivia Howard, more than just a pretty face in the kitchen. I lean forward, scanning the headlines. A warmth spreads through my chest, surprising me. She deserves it, I find myself saying. Liv's talented as hell. James's eyebrows shoot up. Liv, huh? Getting cozy, are we? Shut up, I growl, snatching the tablet back. It's just easier to say. Sure. James chuckles, holding up his hands in mock surrender. But seriously, Leo, this arrangement, it's working out well for both of you. The board's thrilled. Your image is on the upswing, and Olivia's getting the recognition she deserves. I nod, mulling over his words. He's right, of course. This deal has been nothing but beneficial so far. So why do I feel a twinge of something when I think about it being just an arrangement? Earth to Leo. James waves a hand in front of my face. You still with me? I blink, refocusing on my friend. Yeah, sorry, just thinking about our next move. Well, don't think too hard. You might strain something, James quips, standing up. By the way, there's a charity gala next week. Perfect opportunity to show off your new fiancé to even more faces. Right. I nod, already mentally preparing. I'll let Olivia know. James pauses, staring at me with a sly grin. You know, Leo, it's okay to admit you're enjoying this more than you thought you would. I open my mouth to retort, but I shake my head instead. What the hell am I supposed to say to that? It's not like I can deny it, but admitting it feels like opening a can of worms I'm not ready to deal with. I open my laptop, hoping to see some emails or spreadsheets to work on. Anything to distract me from this conversation. But no. My attention is immediately called to some cheesy news sources who have clung onto Veronica's words like a goddamn lifeline. Leo and Olivia aren't going to last. Trust me. My jaw clenches, a familiar ache building at the base of my skull. Why have they decided to slot my ex-wife into my new relationship? It's like they can't let go of the drama, always looking for the next headline. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the anger bubbling up inside me. James. Yes? He looks up, his expression shifting from amusement to concern as he catches the look on my face. I turn the laptop around, shoving it towards James. Take a look at this crap. James leans in, his brow furrowing as he reads. Christ, Leo. Veronica's really going for the jugular, isn't she? You think? I run a hand through my hair, frustration bubbling up. She's out there spewing crap about how Olivia's just after my money, how our relationship's a sham. It's ridiculous. James straightens up, adjusting his tie. You know Veronica. She's always been good at stirring the pot. At this time, she's aiming dangerously close to home. Yeah, well, she needs to back off. I stand up, pacing behind my desk. Liv doesn't deserve this. She's working hard, making a name for herself, and Veronica's trying to tear her down. Whoa there, Tiger. James holds up his hands. Since when did you become Olivia's knight in shining armor? I stop in my tracks, glaring at him. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Nothing. He smirks, just noticing how invested you seem in defending her honor. Of course I'm invested, I snap. This affects Neurotech's image too. If Olivia goes down, we all do. James nods, but his eyes are twinkling with amusement. Right. It's all about the company. Nothing to do with how you feel about her. I open my mouth to curse him out, but the words die on my tongue. When did I start caring this much? Look, Leo, James says, his tone softening. Veronica's always going to be Veronica, but you can't let her get under your skin. Focus on what matters. Building a strong narrative for Neurotech and... He pauses, a sly grin spreading across his face. And exploring whatever it is that's brewing between you and Olivia. There's nothing brewing, I mutter, but even I can hear the lack of conviction in my voice. Sure, boss. James chuckles. Keep telling yourself that. In the meantime, maybe channel some of that protective energy into something positive. Focus on convincing everyone that your love with Olivia isn't fake. Once you do that, Veronica will look like an idiot in front of the media. Your work will be cut out for you. Yeah, I mumble, rubbing at my chin as I overlook the city skyscrapers outside my window. You're right. Give me a second alone. I have to make a call. James perks a brow. You're not going to do something crazy, are you? No. I shoo him out with a hand while I reach for my phone. James doesn't look too convinced, but he follows my order anyway. Meanwhile, I'm tapping in Veronica's number on my screen. Last time I checked, she had me blocked. But maybe that petty witch has finally let go of her dramatics. My jaw clenches as I wait for the call to connect. 1 ring. 2. 3. Just as I'm about to hang up, her voice cuts through, sharp as a knife. Well, if it isn't my dear ex-husband, to what do I owe this pleasure? Her tone drips with sarcasm, and I can practically see her smirk through the phone. I grip the device tighter, my knuckles turning white as I will myself to stay calm. I hate how she still gets under my skin. Cut the nonsense, Veronica. I'm calling about your little media stunts, I spit out, pacing by the window. Oh? She feigns innocence, her voice sickeningly sweet. Which one? I've been so busy lately, it's hard to keep track. You know damn well which one, I growl, my free hand clenching into a fist. The one where you're trying to sabotage my relationship with Olivia. Don't play dumb, it doesn't suit you. Veronica laughs, the sound grating on my nerves like nails on a chalkboard. Relationship? Is that what we're calling it now? How cute. I thought it was just another one of your little games, Leo. Listen up, I say in a low voice, my jaw clenched tight. I'm only going to say this once. Stay away from Olivia. She's off limits. I mean it, Veronica. Don't even think about messing with her. My, aren't we protective? Veronica's voice takes on a mocking tone that sets my teeth on edge. Tell me, Leo, does she know about your arrangement? Or are you conveniently leaving out that detail for me? What are you talking about? I demand, trying to keep my voice steady. Oh, come on. Don't play dumb. It doesn't suit you. She pauses, and I can hear the rustle of papers in the background. My mind races, trying to figure out what she might have uncovered. A whirlwind romance with a struggling chef? Please. It's so obvious it's painful. Did you really think no one would notice? You don't know what you're talking about, I snap. Don't I? Veronica's tone turns smug, and I can picture the self-satisfied smirk on her face. I'd be careful if I were you, Leo. Your little charade won't last long. I'll make sure of that. And when it all comes crashing down, I'll be right here ready to pick up the pieces, and everything else you've worked so hard for. Is that a threat? Consider it a friendly warning. Her voice drips with false sincerity. Don't get too comfortable with your new fiancé. This whole thing is going to blow up in your face, and I'll be there to watch it burn. You're delusional, I spit out, my free hand clenching into a fist. We'll see about that. Veronica chuckles. Enjoy your fake engagement while it lasts, darling. I'll be seeing you both soon enough. The line goes dead, leaving me standing there, seething with rage and a growing sense of unease. Who does she think she is? And does she know more than she's letting on? And if so, how is that possible?
Chapter 13. Olivia. The kitchen at Le Petit Choux is a whirlwind of activity. Pots clang, knives chop, butter sizzles on the saucepans, and orders fly as I navigate the chaos with practiced ease. My hands move on autopilot, plating a delicate arrangement of seared scallops with a citrus beurre blanc. Order up, I call, sliding the dish onto the pass. Just as I turn back to the stove, Sarah, one of our servers, rushes in with a furrowed brow. Chef, table 12 wants to speak with you. Again. I suppress a groan. Table 12 has been a thorn in my side all evening. A group of 4 impeccably dressed women who've sent back nearly every dish, each complaint more ridiculous than the last. What is it this time? I ask, wiping my hands on my apron. Sarah rolls her eyes. They're saying the duck is too ducky. Too ducky? I repeat, incredulous. It's duck. What do they expect it to taste like, chicken? With a deep breath, I steel myself and head out to the dining room. As I approach table 12, I plaster on my most professional smile. Good evening, ladies. I understand there's an issue with your meal. One of the women, a sleek blonde with a pearl necklace that probably costs more than my yearly salary, looks up at me with disdain. Oh, it's you, the chef. She says the word like it's a dirty joke. I'm afraid this duck is simply inedible. It tastes far too gamey. I bite back a sarcastic retort. I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am. Duck does have a naturally rich flavor, but I'd be happy to prepare something else for you. Another woman chimes in, her voice dripping with faux concern. Oh, darling, don't trouble yourself. We wouldn't want to overwhelm your limited skills. The jab stings, but I maintain my composure. I assure you, our kitchen is more than capable of meeting your needs. Perhaps I could suggest our roasted chicken. It's a bit milder in flavor. The blonde waves her hand dismissively. No. I think we've seen quite enough of what you can do. Or rather, what you can't. As they snicker among themselves, a suspicion forms in my mind. Their criticisms are too pointed, too personal. This feels like more than just difficult customers. It reeks of sabotage. As I'm about to respond to the women's thinly veiled insults, a familiar voice cuts through the air. "Ladies, is there a problem here?" I turn to see Jean-Luc, the owner of Le Petit Choux, approaching our table with a polite but stern expression. Relief washes over me. The blonde woman's demeanor shifts instantly, her voice dripping with honey. "Oh, Monsieur Dupont, we were just discussing the unique flavors of your duck dish." Jean-Luc's eyes narrow slightly. "I see. And what seems to be the issue?" "Well," another woman chimes in, "we found it to be a bit too gamey for our tastes." Jean-Luc nods, his expression unreadable. "I understand. However, I must inform you that our duck is sourced from the finest farms in France. Its rich flavor is precisely what makes it a delicacy." He turns to me, his tone softening. "Chef Howard, I believe your expertise is needed in the kitchen. Please, return to your duties." I nod gratefully and make my way back to the kitchen, my hands shaking slightly as I push through the swinging doors. My sous chef, Marco, notices my distress. "Everything okay, chef?" he asks, concern etched on his face. I force a smile. "Yeah, just some difficult customers. Nothing we can't handle." But as I return to my station, the women's words echo in my mind. Their criticisms felt way too personal for this to be a coincidence. Is this what being with Leo means? Constant scrutiny, judgment from people I've never even met? I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. The kitchen has always been my sanctuary, but now it feels tainted. I can't help but wonder if this is just the beginning. How many more people will try to tear me down simply because I'm associated with Leo? The rest of the night passes in a blur. When we finally close up, I'm exhausted, both physically and emotionally. As I hang up my chef's coat, Jean-Luc approaches me. "Olivia, a word?" he says, gesturing to his office. I follow him, bracing myself for criticism. Instead, he surprises me with a warm smile. "You handled yourself admirably tonight," he says. "Those women were out of line, and I want you to know that your work here is valued and respected." His words soothe some of the ache in my chest, but the doubt lingers. "Thank you, Jean-Luc. I appreciate that." As I leave the restaurant, the cool night air hits my face, and I finally let out a shaky breath. The reality of my situation with Leo is starting to sink in. This isn't just about us anymore. It's about navigating a world I'm not sure I'm prepared for. I drag myself into the penthouse, exhaustion weighing heavy on my shoulders. The click of my shoes against the marble floor echoes in the spacious entryway. As I drop my bag and keys on the side table, Leo's voice calls out from the living room. "Liv, that you?" "Yeah," I respond, my voice lacking its usual energy. Leo appears in the doorway, his brow furrowing as he takes in my slumped posture. "What's wrong? You look like hell." I let out a humorless chuckle. "Thanks, just the boost I needed." He approaches, concern etched on his face. "Seriously, what happened?" I sigh, sinking onto the plush sofa. "Just some lovely ladies at the restaurant tonight. Apparently, my duck was too ducky for their refined palates." Leo's eyes narrow. "What do you mean?" I recount the evening's events, watching as Leo's expression darkens with each word. By the time I finish, his jaw is clenched tight enough to crack walnuts. "Screw that," he growls, pulling out his phone. "I'm calling James. We'll sue them for harassment, defamation." "Leo, stop," I interject, reaching for his arm. "It's not worth it." He pauses, thumb hovering over the screen. "The hell it's not. You're going to be my wife, Olivia. I have a duty to protect you. The word wife sends an unexpected flutter through my stomach. It's ridiculous. This is all for show, isn't it? But the fierce protectiveness in his eyes makes me wonder. I appreciate that, really, I say softly. But escalating this will only make things worse. I can handle a few snooty customers. Leo's eyes lock with mine, his gaze intense. You shouldn't have to. Not because of me. I feel a warmth spreading through my chest at his words. It's not because of you, Leo. People like that have always existed in the restaurant world. I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. He sighs, lowering his phone. I know you can, but you don't always have to. That's what I'm here for. The sincerity in his voice catches me off guard. For a moment, I forget this is all supposed to be an act. I reach out, squeezing his hand. Thank you. Really. But for now, can we just forget about it? Leo hesitates, then nods. Fine. But you know what? Why bother with people like that anyway? Why not just quit your job and live as a housewife or something? I grimace. Are you serious? It would be for your own safety and sanity, Liv. Those women were sent by Veronica. I can bet thousands of dollars on that right now. And she's not going to stop there. I shake my head, running a hand through my hair. Leo, I appreciate the offer, but I can't just quit my job. That's not who I am. Leo's brow furrows, his eyes searching mine. Why not? You wouldn't have to deal with this crap anymore. I've got more than enough to support us both. It's not about the money, I say, my voice firm. Cooking is part of who I am. I can't just give that up because some rich women decided to make my life difficult. He leans back, crossing his arms. You could still cook. Hell, I'll build you a state-of-the-art kitchen right here in the penthouse if that's what you want. I can't help but laugh. And what? Become your personal chef? Thanks. But no thanks. Leo's jaw tightens. That's not what I meant, and you know it. I'm just trying to help. I know, I say, softening my tone. And I appreciate it. But I need to maintain my independence. This whole arrangement is already complicated enough without me becoming financially dependent on you too. He sighs, running a hand through his hair. I get it. I do. But I hate seeing you come home like this. Stressed, exhausted. Welcome to the service industry, I quip, trying to lighten the mood. Look, I promise I can handle it. If it gets too much, I'll let you know. Leo looks skeptical but nods. Fine, but the offer stands. And if anyone else gives you grief, I want to know about it. My lawyer will hound them into compliance. Just watch. I reach out, squeezing his hand. Deal. Now, can we please talk about something else? Like how I'm going to turn that sad excuse for a kitchen into something actually usable? His eyes light up with amusement. Oh, so now you want to renovate my kitchen? Trust me, I say with a grin. You'll thank me when you taste what I can do with proper equipment. As we fall into a playful debate about kitchen appliances, I feel the tension from earlier start to melt away. Maybe having Leo as my fake husband really is the best thing that could have happened to me.
Chapter 14. Leo. The city sprawls beneath us, a glittering explosion of lights and passing cars. I've pulled out all the stops for this date, securing the most exclusive rooftop restaurant in New York. The maitre d' leads us to our table, perfectly positioned for an unobstructed view of the skyline. Olivia's eyes widen as she takes it all in, pure delight playing on her expression. Leo, this is incredible. I've never seen anything like it. Only the best for you, I say smoothly, pulling out her chair with a practiced gesture. The waiter materializes at our side, pouring us each a glass of Dom Perignon with expert precision. To new beginnings. I toast, winking at her as I clink my glass against hers. The champagne sparkles in the soft light, mirroring the shine of the city below. As we peruse the menu, I can't help but watch Olivia. The soft lighting catches the curve of her cheekbone, the fullness of her lips, casting a warm glow on her rich brown skin. She's breathtaking, and for a moment, I forget this is all supposed to be an act. This date is only supposed to be for show, for the paparazzi to get some good pictures of us. But damn, she's making it hard to remember that. "See anything you like?" I ask, my voice full of teasing innuendo. I'm gazing at her from underneath my eyebrows, a smirk playing at the corners of my mouth. My eyes never leave her face, the menu forgotten in my hands. I'm finding it increasingly difficult to focus on anything but her. She glances up, a mischievous glint in her eye. The champagne is clearly having an effect, making her act a little bolder than usual. "Oh, definitely," she purrs, but I'm not sure if I'm talking about the menu or the view. Her gaze rakes over me. I chuckle, pleasantly surprised by her boldness. Damn, she's good at this. "Careful, chef," I warn playfully, my voice dropping to a whisper. "You might give a guy ideas. And trust me, you don't want to know what's running through my mind right now." Our banter continues through dinner, the conversation flowing as easily as the expensive wine I've ordered. I find myself genuinely enjoying her company, her quick wit matching mine at every turn. She's not just a pretty face. Olivia's got brains to match her beauty, and it's refreshing as hell. As we finish our main course, I notice a flash from the corner of my eye. Paparazzi. Goddamn perfect timing. I lean in closer to Olivia, my hand covering hers on the table. Her skin is soft, and I can feel the warmth radiating from her touch. "Smile, darling," I murmur. "We've got an audience." She doesn't miss a beat, her laughter ringing out clear and genuine. Should we give them a show? Her eyes sparkle with mischief, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. "Now who's giving who ideas?" I tease, but I'm already moving, cupping her face gently. My thumb brushes across her cheekbone, and I feel a jolt of electricity at the contact. Our lips meet, and for a moment I forget about the cameras, about our arrangement, about everything but the softness of her mouth against mine. The kiss deepens, and I'm lost in the taste of her, the warmth of her breath mingling with mine. When we finally part, Olivia's eyes are shining, her lips slightly swollen. She laughs as she brushes her curly hair out of her face. The sound is light and carefree. I think we fooled them. Her fingers trail along my arm. As the night wears on and the wine continues to flow, Olivia becomes increasingly animated, her laughter infectious. She regales me with stories from her culinary adventures, each tale punctuated with expressive hand gestures and vivid descriptions. "And then," she says, leaning in conspiratorially. Her brown eyes look dazzling underneath this moonlight. "The soufflé just exploded. Poof! Like a tiny, delicious volcano. It went everywhere, even in my hair. And don't get me started on how difficult it is to get food out of my hair." I can't help but laugh along with her, caught up in her enthusiasm. "Remind me never to let you near my kitchen." "Hey!" She swats at my arm playfully. "I'll have you know I'm a culinary genius. It's not my fault if sometimes the food decides to rebel." Her playfulness, combined with how tight the dress fits on her body, is irresistibly attractive. I find myself leaning closer, drawn in by her warmth and energy. "A rebel, huh?" I murmur, my eyes locked on hers. "I think I can handle a little rebellion." The tension between us crackles like electricity. Olivia's laughter dies down, replaced by a charged silence. Her eyes lock onto mine, dark and inviting. She leans in, letting me catch a whiff of her perfume. "Oh? And what makes you say that, Mr. Blackwood?" "Because right now, all I want to do is break every rule in the book." Her eyebrow arches. I thought you were all about following the rules, keeping up appearances. I mean, that's what I thought this was, right? Just for appearances. I reach across the table, my fingers tracing the delicate skin of her wrist. Maybe you're a bad influence on me. Me? She feigns innocence, placing a hand over her chest. She can't hold back her smile. I'm just a simple chef. Nonsense, I growl. There's nothing simple about you, Olivia, and you know that. That's why you drive me wild. She bites her lower lip, and damn it if it isn't the sexiest thing I've ever seen. I didn't know that about you, Leo. She rests her chin on her hand, eyes narrowing at me. I didn't know I drove you wild. Just as I'm about to open my mouth, the waiter appears, breaking our moment. He smiles wide, not knowing what he just walked into. Would you care for dessert? We have a broad selection to suit your tastes. I don't take my eyes off Olivia. What do you say, chef? Think you can handle something sweet? Her tongue darts out, wetting her lips. I don't know, I might need someone to help me with that. On second thought, we'll skip dessert, I tell the waiter, waving him off. Just bring the check. As soon as he's gone, Olivia leans in close. No dessert? I'm disappointed, Leo. I thought you had a sweet tooth. I grab her hand, tightening my hold on her. Oh, I do. But I've got something much sweeter in mind. Her breath catches, and I know I've got her. This isn't just for the cameras anymore. This is real, raw, and maddening. What did you have in mind? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. Why don't we get out of here and I'll show you? Just like that, I'm all but tossing money at the waiter and speeding out of there with Olivia on my arm. I guide her into the elevator back down to the parking garage where my car awaits us. She slips into the seat happily after I hold the door open for her. Then I race to the driver's seat and get out of there. I'm going crazy with lust at this point, but I don't care. All I need is to get back to the penthouse. The city lights blur into a kaleidoscope of colors as we speed through the streets. Olivia's laughter fills the air, a melody that's becoming increasingly intoxicating. You're insatiable, Leo, she says, swatting my arm playfully. My hand rests on her thigh, tracing patterns into her exposed skin with my thumb. And you're irresistible, I counter huskily. Her eyes meet mine, and the air between us crackles. She leans in, her voice barely a whisper. You know, for a guy who's all about control, you sure know how to make a girl feel unhinged. I chuckle, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Maybe I like seeing you unhinged, Liv. Her eyebrow arches, a smirk playing on her lips. Oh, really? And what makes you think I'm not the one in control here? I glance at her, a challenge in my gaze. Because right now, all I can think about is how badly I want to kiss you again. That's not the only thing on my mind, however. She laughs, a sound that makes me want to pull into a dark alley, shut off the car, and strip her clothes off right here. Is that so? Damn right it is. I shift gears, accelerating smoothly. The engine purrs beneath us, echoing the tension building in the car. Olivia's hand covers mine on her thigh, her fingers intertwining with mine. You're not the only one feeling that way, you know. I look at her, surprised. Yeah? She nods, her eyes never leaving mine. Yeah, but I'm not going to make it that easy for you. A grin spreads across my face. Oh, I do love a challenge. She squeezes my hand, leaning in closer. Good. 'Cause I'm not just going to fall into your lap, Leo. You're going to have to work for it. I turn my attention back to the road, a determined smirk on my face. Game on, Liv, but you're going to regret those words. How so? Smiling, I don't chance a look her way, and I don't give her the benefit of knowing what I want to do to her. Instead, I just focus on the road, on the quickest shortcuts that get us from here to my home. The rest of the drive is filled with charged silence, a a feeling that makes my skin tingle. Every now and then, Olivia's thumb brushes against mine, sending more pangs of desire through my lower body. I didn't think things would come to this, but with the wine and the way she's looking tonight, I really don't have any other choice.
Chapter 15. Olivia. Leo ushers me into the penthouse, the door barely clicking shut behind us before he spins me around, pinning me against it. His eyes, fierce and hungry, lock onto mine, and a shiver runs down my spine. There's an urgency in his touch, a need that mirrors my own. "What are you doing to me, Olivia?" he murmurs, his voice a low growl that vibrates through me. His hands explore my body, tracing the curve of my waist, the line of my hip, sending electric jolts across my skin. I can feel his arousal, hard and insistent, pressing against me. It ignites a fire within me, a desire that's been simmering all night, now blazing out of control. "I could ask you the same thing," I manage to whisper, my breath hitching as his lips find the sensitive spot on my neck. He chuckles, a sound that's dark and promising. "You drive me crazy, you know that?" His mouth moves up, capturing mine in a deep, passionate kiss. His tongue teases mine, exploring, claiming. I can taste the remnants of wine on his lips, a heady mix that makes my head spin. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. Leo. I wake up with a slight headache, memories of last night flooding back. Olivia's still asleep, her curls splayed across the pillow. I can't help but smile, remembering how her body felt against mine. Shaking off the thought, I drag myself out of bed and into the shower. As the hot water cascades over me, I try to clear my head. Last night was unexpected. Amazing, but unexpected. I didn't plan on actually sleeping with Olivia. It complicates things. After drying off and throwing on a crisp, tailored suit, I grab my phone and start scrolling through the news. There are plenty of articles about our date last night, which is good. The publicity is exactly what we needed, but as I keep scrolling, my jaw clenches, tension building in my shoulders. Leo Blackwood, tech mogul or master manipulator? Is Blackwood's new romance just another PR stunt? Sources close to Neuratech's CEO question his sincerity. Damn, I mutter, shaking my head and running a hand through my damp hair. What the hell is this? I thought we were in the clear. This is the last thing I need right now, especially after last night with Olivia. I grab my phone and dial James's number, pacing the length of the kitchen as it rings. My free hand clenches and unclenches, frustration building with each step. He picks up on the third ring and I'm ready to unleash on him, even though this isn't even his fault. Leo, I was just about to call you, James says, his voice tense and strained. You've seen the articles? I ask, running a hand through my hair, tugging at the roots in frustration. Yeah, and it's worse than that. I've got a pretty good idea who's behind this smear campaign, he replies. I stop in my tracks, my jaw clenching. Let me guess. Veronica? Bingo, James confirms with a heavy sigh. My sources tell me she's been working overtime to discredit you, feeding tidbits to journalists, stirring up doubt about your relationship with Olivia. She's been relentless, Leo. Damn, I mumble, slamming my fist on the counter with enough force to rattle the nearby glasses. She just can't let it go, can she? Always has to have the upper hand even after the divorce. What the hell does she want from me? You know Veronica. She's like a dog with a bone when she feels wronged. Always has been, always will be, James says, his voice tinged with exasperation. I let out a humorless laugh, the bitterness rising in my throat. Wronged? Are you kidding me? I'm the one who got screwed over in that marriage. She's the one who... I cut myself off, not wanting to rehash old wounds. Christ, I can't believe she's still pulling this. I know, man, I get it. But she's playing dirty now. Dirtier than ever before. We need to be careful. Watch our every move. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the rage simmering inside me. My fists clench and unclench at my sides as I force myself to think rationally. All right. What's the plan? How do we shut this down? I'm already on it, James assures me, his tone shifting to all business. We're tracking down her sources, preparing statements to counter her claims. I've got our PR team working overtime on positive stories to offset this nonsense. We'll flood the media with so much good press they won't know what hit them. Good. I nod, even though he can't see me, feeling a small sense of relief. At least we're not sitting on our butts. Keep me updated on everything. I want to know every move she makes. Will do. You know I've got your back. And Leo? James pauses, his voice softening slightly. Yeah? I ask, bracing myself for whatever James is about to say. Try not to let this get to you. We've got this under control. You know me. I won't rest until I've got this handled. His voice is reassuring, but I can hear the underlying urgency. He knows as well as I do how much of a hellhole this could turn into if we're not careful. I hang up and lean against the counter, closing my eyes and pinching the bridge of my nose. James is right. I can't let Veronica get under my skin. She's always been manipulative, but this is a new low, even for her. I should have seen this coming. The sound of soft footsteps pulls me from my thoughts. I look up to see Olivia entering the kitchen, a curly air delightfully mussed from sleep, wearing one of my t-shirts that barely skims her thighs. For a moment, I forget about everything else. Morning, she says, eyeing me curiously. Those big brown eyes of hers seem to see right through me. Everything okay? I force a smile, not wanting to burden her with this mess. She's got enough on her plate without dealing with my ex-wife's crap. Yeah, just some work stuff. Nothing to worry about. I straighten up, pushing off from the counter. How about some coffee? I can get the water brewing, no worries, she replies. I watch as Olivia moves around the kitchen, her bare legs peeking out from under my shirt. The sight of her in my clothes, cooking breakfast, stirs something primal in me. Damn, she looks good. I can't help but admire the way she moves with such confidence, like she owns the place. She looks up, catching my gaze, and grins. That smile of hers could light up the whole damn city. Hope you're hungry, she says, cracking eggs into a bowl with practiced ease. I'm making my signature frittata. It's got a little kick to it. Smells amazing, I reply, leaning against the counter and crossing my arms. The aroma filling the kitchen is mouth-watering. You didn't have to do this, you know. I could have ordered something in. Olivia shrugs, her curls bouncing in a way that makes me want to run my fingers through them. I wanted to. Besides, it's not every day I get to cook in a kitchen this nice. These appliances are a chef's dream. She turns to the stove, adding ingredients to the pan. And honestly, I kind of like spoiling you a little. As she whisks the eggs, I can't help but think of Veronica. In all our years together, she never once cooked for me. Too plebeian, she'd say, turning up her nose at the idea. Hey, Leo. Olivia's voice cuts through my thoughts, warm and tinged with concern. You okay? You looked a million miles away. I shake my head, banishing thoughts of my ex-wife and all the stupidity that came with her. Just thinking how nice this is, I say, my voice gruff. It's been a while since anyone's cooked for me. Longer than I care to admit, actually. Olivia's eyebrows shoot up, her expressive face full of surprise. Seriously, with all those fancy restaurants you go to, I figured you'd be drowning in gourmet meals. Well, that's not the same. Those are restaurants, I admit, running a hand through my hair. Those places, they're all about show. I gesture to the kitchen, to her, to the domesticity of it all. This feels like home. Real. Authentic. She pauses, spatula in hand, and gives me a soft smile. I want to see that smile for the rest of my life. Well, get used to it, big guy. I plan on spoiling you rotten with my cooking. Consider it part of my wifely duties, she adds with a wink. As I watch her pour the egg mixture into the pan with practiced ease, I'm struck by how different she is from Veronica. Olivia's warmth, her genuine kindness, it's like a breath of fresh air after years of suffocating, and it makes me want to protect her from the chaos that's brewing, because I know it's coming. In this world, it always does. But for now, I let myself enjoy this moment, the sizzle of the pan and Olivia's humming filling the kitchen with a peace I haven't felt in years. Hey, I say, moving closer to Olivia, my voice softening. I just want you to know if things get tough with the media or other people, I've got your back, okay? No matter what they try to pull. Olivia looks up at me, her warm brown eyes searching mine, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Is something wrong, Leo? You're not usually this serious this early in the morning. I hesitate, not wanting to worry her with the chaos I know is brewing. Nothing we can't handle together, I promise. Just know that I won't let anyone mess with you. Not the press, not my ex, not anyone. She nods, a small crease forming between her brows, her lips pursing slightly. Okay. Thanks, Leo. I appreciate that. But you know I can hold my own too, right? I can't help but smile at her strength. I lean in, pressing a kiss to her forehead, inhaling the sweet scent of her shampoo. I know you can, Liv. That's one of the things I like about you. As I pull back, the acrid scent of burning eggs hits my nose, making me wrinkle it. Liv, I think breakfast might be done. Olivia yelps, turning back to the stove. She curses under her breath. It was on high heat. My God, I've never done this before. She fans the steam off the eggs after turning off the stove. When she reveals the bottom of the eggs, they're all burnt. Damn, you distracted me. I can't help but laugh, the tension from earlier dissipating. Sorry, I tend to do that to people. How about we order in?
Chapter 17. Olivia. I wake up to the sun streaming through the penthouse windows, my mind already buzzing with the day ahead. The sheets still smell like Leo, and I can't help but smile. But there's no time to linger. I've got a menu tasting with potential investors, and I need to bring my A game. In the kitchen, I whip up my go-to power breakfast, a spinach and feta omelet with a side of avocado toast. As I cook, I run through my recipe ideas in my head. All right, Liv, I mutter to myself, flipping the omelet. Fusion tapas. Think, got it. Kimchi quesadillas with the cilantro crema. Yeah, that sounds delicious. They'll be begging for more after trying that. I jot it down on my phone, nearly dropping an egg in the process. That's when I notice a note on the counter, Leo's neat handwriting catching my eye. Dinner soon? You bet your bottom, Mr. Billionaire. I chuckle, tucking the note into my pocket. As I sit down to eat, my phone buzzes. It's Sophia. I swipe to answer, balancing my plate on my lap. Girl, have you seen the headlines? She squeals as soon as I pick up, her voice practically vibrating with excitement. Kinda busy here, Soph. What headlines? I mumble through a mouthful of omelet. Sophia's enthusiasm is infectious, but I'm not fully awake yet. You and Leo, you're everywhere. Tech mogul's culinary queen, that's you, babe. She's practically singing now. I nearly choke on my toast, coughing and sputtering. What? No way. I grab my water, gulping it down to clear my throat. Yes way. Oh, and there's pictures from your date a couple nights ago. You two look hot together. Sophia's gushing now, and I can practically see her bouncing on the other end of the line. My stomach does a little flip, and it's not from the food. A warmth creeps up my neck as I remember that night. The way Leo looked at me, his hand on the small of my back. I shake my head, trying to dispel the memory. It's just for show, remember? I say, more to myself than to Sophia. Uh-huh, Sophia says, her tone dripping with disbelief. Keep telling yourself that. Anyway, knock 'em dead at that tasting today. I hang up, my mind reeling. I'm Leo's culinary queen. The press is watching us that closely. I take a deep breath, trying to refocus on the day ahead. As I get dressed, I catch sight of myself in the mirror. There's a hickey on my neck that definitely wasn't there yesterday. Damn it. I mutter, rummaging for a scarf. So much for just for show. I head out, my mind a whirlwind of menu ideas, investor pitches, and thoughts of Leo. It's going to be one hell of a day. The elevator down to the parking garage is uneventful, and I'm still brainstorming recipe ideas as I put the keys in the ignition and make my way out. My mind's a whirlwind of flavors and textures, barely registering the concrete pillars and parked cars as I navigate through the dim space. I'm working on autopilot, more consumed by thoughts of food than of what's going on in front of me. A fusion of mango and habanero dances on my mental taste buds as I merge onto the street. But as I begin the usual drive to work, something catches my attention, particularly a black sedan that has been on my same route for the past 4 lights. Strange. I try to shake it off, focusing instead on whether cilantro would complement or clash with my imaginary mango habanero creation. Even as I make an odd right turn, diverting off my main course, the sedan still follows me. At first, I want to convince myself that it's just a coincidence. Maybe they're headed to the same area. But as I watch the car mimic my every move, I'm not so sure anymore. A chill runs down my spine, and suddenly, my culinary musings evaporate like steam from a hot pan. I grip the steering wheel tighter as I glance in the rearview mirror for the umpteenth time. The sleek black sedan is still there, hovering just a car length behind me, its tinted windows revealing nothing about the driver. My heart pounds against my ribcage, each beat a reminder that something's not right. I try to take a deep breath, but it catches in my throat. What the hell is going on? Is this some kind of sick joke? Or am I being paranoid? Either way, I need to figure out what to do, and fast. Get a grip, Liv, I mutter to myself, trying to shake off the paranoia. You're not in some spy movie. But as I slow for a red light, the car inches closer. Close enough that I can make out the tinted windows and the gleaming chrome grille. My breath catches in my throat. I fumble for my phone, considering calling Leo. But what would I say? Hey, honey, I think I'm being followed by a mysterious car. He'd probably laugh it off. Tell me I'm watching too many thrillers. The light turns green and I accelerate a bit faster than necessary, hoping to put some distance between us. But the car matches my speed effortlessly. Okay, this is getting ridiculous, I say aloud, my voice shaky even to my own ears. I turn onto a less crowded side street, praying the car will go straight, but no such luck. It follows smooth as a shadow. My palms are sweating now, slipping on the wheel. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Think, Olivia. What would Sophia do? The answer comes to me in a flash. Sophia would document everything. At the next red light, I grab my phone and snap a quick picture of the car in my mirror. As soon as I do, the car behind me revs its engine, the sound cutting through the quiet street like a knife. Damn it, I whisper, my finger hovering over Leo's number. But before I can hit dial, the light changes, and I'm forced to focus on driving again. I take a sharp right, then another, my heart in my throat as I try to lose my tail. But with each turn, the dread in my stomach grows heavier. This is no coincidence. Someone is following me. The black sedan suddenly lurches forward, its engine roaring like an angry beast. My heart leaps into my throat as I realize what's happening. Holy crap! I scream, yanking the wheel hard to the right. The car swerves violently, tires screeching against the asphalt. But I'm not quick enough. The sedan slams into my rear bumper with a sickening crunch of metal on metal. The impact sends my car spinning, the world outside becoming a dizzying blur of color and motion. No, no, no! I cry out, desperately trying to regain control. My hands grip the wheel so tight that my knuckles hurt, but it's useless. The car skids across the road, careening towards the sidewalk. Time seems to slow down as I see the tree looming ahead. In that split second, 1,000 thoughts race through my mind. Leo's face flashes before my eyes, then Sophia's, then my parents. Will I ever see them again? The collision is deafening. Glass explodes around me in a shower of deadly shards. The airbag deploys with a forceful whoosh, slamming into my face and chest. Pain erupts everywhere at once, stealing my breath away. For a moment, everything goes dark. When I come to, the world is tilted on its axis. The acrid smell of smoke and burnt rubber fills my nostrils. My head throbs, and there's a warm trickle of something running down my forehead. Damn, I groan, trying to orient myself. The car's crumpled against the tree, steam hissing from the mangled hood. Through the shattered windshield, I can see people on the sidewalk, their faces masks of shock and concern. My body screams in protest as I move, but adrenaline pushes me forward. I need to call for help. I need Leo. Gotta get out, I mumble, my voice sounding distant and unfamiliar. I fumble with the seatbelt, my fingers clumsy and uncooperative. After what feels like an eternity, I hear the click of the release. The belt retracts, and I slump forward, barely catching myself on the steering wheel. Okay, Liv, one step at a time. I coach myself, pushing against the door. It groans in protest, but finally gives way, swinging open with a screech of bent metal. I half fall, half crawl out of the wreckage, my legs shaky beneath me. The pavement feels unsteady, like I'm on a boat in choppy waters. I grip the mangled frame of my car, using it to pull myself upright. Hey, are you all right? A voice calls out, sounding muffled and far away. I try to respond, but my mouth feels full of cotton. I manage a weak nod, immediately regretting the motion as pain lances through my skull. Sirens pierce the air, growing louder with each passing second. The sound mingles with the voices of onlookers, creating a confusing mess that makes my head spin even more. Leo, I whisper, patting my pockets for my phone. It's gone, probably still in the car. I take a step forward, intending to retrieve it, but my legs buckle beneath me. The world tilts sideways, and I feel myself falling. Whoa there. Someone catches me, their grip firm but gentle. Easy now. Help's on the way. I try to focus on the face in front of me, but it's just a blur of colors and shapes. The edges of my vision start to darken, and I feel myself slipping away. Leo, I murmur again, before the darkness claims me and I collapse against the wreckage.
Chapter 18. Leo. The boardroom buzzes with chatter as I present our latest quarterly projections. My phone vibrates in my pocket, but I ignore it. Probably another reporter fishing for a quote about my relationship with Olivia. As you can see, gentlemen, our latest workflow changes have increased productivity by... My phone buzzes again. And again. Irritation flares as I pull it out to silence it. "Excuse me," I mutter, glancing at the screen. My blood runs cold. 3 missed calls from an unknown number. 1 voicemail. "Mr. Blackwood?" A board member's voice cuts through the fog. "Is everything all right?" I hold up a hand, pressing play on the voicemail. A woman's clipped tones fill my ear. "Mr. Blackwood, this is Nurse Chen from Mount Sinai. We have Olivia Howard here. She's been in a car accident and..." The rest of the message fades into white noise. My heart pounds against my ribs, a caged animal trying to break free. "Leo?" James's voice snaps me back to reality. "What's wrong?" I'm already on my feet, shoving my phone in my pocket. "Meeting's over. Olivia's been in an accident." Gasps and murmurs ripple through the room, but I'm already halfway to the door. "Cancel everything," I bark at my assistant as I stride past her desk. "And get the car ready now." The elevator takes an eternity. I jab the button repeatedly, as if that'll make it move faster. My mind races with possibilities, each one worse than the last. Was she hit by a drunk driver? Did she fall asleep at the wheel? Or was this Veronica's doing? The thought makes my blood boil. If she had anything to do with this... The elevator dings and I'm out before the doors fully open. My driver's waiting, engine running. "Mount Sinai," I growl as I slide into the back seat. "And step on it." As we weave through traffic, I dial the hospital. My fingers drum an impatient rhythm on my thigh. "Mount Sinai, how may I direct your call?" "This is Leo Blackwood. I'm calling about Olivia Howard. She was brought in after a car accident." "1 moment, please." I grip my teeth, resisting the urge to snap at the receptionist. It's not her fault, but every second feels like an eternity. "Mr. Blackwood?" A new voice comes on the line. "This is Dr. Patel. I'm treating Miss Howard." "How is she?" The words come out more desperate than I intended. "She's stable, but..." "I'll be there in 10 minutes. I cut him off. "Don't do anything until I arrive." I hang up before he can respond. The city blurs past outside the window, but all I can see is Olivia's face, her smile, the way her eyes light up when she talks about food. I can't lose her. Not now. Not when I'm just starting to realize how much she means to me. "Faster," I tell the driver, even though I know he's already pushing the speed limit. Olivia needs me, and I'll be damned if I let her down. Once we make it in front of the hospital, I waste no time getting out of the car and racing to the emergency room. I burst through the doors, my heart pounding in my chest. The antiseptic smell hits me, and I scan the room frantically. "Olivia Howard," I bark at the nurse behind the desk. "Where is she?" The nurse blinks, taken aback by my intensity. "Sir, I'll need you to." "I'm Leo Blackwood, her fiancé." The lie rolls off my tongue easily now. "Where is she? You need to tell me where you're keeping her because I'm not leaving otherwise." She taps at her computer, then nods. "Room 305. But sir, visiting hours..." I'm already striding down the hallway, ignoring her protests. My shoes echo on the linoleum floor as I search for the right room number. When I find it, I pause at the door, steeling myself. Then I push it open. The sight of Olivia knocks the wind out of me. She looks so small in that hospital bed, hooked up to machines that beep steadily. Cuts and bruises mar her beautiful face, with a long gash stitched up along her hairline. "Leo?" Her voice is weak, barely above a whisper, but her eyes light up when she sees me. Damn, she looks so fragile. I'm at her side in an instant, pulling up a chair and settling in close. "Hey, Chef," I say, trying to keep my voice light despite the worry gnawing at my gut. "Looks like you had a little fender bender. Trying to get out of our dinner plans?" She attempts a smile, but it turns into a wince that makes my heart clench. "You should see the other guy. I totally kicked his butt." "Olivia." I take her hand in mine, careful of the IV snaking into her skin. Her fingers feel so small, so delicate in my grasp. What happened? Who do I need to destroy? She swallows hard, and I can see the struggle in her eyes. I'm not sure. One minute I was driving to work, thinking about the recipes I'm going to make later at the restaurant, and the next... Her voice trails off, and I see fear flicker in her eyes. It makes me want to punch something. It's okay, I say quickly, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. You don't have to talk about it now. We've got time, and I'm not going anywhere. She nods, squeezing my hand back with surprising strength. I'm glad you're here, Leo. I didn't want to be alone. Something tightens in my chest. I lean in, brushing a stray curl from her forehead. Where else would I be? For a moment, we just look at each other, her warm brown eyes meeting mine. The silence stretches between us, filled with unspoken words and emotions I'm not quite ready to face. Then she clears her throat, breaking the spell. You didn't have to come, she says softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I know you're busy with work and everything else you've got going on. Stop, I say firmly, cutting her off before she can finish that thought. My hand tightens around hers instinctively. You're more important than any meeting or deal or whatever the hell else is on my calendar. Her eyes widen slightly, surprise flickering across her face, and I realize how that must sound. But I don't take it back. I can't. Because it's true even if I'm not ready to examine why just yet. So, I say, trying to lighten the mood and steer us away from dangerous territory. I quirk an eyebrow at her, aiming for casual. Think they'll let you critique the hospital food? Maybe give them a few pointers on how to jazz up that mystery meat. She laughs, a real laugh that lights up her whole face, then winces again as the movement jars her injuries. God, I hope not, she says, her lips curving into a wry smile. I've seen what passes for Jell-O around here. Pretty sure it's a crime against culinary arts. I chuckle, relief washing over me like a cool wave. If she can joke about hospital food, she'll be okay. We'll be okay. Whatever the hell is going on between us, whatever this thing is that's growing and shifting, we'll figure it out. For now, I'm just damn glad to see her smile. But still, there's a nagging thought in the back of my mind. One that festers like sewage, unable to leave me alone until I talk about it openly. I lean in closer to Olivia, my voice dropped down to a whisper. Liv, I need you to be honest with me. Do you think Veronica could be behind this? Olivia's eyes widen, fear flickering across her face. I don't know. It's just a feeling, but... She swallows hard. The car came out of nowhere, Leo. It felt... deliberate. Anger surges through me, hot and fierce. I clench my fists, willing myself to stay calm for Olivia's sake. If she had anything to do with this, I swear to God... Leo, please! Olivia interrupts, her hand reaching for mine. I don't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe it was just an accident. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to relax. You're right. We don't know anything for sure yet. I squeeze her hand gently. But I promise you, we're going to figure this out together. No matter what, I'll keep you safe. She nods, a small smile tugging at her lips. We're quite a team, aren't we? Damn right we are. I grin, then grow serious again. Which is why I have a proposition for you. Olivia raises an eyebrow. Another one? I thought we were already engaged. I chuckle. How do you feel about making it official, like, right now? Her jaw drops. What, you mean get married? Here? Not here exactly, I clarify. But soon. Quietly. It would give you more legal protection if... I trail off, not wanting to voice my suspicions about Veronica. Olivia is silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Leo, are you sure about this? I lean in, cupping her face gently. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. I know this started as an arrangement, but Liv, you're the best thing that's happened to me in a long time. I want to protect you in every way I can. I'm not letting Veronica mess with you if it was actually her behind this mess. Tears well up in her eyes. Yes, she whispers. Let's do it. Relief washes over me. I press my forehead against her hand before bringing her knuckles to my lips. There are cuts along her hands too, so I'm gentle in placing my lips against her skin. We're in this together, Chef. You and me against the world. Olivia laughs softly. As long as you don't expect me to cook in this hospital gown. Deal. I grin, sealing our agreement with another gentle kiss.
Chapter 19. Olivia. I step out of the car, my eyes widening at the sight before me. Leo's hand rests on the small of my back, guiding me forward. What is this place? I breathe, taking in the lush greenery and vibrant flowers surrounding us. Our wedding venue, Leo says. I wanted somewhere private, just for us. My heart swells with conflicting emotions. The garden estate is breathtaking, a secluded paradise away from prying eyes and paparazzi lenses. But as I gaze at the blooming roses and wisteria-draped pergolas, a pang of sadness hits me. It's beautiful, I murmur, forcing a smile. Leo turns to face me, his brow furrowing. What's wrong? I bite my lip, struggling to put my feelings into words. I guess I always imagined my wedding day differently. With family, friends, a big celebration. This is perfect, but it's not what you dreamed of. Leo finishes, understanding dawning in his eyes. I nod, feeling guilty for my mixed emotions. I'm sorry. I know this is necessary, given everything that's happened. I'm grateful. Truly, it's just bittersweet. Leo cups my face in his hands, his touch gentle yet firm. Hey, look at me. This isn't the end, okay? We'll have the big celebration someday, I promise. For now, this is about us, you and me. We have to cement this as quick as possible. His words soothe some of the ache in my chest. I lean into his touch, drawing strength from his presence. My injuries from the car accident have healed beautifully thanks to Leo. He's been helping me day and night, not allowing me to lift up a finger unless it's absolutely necessary. Now, I'm back at it like nothing ever happened. And once I was cleared by my doctor, he arranged this wedding promptly. You're right, I say, managing a genuine smile this time. And it really is stunning here. Did you choose all the flowers yourself? Leo chuckles, a hint of color rising to his cheeks. I may have done some research on edible flowers. Thought the chef and you might appreciate that. I laugh, warmth spreading through me at his thoughtfulness. Oh, really? Care to test your knowledge, Mr. Blackwood? Is that a challenge, future Mrs. Blackwood? Leo's eyes sparkle with mischief. You bet it is, I retort, grabbing his hand and pulling him towards a nearby flower bed. As we banter back and forth, identifying blooms and debating their culinary uses, the weight on my heart lifts. This may not be the wedding I once imagined, but with Leo by my side, I'm ready to embrace our unconventional journey, one petal at a time. Soon enough, we're standing underneath the pergola, hand in hand, staring at each other. There's no one else around besides James, who's acting as our officiant today. He pats Leo on the back and congratulates him for going through with this. I stand before Leo, my heart racing as James begins the ceremony. The garden around us is a riot of color and fragrance, but my eyes are fixed on Leo's. His gaze is intense, unwavering, and I feel a surge of emotion as I realize this is really happening. Olivia, Leo says, from the moment I met you, I knew you were different. Your passion, your creativity, your strength, they've awakened something in me I thought was long gone. I promise to stand by you, to support your dreams, and to face whatever challenges come our way together. His words wash over me, and I feel tears pricking at my eyes. I take a deep breath, steadying myself before I speak. Leo, you came into my life unexpectedly, but now I can't imagine it without you. You've shown me what it means to be truly seen and valued. I promise to be your partner in every sense of the word. In love, in life, and in all our crazy adventures. As we exchange rings, the metal cool against my skin, I'm struck by the realness of this moment. It may have started as an arrangement, but somewhere along the way it became so much more. But will it stay like this? As much as I want this to be eternal, I understand our agreement. I know that one day it has to end. The only problem, I don't want it to. I now pronounce you husband and wife, James says, a grin spreading across his face. You may kiss the bride. Leo doesn't hesitate. He pulls me close, his lips meeting mine in a kiss that's both tender and passionate. When we break apart, I can't help but laugh. What's so funny? Leo asks, his eyebrow quirked. Nothing, I say, shaking my head. I just never thought I'd be having a secret garden wedding with a tech billionaire. Leo chuckles, his arm still around my waist. Life's full of surprises, Mrs. Blackwood. As we pose for photos, I can't stop smiling. The photographer, a discreet professional Leo trusts, captures us against the backdrop of blooming flowers and dappled sunlight. These are beautiful, I murmur, glancing at the digital preview. I wish we could share them with the world. Leo squeezes my hand. We will one day. For now, they're just for us. I nod, understanding the necessity of secrecy. But as I look at Leo, handsome in his tailored suit, I can't help but feel a twinge of regret that we can't shout about our marriage from the rooftops. The press would go crazy. Veronica would be tearing her hair out in frustration. God, to be a fly on the wall for when she hears this news. As we bask in the afterglow of our intimate ceremony, Leo leans in close, his breath warm against my ear. I've got a little surprise for you, Mrs. Blackwood. My heart skips a beat at the new title. Oh? Do tell, Mr. Blackwood. He pulls out his phone, swiping through a few images before showing me the screen. I'm thinking of leaking a couple of these to the press, just enough to stir the pot. It'll get people talking all throughout the weekend. I gasp, a bit of nervousness bubbling up inside me. Are you sure? Won't that cause a frenzy? Leo's eyes gleam with mischief. That's exactly what I'm counting on. Let them speculate. Let them talk. It'll drive Veronica crazy. I can't help but laugh, even as my pulse quickens at the thought of our relationship becoming public knowledge. You're playing with fire. You know that? Maybe. He shrugs, wrapping an arm around my waist. The warmth of his touch sends a delicious tingle through my body. But I've got the best firefighter by my side. We move to a secluded corner of the garden, the scent of blooming roses and jasmine filling the air. We settle onto a plush love seat, the cushions enveloping us in comfort. Leo pops open a bottle of champagne with practiced ease, the cork flying off with a satisfying pop that echoes in the quiet night. To us, he says, his voice low as he hands me a flute of bubbling gold liquid. The crystal glass feels cool against my fingers. And our arrangement. To us, I echo, clinking my glass against his. The sound resonates between us, a promise of sorts. As we sip, I feel the tension of the day melting away like ice in the summer sun. Leo's thumb traces lazy circles on my hand, sending shivers up my arm and straight to my core. I can't help but lean into him, savoring his closeness. God, why can't this be real? Why can't we actually be man and wife, officially and for eternity? So, Chef Blackwood, he says, a playful glint in his eye that makes my heart skip a beat. His voice drops an octave, becoming husky. What's next on your menu? I lean back, considering. Well, there's still flavor fusion. I've been toying with some new fusion concepts. How do you feel if classic Japanese cuisine meets soul food? Leo's eyebrows shoot up. Sounds intriguing and delicious. It will be, I assure him, my mind already racing with possibilities. What about you? Any big tech breakthroughs on the horizon? He nods, his expression turning thoughtful. Actually, I've been working on something, a new app that could revolutionize home cooking. I was thinking, maybe we could collaborate on it? My heart swells at the idea, a fluttery excitement bubbling up inside me. Really? You'd want my input? I ask, unable to keep the delight from my voice. Are you kidding? Who better to consult than a brilliant chef like you? Leo grins, pulling me closer. His warmth envelops me, and I can't help but lean into him. We make a pretty good team, you and I. We fooled the whole world into believing that we fell madly in love with each other. And now, all we have to do is reap the rewards. You'll get your restaurant. I'll get the reputation boost of a lifetime. And Veronica can go kick rocks for all I care. Swallowing hard, I manage to nod. Yeah, I say. But my voice sounds hollow, even to my own ears. The champagne suddenly tastes sour on my tongue. Have we really fooled the whole world? Or have I only managed to fool myself into thinking I don't actually have deep, passionate feelings for Leo Blackwood? I don't know, and I can't bear to dwell on it. I reach for my glass, taking another long sip of champagne, hoping the bubbles will drown out the confusing thoughts swirling in my head. I snuggle into his side, feeling a warmth that has nothing to do with the champagne. It's a comfort I'm becoming dangerously accustomed to. We fit each other well, Leo Blackwood, I murmur, closing my eyes and savoring the moment, pretending, just for a little while longer, that this is all real.
Chapter 20. Leo. I stride into my office, a grin tugging at my lips. The congratulatory messages flood my inbox, each one a testament to the success of our little ruse. Damn, it feels good to be back on top. The familiar rush of victory courses through my veins, reminding me why I love this industry so much. Mr. Blackwood, your 9 a.m. is here. My assistant's voice crackles through the intercom, interrupting my moment of self-satisfaction. Send them in, I reply, settling into my chair with a confident swagger. I straighten my tie, ready to face whatever the day might throw at me. The door flies open with a bang, and in storms Veronica, her eyes wild and her perfectly coiffed hair slightly askew. She looks like she's ready to breathe fire. You jerk! She spits out, her voice dripping with venom. I can't help but smirk, enjoying her obvious distress. This is going to be one hell of a morning. I lean back in my leather chair, completely unfazed by Veronica's dramatic entrance. A smirk plays at the corner of my lips as I meet her fiery gaze. Good morning to you too, Veronica. To what do I owe this pleasure? I must say your timing is impeccable. I was just about to enjoy my coffee. She slams her perfectly manicured hands on my desk with enough force to rattle my Newton's cradle, leaning in so close I can smell her expensive perfume. Cut the crap, Leo. I know this marriage is a sham. Did you really think you could pull one over on me? I raise an eyebrow, my voice as cool and controlled as liquid nitrogen. That's quite an accusation, Veronica. Care to elaborate? Or did you just come here to hurl baseless claims at me? Oh, please, she scoffs, rolling her eyes dramatically. You expect me to believe you fell madly in love with some nobody chef? This reeks of a PR stunt. It's so obvious, it's almost insulting. What's next, Leo? Are you going to tell me you've taken up baking as a hobby? I stand, matching her intensity, my fists clenching at my sides. Watch your goddamn mouth, Veronica. Olivia is my wife, and I won't have you disrespecting her like that. You don't know a damn thing about our relationship. Veronica laughs, a harsh, bitter sound that grates on my nerves. Wife? Are you kidding me, Leo? You've known her for what? A few months? Weeks, maybe? This is low, even for you. I never thought you'd stoop to something this pathetic. Unlike some people, I retort, my jaw clenching so hard I can feel a muscle twitch. I don't need years to recognize a good thing when I see it. Some of us actually know how to appreciate what's right in front of us. She narrows her eyes, her lips curling into a sneer. Oh, please, I'll expose this farce for what it is, you dumb bastard. You really think you can fool everyone with a few staged photos and a quickie wedding? I'm not buying it, and neither will anyone else once I'm done. I step around the desk, towering over her, my voice dropping to a dangerous tone. You're grasping at straws, Veronica. Face it. You're just pissed that I've moved on, that I found someone who actually gives a damn about me, not just my bank account. Now get the hell out of my office before I have security throw you out. Moved on? She spits the words. You're using that poor girl to salvage your reputation. It's pathetic. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to remain calm despite the fury bubbling beneath the surface. Veronica, you're making baseless accusations. My relationship with Olivia is genuine, and quite frankly, none of your damn business. She sneers, her perfectly manicured nails digging into my desk. Oh, please. You expect me to believe you've suddenly become a romantic. The Leo I know would never... The Leo you knew is gone, I interrupt, doing my best to hold back the things I want to say to her. People change, Veronica. Maybe it's time you did too. Her laugh is sharp, cutting. Change? You? Don't make me laugh. This is all about salvaging your precious company's image, isn't it? I lean in, matching her intensity. You're projecting, darling. Not everyone's as calculating as you. Screw you, Leo, she spits, her composure cracking. I'll expose this sham for what it is. You'll what? I challenge, feeling my patience wear thin. Throw another tantrum? Spread more rumors? Go ahead, see where that gets you. Veronica's eyes narrow dangerously. You think you're so clever, don't you? Playing house with your little chef. It won't last, Leo. She'll see right through you just like I did. That's it. I've had enough. I reach for my phone, my fingers hovering over the security button. I'm giving you one last chance to leave peacefully, Veronica. Don't make this uglier than it needs to be. She laughs, a hysterical edge to her voice. Or what? You'll have me thrown out? Go ahead, it'll look great in the papers. Tech mogul assaults ex-wife. I'm sure your new bride will love that. My jaw clenches. Don't you dare bring Olivia into this. She's off limits, you hear me? Oh, struck a nerve, have I? Veronica taunts, her eyes glinting with malice. What's the matter, Leo? Afraid I'll scare off your little trophy wife? That does it. I press the security button, my voice dangerously low. You're done here. Security will escort you out. And if you ever come near Olivia or me again, I'll make sure you regret it. It doesn't take long for two burly guys in suits and sunglasses to come into my office. My ex-wife scoffs, throwing up the middle finger at the both of them, her face contorted with rage. Screw you too, she spits out, her voice dripping with contempt. You'd lay down your lives for this pathetic excuse of a human being, huh? As if you're both a pair of rabid dogs? I clench my fists, biting back the urge to respond. She's not worth it, I remind myself. The security guards don't respond. They don't even react with facial expressions. These guys are pros, I think to myself, almost impressed by their stoicism in the face of Veronica's vitriol. They simply walk forward and grab Veronica by the arms, their movements efficient and practiced. As they start dragging her out of the room, she kicks and thrashes like a wild animal, her designer heels scraping against the polished floor. A string of obscenities pours from her mouth, each one more colorful than the last. I watch, disgust churning in my gut. I can't hide my grimace. Screw you, Leo! Veronica shrieks, her voice echoing down the hallway. This isn't over! I exhale slowly, rubbing my temples as her final threat hangs in the air. No, I think to myself, it probably isn't. But I'll be damned if I let her win this time. The door slams shut, cutting off her final threats. I exhale slowly, the tightness in my shoulders easing. Damn, that woman knows how to push my buttons. I grab my phone, my fingers flying over the screen as I fire off a quick text to James. Veronica just made a scene. Might need damage control. Damn it, she's relentless. His reply comes mere seconds later, as if he's been waiting for this very moment. On it, boss. Don't worry, we've got this. I'll start making calls. Want me to beef up security? I consider it for a moment, then type back, Yeah, might not be a bad idea. Thanks, man, I owe you one. James's response is swift and reassuring. That's what I'm here for. Try to relax, Leo. We'll handle this. I exhale slowly. At least I've got James in my corner. That crafty bastard's pulled me out of worse situations than this. Still, I can't shake the feeling that Veronica's just getting started. After the brief text conversation with James, I dial Olivia's number. She picks up on the second ring. Hey, Olivia, I say, my voice softening as I hear her familiar tone. The tension in my shoulders eases just a bit. You okay? I'm fine, she replies, but there's a hint of worry in her tone that doesn't escape me. What's wrong? You sound irritated. I run a hand through my hair, frustration coursing through me. Veronica paid me a visit. It wasn't pretty. A whole nightmare, to be honest. Oh, Leo, Olivia sighs, and I can picture her brow furrowing with concern. What happened? Did she say something? The usual crap, I grunt, pacing the room. Accusations, threats, acting like she's still got a say in my life. Nothing we can't handle, though. Are you sure? Maybe we should talk to someone, or... No, I cut her off, my voice firm and leaving no room for argument. This is our life, Liv, our business. I won't let her ruin it or get between us. We've come too far for that. There's a pause. Then Olivia's voice comes through, soft but determined. Okay, we won't let someone like that ruin what we have going on. Am I right or am I right? Damn straight, I affirm, feeling a surge of protectiveness. I've got your back, always. As I hang up, I can't shake the nagging feeling that Veronica's not done yet. But damn if I'll let her get to us. I found something real with Olivia, something worth fighting for. I pull up my email, fingers flying over the keyboard as I draft a message to my legal team. It's time to go on the offensive. Veronica wants to play dirty? Fine. I'll bury her so deep in lawsuits she won't know which way is up.
Chapter 21. Olivia. I slide into the cozy booth at Cafe Aroma, the rich scent of coffee and freshly baked pastries enveloping me. Sophia's already there, her dark curls bouncing as she waves enthusiastically. My heart swells with excitement as I plop down across from her. Girl, you look like you're about to burst, Sophia says, sliding a steaming latte towards me. Spill it. I can't contain my grin. Okay, so you know how we've been dreaming about flavor fusion forever? Well, it's happening. For real this time. Sophia's eyes widen. No way! Oh my God, I can't believe it. She clasps her hands together. Leo Blackwood is the best thing that could have ever happened to you, I swear. So what's the plan? I pull out my tablet, fingers flying across the screen as I pull up my ideas. Picture this. Sleek, modern decor with pops of vibrant color An open kitchen concept where diners can watch the magic happen. Sophia nods approvingly. I'm loving it already. What about the menu? That's where it gets really exciting, I say, my voice picking up speed. I'm thinking a fusion of global flavors with a tech twist. Like, imagine a deconstructed sushi roll, but we use a molecular gastronomy technique to create caviar-like spheres of soy sauce. Ooh, fancy, Sophia teases. But seriously, that sounds amazing. What else? I flip through more sketches on my tablet. How about this? Tacos, but with a Korean barbecue filling and a kimchi slaw. And for dessert, a mango lassi panna cotta with cardamom-spiced crumble. Sophia's practically salivating. Damn, Liv. You're going to have people lining up around the block. That's the plan. I laugh. But I want your input too. You know I value your culinary expertise. Sophia taps her chin thoughtfully. What if we did a fusion take on elotes? Like grilled corn with a miso butter and furikake sprinkle instead of the traditional Mexican toppings. I gasp. You're making me hungry, and I already ate, funnily enough. I type in some notes on my tablet, taking a deep sigh as I jot down the last of it. Sophia, I really can't believe this is happening to me. Leo, he's provided the capital for flavor fusion. $2 million. And he said that I can have more money if I need it or want it. We're actually doing this. Sophia's jaw drops. Liv! That's incredible. She reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. I always knew you'd make it happen, but damn, girl. You've got a billionaire backing you now. I can't help but laugh. I know, right? It's surreal, but it feels so empowering, you know? Like, I finally have the means to bring my vision to life. And what a vision it is, Sophia says, her eyes sparkling. You're gonna knock their socks off, I just know it. As we continue chatting about the restaurant plans, my mind wanders to Leo. Our marriage was supposed to be temporary, a business arrangement. But lately, I've been catching myself daydreaming about a future with him. One where it's the two of us, living our lives together without worrying about the media or about Veronica digging up dirt on us. Sometimes when I'm really in the thick of it, I start thinking of babies, kids between Leo and I. God, that man really has me wrapped around his finger. Olivia Howard, Sophia says, waving her hand in front of my face. Where'd you go just now? I blink, refocusing on her. Sorry, I was just thinking about Leo. Sophia's eyes narrow as she studies my face. Okay, spill it. What's really going on in that head of yours? I want all the details. Don't hold back. I sigh, fiddling with my coffee cup. It's just, I don't know. This whole thing with Leo was supposed to be temporary, right? But now, I'm not so sure I want it to end. And that's a bad thing because, Sophia prompts, raising an eyebrow. Because I start, then pause, struggling to find the words. What if it does end? Then I'm back to being single Olivia again. No more fancy penthouse, no more security. Just me, trying to make it on my own. This was never supposed to be a big deal between us anyway. It was a business arrangement. He got what he needed from me, and I got what I needed from him. That's all. Sophia leans forward, her voice gentle. Liv, honey, are you scared of admitting you might actually have feelings for the guy? I groan, burying my face in my hands. God, I don't know. It's all so confusing. I mean, I like him. He's a great guy. And he's so protective over me, you wouldn't even believe it. When I was in that car accident, he rushed to the hospital and stood by me every step of the way. Resting my chin on my hand, I sigh and remember the way he would look at me, the gentle way he would kiss. how he promised to find the person who did this to me and destroy everything they held dear. When Leo gets angry, he's intense. He's ferocious when it comes to protecting his own. And I've become someone he cares about, someone he would fight for. Look at me, Sophia says, pulling my hands away from my face. You're one of the strongest, most independent women I know. Being single isn't a death sentence, but if you're developing real feelings for Leo, that's not something to run from either. But what if it's not real? What if he just forgets about me when this all ends? When I'm no longer useful to him in any way? I whisper, voicing my deepest fear. What if I'm just feeling the excitement of all this? The money, the luxury, the security. Sophia shakes her head. Olivia Howard, I've known you for years. You're not the type to be dazzled by shiny things. If you're feeling something, it's real. I take a deep breath, considering her words. So what do I do? You take some time, Sophia says firmly. Really think about what you want, not what you think you should want, or what anyone else wants for you. What does Olivia want? I nod slowly, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. You're right. I need to figure this out for myself. That's my girl. Sophia grins, reaching across the table to squeeze my hand. And whatever you decide, I've got your back. Single Olivia, Mrs. Blackwood, or anywhere in between. I laugh, feeling lighter than I have in weeks. Thanks, Saf. I don't know what I'd do without you. Probably make terrible life decisions, she quips, winking at me. Now, enough heavy talk. Tell me more about this mango lassi panna cotta. I need details, woman. As we dive back into restaurant plans, I make a mental note to carve out some time for serious reflection. It's time to face my feelings head on, wherever they might lead me. But in the meantime, I want to cherish this time with my best friend. I hadn't seen her face to face since before the car accident, and Lord knows how much I missed this girl with her pretty brown eyes and caramel skin. I lean back in my seat, feeling the creative energy buzzing between Sophia and me. All right. So we've talked a lot about main dishes already. Let's talk desserts. What if we did a molecular gastronomy thing with ice cream? Sophia's eyes light up. Oh, I'm listening. What have you got? Picture this, I say, gesturing with my hands. Liquid nitrogen ice cream, made tableside. But here's the twist. We infuse it with unexpected flavors, like lavender and black pepper or basil and lime. Damn, girl, Sophia laughs. You're going to give people brain freeze and flavor overload at the same time. I love it. I grin, warming to the topic. And get this. We could do a play on a cheese plate, but make it sweet, like a goat cheese ice cream with a balsamic reduction and fresh figs. Sophia snaps her fingers. Oh, what about a deconstructed tiramisu? Coffee-soaked ladyfingers, but we turn the mascarpone into a foam and the cocoa into a powder that snows onto the plate. Yes, I exclaim, typing this down furiously in my tablet. And we could do a twist on churros. But instead of the traditional cinnamon sugar, we could do a matcha green tea coating with a white chocolate dipping sauce. Sophia leans forward, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Okay, but hear me out. What if we did a dessert that looks like sushi? My God, I whisper, smiling wide as I shake my head. What the hell are we doing? Are we going to make people go wild with these? Or get booed into oblivion? Oh, who cares if I get booed? I have a creative mind, and I'm going to share that with the world. Now, back to my sushi dessert. You know how much I love sushi. So they could be a few rolls of ice cream or whatever. It won't be much, but you can pop it into your mouth, and it can melt on your tongue and leave you thoroughly satisfied with your meal. I nod, pressing my lips together. I hear you. Small, but packs a punch. Exactly. Now we just have to find the right ingredients to match your vision. Sophia snaps her fingers. And that's the hard part. I'll let you do the thinking on that one, Chef Howard. Oh, I mean, Chef Blackwood. Chef Blackwood. That'll be the name now, etched into my chef's coat. It'll be the name people refer to me as moving forward, until our arrangement is complete. I swallow hard, trying not to think about that. There's no reason to bum myself out when I'm having such a good time with Sophia. Those tears are for the pillow.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 22. Leo. I adjust my tie, taking a deep breath as I prepare to face the press. The Neurotech building hums with energy, but my mind's on Olivia. Damn, I wish she was here. Her presence has begun to steady me, reminding me that I have no reason to lash out on people despite their stupid questions. All she has to do is send me a knowing look, and I'm backing down. You've got this, Leo, James says, clapping me on the back. Remember, stick to the script. I nod, squaring my shoulders. Let's do this. The conference room buzzes with anticipation as I stride in. Cameras flash, and I plaster on my most convincing smile. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to discuss Neurotech's recent successes and our vision for the future. I launch into my prepared statement, highlighting our innovative projects and record-breaking profits. The room seems receptive, nodding along. But as I open the floor for questions, I can feel the shift in energy. A reporter in the front row raises her hand. Mr. Blackwood, there have been rumors circulating about the nature of your marriage to Olivia Howard. Can you address these allegations? My jaw clenches. Veronica. I knew she'd try something like this. I'm not sure what rumors you're referring to, I say coolly. My relationship with Olivia is genuine and private. Another journalist chimes in. Sources close to your ex-wife claim your marriage is a publicity stunt. How do you respond to that? The room falls silent, all eyes on me. I lean forward, staring down at these reporters. Let me make something clear. My marriage to Olivia is real. Anyone suggesting otherwise is either misinformed or has their own agenda. I won't stand for baseless accusations or attempts to undermine our relationship. But Mr. Blackwood, a voice calls out. The timing seems convenient, given Neurotech's recent struggles and your divorce. I cut him off, my patience wearing thin. The only thing convenient here is how easily some of you buy into gossip instead of focusing on facts. Neurotech's success speaks for itself. My personal life is just that. Personal. The tension in the room is palpable. I can see the hunger in their eyes, waiting for me to slip up. But I've dealt with sharks before, and I'm not about to let them smell blood in the water. Now, I say, my voice firm, does anyone have questions about Neurotech's actual business? Or should I assume you're all here for tabloid fodder? The room erupts into a confusing blend of voices, each reporter trying to outshout the other. I can feel my blood pressure rising, my jaw clenching so tight I might crack a tooth. Mr. Blackwood, is it true that your marriage was arranged by your PR team? Leo, how do you respond to claims that Olivia is using you for your money? Are you denying that this is all a publicity stunt in that case? The questions come rapid fire, each one more accusatory than the last. I grip the podium, knuckles white, fighting the urge to tell them all to go screw themselves. Enough, I growl, my voice cutting through the chaos. The room falls silent almost immediately. I've said all I'm going to say on this matter. My marriage is not up for debate or speculation. I lock eyes with James at the back of the room. He gives me a subtle nod, and I know it's time to end this. This press conference is over, I announce, stepping away from the podium. The reporters erupt again, shouting questions and demands as I stride towards the exit. Mr. Blackwood, please, just one more question. Leo, the public has a right to know. What about the stakeholders? I ignore them all, pushing through the door with James hot on my heels. As soon as we're in the hallway, I loosen my tie, feeling like I can finally breathe again. Damn, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. That was a goddamn disaster! James claps a hand on my shoulder. You held it together well, considering. But we need to get ahead of this, Leo. It's only going to get worse if we don't address it head on. I nod, my mind already racing. Call Olivia. We need to talk strategy, figure out our next move, and get me everything you can on who's been feeding these rumors to the press. I have a feeling Veronica's fingerprints are all over this. As I walk briskly towards my office, I can feel the weight of what's coming. This isn't just about my reputation anymore. It's about protecting Olivia, protecting what we've built together. And I'll be damned if I let anyone tear that apart. I storm into my office, slamming the door behind me. The press conference left a bitter taste in my mouth, and I'm itching to punch something. Instead, I loosen my tie and collapse into my chair, swiveling to face the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Damn it, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. My phone buzzes. It's Olivia. For a moment, I consider ignoring it, but her face on the screen melts away some of the irritation. I answer. Hey, I say, my voice gruff. I saw the press conference. People are starting to talk online, she says softly. Are you okay? I let out a harsh laugh. Okay? I'm furious. Those vultures... Oh no, I know. But you handled it well. You didn't let them see you sweat. Her words soothe me, but the anger still simmers beneath the surface. They had no right to question our relationship like that. Leo, she says, her voice firm. We knew this might happen. We'll get through it. I nod, even though she can't see me. Yeah, you're right. I hate that they're dragging you into this mess. I can handle it, she assures me. We're in this together, remember? Her words warm something inside me, and I find myself smiling despite everything. Yeah, we are. We talk for a few more minutes before hanging up. I feel calmer, more centered. Olivia has that effect on me. Turning back to my desk, I open my laptop to check my emails. That's when I see it. Subject line. A warning. Sender. Unknown. I narrow my eyes as I click it open. The message is short, just one line. You and her will pay for this. A chill runs down my spine. My mind races, trying to piece together who could be behind this. Veronica? One of our competitors? Some random nut job? I reach for my phone, ready to call James, when another email pops up. This one's from an address I recognize. Veronica's personal account. Thought you could outsmart me, Leo? Think again. Your little charade with the chef won't last long. I'll make sure of it. My blood boils. I should have known she wouldn't let this go without a fight. I dial James's number, my fingers gripping the phone so tight I'm surprised it doesn't crack. "James!" I bark as soon as he picks up. "We've got a problem." "Hell yeah, we have a problem. Not just in the court of public opinion, but with the board, too." "What? What are you talking about?" I huff out a breath. It was only days ago when the press was showering us with praise. Article after article talking about the beautiful union of Olivia and I. How did things go to crap so quickly? "It's worse than we thought, Leo," James says, his voice tense. "The board's getting antsy. Rumors are flying, and some of them are starting to question your judgment." I slam my fist on the desk. God damn it! How the hell did Veronica get to them so fast? "She's always been well-connected," James reminds me. "But that's not all. There's talk of an emergency board meeting to discuss your situation." "My situation?" I snarl. "You mean my marriage?" "Among other things," James says carefully. "Look, we need a plan and we need it now. This could spiral out of control fast." I take a deep breath, forcing myself to think. All right, here's what we're gonna do. First, I want a full security detail on Olivia. If Veronica's willing to play dirty, I'm not taking any chances. I'm not letting her pull another car accident stunt. "Already on it," James assures me. "Good. Next, we need to get ahead of this story. Set up an exclusive interview with a friendly journalist or something. Someone who'll let us control the narrative." "I've got a few names in mind," James says. "What about the board?" I grit my teeth. "I'll handle them. Set up an emergency meeting. It's time I remind them who's really in charge here." "Got it. Anything else?" James asks, his voice steady and ready for action. I pause, an idea forming in my mind like a thunderbolt. My jaw clenches as I consider the implications. "Yeah. Get me everything you can on Veronica's recent activities. Business deals, social events, every damn thing she's been up to. If she wants to play dirty, we'll beat her at her own game. And we'll do it better." "Consider it done," James says, his tone reflecting the gravity of the situation. "What about Olivia? Should we bring her in on this? She might have some insights we could use." I hesitate, thinking of Olivia's warm smile, her unwavering support. The image of her laughing in the kitchen, flour on her nose, flashes through my mind. I can't risk her getting hurt. "No," I decide, my voice firm. "Not yet. I don't want her caught in the crossfire. Let me handle this chaos first. She doesn't need this extra stress." As I hang up, I turn and stare out at the city again. The sprawling landscape of steel and glass stretches before me, a testament to human ambition. This time it's not mocking me. It's a reminder of everything I've built, everything I'm fighting for, my empire, my legacy, and now, unexpectedly, Olivia. "Bring it on, Veronica," I mutter, my fists clenching at my sides. A smirk plays on my lips as determination surges through me. "You have no idea who you're messing with. I'll bury you before I let you touch what's mine."
Chapter 23. Olivia. I burst through the penthouse door, my mind still buzzing with excitement from the day's progress. The aroma of spices clings to my clothes, a testament to the hours I've spent in the kitchen, experimenting with new fusion recipes. "Leo," I call out, dropping my bag on the sleek marble counter with a soft thud. The cool surface feels refreshing against my palms as I lean forward, still buzzing with energy. You won't believe the day I've had. It was absolutely insane. I hear his footsteps approaching from his home office, the sound echoing off the high ceilings. "Hey, Liv," he says, his voice tinged with an emotion I can't quite place. He's carrying a tumbler half full of whiskey, which he sets on the kitchen island. "How'd it go? You sound like you're about to burst." "It was incredible," I exclaim, my hands moving animatedly as I speak. I can feel my braids swinging with each enthusiastic gesture. "I met with this amazing sous chef who specializes in fusion cuisine. God, Leo, The ideas we came up with. We're thinking of incorporating some of those techniques into traditional soul food dishes. Can you imagine a deconstructed gumbo with spherified okra? Or an innovative twist on my grandma's famous cornbread? Leo's eyebrows raise, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His steel gray eyes seem to soften as he takes in my excitement. Sounds interesting, he says. I'm not sure I even know what spherified means, but if anyone can pull it off, it's you, Liv. Oh, it will be, and that's not all. I found this supplier who can get us these rare Szechuan peppercorns. They'll add the perfect numbing heat to our fusion tacos. Can you imagine the explosion of flavors? It's going to be a game changer, Leo. I'm telling you, people will be lining up around the block just to get a taste. I'm so caught up in my excitement that I almost miss the slight tension in Leo's posture. His jaw tightens, and his eyes dart away for a split second. He clears his throat, the sound cutting through my culinary daydreams. Liv, we need to talk about something. My enthusiasm falters, replaced by a knot of anxiety in my stomach. Leo's tone is serious, and it's so at odds with the lighthearted conversation we were just having. What's wrong? I ask, my voice smaller than I'd like it to be. Leo runs a hand through his blonde hair, a gesture I've come to recognize as a sign of his discomfort. It's something he does when he's about to drop a bombshell. He takes a deep breath, his eyes meeting mine with an intensity that makes me want to look away. I've hired security for you. The words hit me like a splash of cold water, jolting me out of the warm bubble that had encapsulated me when I first walked into the penthouse. My heart rate picks up, anxiety creeping in. Security? What do you mean? I ask, my voice wavering slightly. A bodyguard. Leo clarifies, his jaw set in that determined way that usually means he's made up his mind and won't be swayed easily. His blue eyes lock onto mine, unwavering. He'll accompany you when you're out working on the restaurant or running errands. Anytime you're in public, basically. I feel my earlier excitement drain away, replaced by a twinge of frustration that quickly grows into something more substantial. My hands clench at my sides. Leo, I don't need a babysitter. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. I've been doing it for years, you know. It's not about capability, Liv. It's about safety, Leo counters, his tone softening slightly but still firm. After what happened with your car... That was weeks ago, I interrupt, my voice rising despite my efforts to stay calm. I can feel the heat of indignation rising in my chest. And we don't even know for sure if it was intentional. It could have been an accident. This is New York after all. A lot of people don't know how to drive. Seriously, Liv, based on the investigation, they tailed you and then rammed into your car from behind. That doesn't sound like an accident to me. Sounds like they were targeting you specifically. Leo's eyes harden. I'm not taking any chances with your safety. Not when Veronica's still out there making threats. I sigh, my frustration deflating as I take in Leo's worried expression. His blue eyes are intense, filled with genuine concern. It's hard to stay mad when he looks at me like that. Eventually, he lets out a deep breath and pinches his nose bridge. Liv, I get that you're a bit weirded out by this whole thing. I really do. But you have to understand where I'm coming from. I didn't make this decision out of nowhere. Leo says, his voice teeming with an urgency that makes my heart pick up the pace. Veronica's completely lost it. She showed up at my office today, ranting about exposing our sham marriage. She's becoming unhinged, and I'm worried she might do something drastic. I feel a chill run down my spine, goosebumps prickling along my arms. What do you mean, drastic? My voice comes out barely above a whisper, fear creeping into my tone. Leo runs a hand through his hair yet again, messing up his usually perfect style. His blonde locks stick up at odd angles, and I resist the urge to walk over and smooth them down. "I got an email after my press conference," he says, his jaw clenching. "It said, 'You and her will pay for this.' I can't risk your safety, Liv. Not when we don't know what she's capable of." The raw concern in his eyes makes my heart skip a beat. The gravity of the situation hits me like a ton of bricks. My earlier defiance melts away faster than butter in a hot pan, replaced by a cold, creeping fear that settles in the pit of my stomach. Is Veronica really capable of doing such horrible things to us? The thought makes me shudder. I had no idea it was that serious. I stammer, wrapping my arms around myself. "God, Leo, what are we going to do?" "I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner," Leo says, stepping closer. "I didn't want to worry you, but you need to know what we're up against." His proximity sends a flutter through my stomach. I look up at him, suddenly very aware of how tall and broad-shouldered he is. "Thank you for looking out for me," I murmur. Leo's eyes soften and he reaches out to tuck a stray curl behind my ear. The gentle touch sends sparks across my skin. "Always," he says, his voice husky. For a moment, we stand there, the air between us charged. I find myself leaning in slightly, drawn to him like a magnet. Leo clears his throat, breaking the spell. "So, about that bodyguard?" I nod, feeling a bit dazed. "Yeah, sure, I'll do it. But he better not get in the way of my cooking." I stand there, caught in Leo's intense gaze. The air between us crackles with electricity, and I'm suddenly hyper-aware of every inch of space separating us. My breath hitches in my throat as I get lost in his eyes, and I find myself leaning in, drawn by an invisible force. Leo's hand cups my cheek, his touch gentle yet firm. "Liv," he breathes, his voice raspy in a way that makes me want to melt into him. That's all it takes. In a heartbeat, his lips are on mine, and the world falls away. The kiss is soft at first, tentative, as if we're both afraid this moment might shatter. But then Leo pulls me closer, his strong arms wrapping around my waist, and I press into him. A small moan leaves my mouth, feeling the way his hands travel up my body. My fingers find their way into his hair, and I deepen the kiss, pouring every ounce of pent-up emotion into it. It's like tasting the most exquisite dish I've ever created. Sweet, spicy, and utterly intoxicating. When we finally break apart, both of us breathing heavily, I feel dizzy with sensation. Leo's forehead rests against mine, his blue eyes searching my face. "Wow," I whisper, a smile tugging at my lips. "That was..." "Yeah," Leo agrees, his voice rough. "You don't have to say it. I felt it too." I laugh softly, feeling lighter than I have in weeks. Is this part of our cover story? Because if so, I think we nailed it. Leo chuckles, his hand still resting on my waist. "No cover story, Liv. Just us." Those words send a thrill through me. Just us. Not a business arrangement, not a fake marriage, but something real and tangible. I like the sound of that, I admit, running my fingers along the nape of his neck. Leo's eyes darken, and he leans in for another kiss. This one is slower, deeper, filled with promise. When we part, I'm breathless all over again. "So," I say, trying to gather my scattered thoughts, "where do we go from here?" Leo takes my hand, intertwining our fingers. "Forward," he says simply. "We'll figure out this Veronica mess. I already have my legal team working on it." I feel a surge of hope, bright and warm in my chest. For the first time since this whole crazy arrangement began, I'm not worried about the future anymore. Whatever comes our way, whether it's Veronica's schemes or the challenges of opening my new restaurant, I know we'll face it side by side.
Chapter 24. Leo. Thankfully, Olivia hasn't let our conversation about needing a security detail sink her mood that badly. Cooking always makes her feel better, so she offered to make some dinner for us to enjoy. And who am I to deny a homemade meal for my fake wife? I lean against the counter, watching Olivia as she dances around the kitchen, a glass of wine in one hand, spatula in the other. The savory aroma of her cooking fills the air, but it's her that's truly intoxicating. She's wearing this black dress that clings to her curves, the fabric swaying with her every movement. I can't help but feel drawn to her, like a moth to a flame. You know, I never thought watching someone cook could be so damn sexy, I murmur, pushing off the counter and stepping closer. The words slip out almost involuntarily, as if they have a mind of their own. I'm sure the whiskey I drank before she came has something to do with this. She laughs, a sound that's warm and inviting, echoing through the kitchen. Well, you're in for a treat. This dish is as delicious as it smells. Her eyes sparkle with playfulness as she stirs the pot in front of her. I come up behind her, close enough to feel her body heat radiating against me. I'm sure it is, I say, my voice dropping to a near whisper. I lean in, brushing my lips against her neck, feeling her pulse quicken under my touch. She shivers, a small gasp escaping her lips, and I can't help but smile against her skin. Her reaction sends a jolt of satisfaction through me, knowing I have this effect on her. "Leo, I'm trying to cook," she protests, but her voice is breathy and she doesn't pull away. Her body leans into mine, a silent invitation. "And I'm trying to kiss you," I counter, my arms wrapping around her waist. I can feel her heart racing, her breath hitching slightly as she tries to focus on the tasks at hand. But she's distracted, her body responding to my touch. In one quick movement, she turns off the stove. Then she turns in my arms, her eyes meeting mine. There's a spark there, a heat that matches my own. "Is that so?" she asks, a playful smirk on her lips. Her hands rest on my chest, not pushing me away, but drawing me closer. I hum, leaning in to capture her mouth with mine. The kiss starts slow, exploratory, but it quickly deepens, becoming passionate, hungry. She tastes like wine and desire, a heady combination that has me craving more. My hands roam her back, pressing her against me as she lets out a soft moan, her fingers tangling in my hair. The kitchen fades away, leaving only the two of us, lost in the heat of the moment.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 25. Olivia. I arrive at the construction site of my new restaurant, my heart racing with anticipation. The smell of fresh paint and sawdust fills the air as I approach, a grin spreading across my face. This is it, my dream coming to life. My mind envisions the walls coming up with expensive decor adorning the restaurant. The tables would be arranged beautifully as the finest chefs work their magic in the kitchen, and I'd be at the helm, directing everyone efficiently. God, this is the best thing that could have happened to me, I mumble, thrumming with excitement. But as I near the entrance, something's off. The workers are shouting, their voices tinged with panic. My steps falter, and I squint through the morning haze. That's when I see it. Smoke, rising from the structure in thick, ominous plumes. No, 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 I mutter, breaking into a run. My heels click against the pavement as I rush forward, my designer bag swinging wildly at my side. As I round the corner, the full extent of the disaster unfolds before me. Flames lick at the wooden framework, hungry and destructive. The fire crackles and roars, drowning out the shouts of the workers scrambling to contain it. "What happened?" I demand, grabbing the arm of a passing worker. He turns to me, his face streaked with soot. "Chef Blackwood." "It just started. We don't know how. The fire department's on their way." I nod, releasing him. My mind races, trying to process the scene before me. All my plans, my dreams, they're going up in smoke right before my eyes. "Has everyone gotten out?" I ask, my voice barely audible over the commotion. "Yeah, we're all accounted for," he assures me before rushing off to help his colleagues. I stand there, frozen, watching as the flames consume what was supposed to be my future. The heat singes my skin, and the acrid smell of burning wood fills my nostrils. This can't be happening. Not now. Not when I'm so close. Sirens wail in the distance, growing louder with each passing second. But will they make it in time? I clench my fists, feeling utterly helpless as I watch the wooden structures of my future restaurant burn. The chaos around me intensifies as firefighters arrive, their sirens piercing through the crackling flames. I spot the foreman, his face ashen and grim, and rush over to him. "What happened?" I demand, my voice trembling. He runs a hand through his hair, leaving a streak of soot. "Chef Blackwood, I don't know how to tell you this. It looks like someone tried to set the place on fire deliberately." My stomach drops. "What? Are you sure?" He nods, his eyes darting around nervously. "We found accelerant. This wasn't an accident." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My mind races, piecing together recent events, Veronica's threats, the car accident, and now this. A chill runs down my spine as the dots connect. "Oh my God," I whisper, more to myself than anyone else. The foreman squeezes my shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Chef. The police are on their way." I barely hear him as I watch the firefighters battle the blaze. Their hoses spray powerful jets of water, creating a misty veil that catches the morning light. It's almost beautiful in a terrifying way. I run my hand through my hair, watching as the firefighters work to contain the damage. "How bad is it?" I ask, dreading the answer. The foreman sighs. "Could have been worse. Honestly, the firefighters were fast in getting here, so they've helped mitigate a lot of the spread. Most of the structure's still standing, but there's going to be some damage to deal with. It sets us back a few weeks on our building schedule." I nod, trying to process it all. My dream, my future. It's not completely gone, but it's on shaky ground now. Just like everything else in my life. We watch nervously as the firefighters finish their work in stopping the flames. Once they're done, I ask for permission to assess the damage, which they give only after giving me a mask. I step carefully through the expanse of the construction site, the acrid smell of smoke still hanging in the air. The flame didn't manage to knock everything down, thankfully, but the wooden support will need replacing. My heart aches, seeing the fear and disappointment in the eyes of the workers. As I survey the damage, something catches my eye. A small, rectangular object, partially hidden beneath a pile of ash. Crouching down, I brush away the soot, and my breath catches in my throat. It's a pack of matches, the logo on it unmistakable, a stylized V intertwined with a rose. What? This can't be. "Holy moly," I mutter, my hands shaking as I pull out my phone to snap a picture. This is it, the proof we need. I dial James's number, my heart racing. He picks up on the second ring. "Olivia, is everything all right?" "James, look, it's a long story. I'm here at the construction of my new restaurant, and someone tried to burn the place down. The firefighters got to us on time and put out the flames, and now I'm walking through to see the damage. And that's when I find a pack of matches with a logo on it. My voice trembles with anger. I'm sending you a photo now? I hear the ping of the message being received, followed by a sharp intake of breath. My heart pounds in my ears as I wait for James to say something, anything. Well, I'll be damned. I've seen that damn logo before, James says. Really? I can barely get the word out, my throat tight with anticipation and fear. Yep, one of Veronica's businesses. She's sloppy, and she's pretty stupid, using her own damn matches to light the flames. Jesus Christ. He lets out a humorless laugh. Thanks for sending this to me, Olivia. It makes my job a hell of a lot easier. My fingers tighten around the phone as I process what this means. Veronica, Leo's ex-wife, tried to burn down my dream. She is going down. So what do we do now? I ask, pacing back and forth, my free hand clenched into a fist. Leave it to me, James replies, his tone all business. I'll get the ball rolling on this immediately. We're suing her for the damages on your construction site. In the meantime, stay safe and don't confront Veronica. We don't want to tip our hand just yet. I nod, even though he can't see me. Okay, thanks, James. You're the best. Of course. And just so you know, I'm pretty sure Leo's been tipped off about something going on. I just heard about him leaving the office just now. Your security detail might have told him. I'll let him know about this evidence, though. He'll be relieved to hear we've got something concrete against Veronica. I hear the furious sound of keyboard typing in the background of the call. Don't you worry about a thing, Olivia. We're going to nail her. As I end the call, a deep sigh of relief escapes me. Veronica might think she's won, but she has no idea who she's messing with. I'm not just fighting for my restaurant anymore. I'm fighting for my future with Leo. I barely have time to process the conversation with James when I hear hurried footsteps approaching. Turning, I see Leo rushing towards me, his face etched with concern. My heart leaps at the sight of him, thankful that he rushed over here so soon. Olivia, he calls out, closing the distance between us in long strides. Before I can respond, I'm enveloped in his strong arms, my face pressed against his chest. The familiar scent of his cologne mingles with the acrid smell of smoke still clinging to my clothes. Leo, I mumble into his shirt, my voice muffled. How did you? Your security let me know, sorry. If anything suspicious happens with you, they're under direct orders to tell me about it immediately. So that's why I got here so quick, he says, pulling back slightly to look at me. His eyes scan my face, searching for any sign of injury. Are you okay? What the hell happened here? I take a shaky breath, gesturing to the charred remains of my dream restaurant. Then I show him the pack of matches I found on the ground. Veronica happened. She tried to burn it all down. Leo's jaw clenches, his eyes hardening. That tramp, he growls, his grip on me tightening protectively. I'm scared, Leo, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. I look up into his eyes, seeing the fierce determination there. How far is she willing to go? First the car accident, now this? What's next? She could have killed the workers. Leo cups my face in his hands, his touch gentle despite the anger radiating from him. Listen to me, Olivia. I promise you I'm going to make this right. We're going to stop her. I want to believe him. I really do. But doubt gnaws at me. How? I ask, searching his face. How can we possibly stop someone as unpredictable as Veronica? She's like a force of nature, Leo. She won't stop until she's destroyed everything. We have evidence now, Leo says firmly. James is already working on building a case against her, and I've got some ideas of my own. What kind of ideas? I ask, curiosity piquing despite my fear. Leo's lips quirk into a small, determined smile. Let's just say I've been preparing for something like this. Veronica might think she knows all my moves, but she's in for a rude awakening. I can't help but feel a spark of hope at his words. You really think we can beat her? I know we can, Leo says, his voice filled with conviction. She's been trying to bring us down for the longest time, and she's only getting more desperate. We can take advantage of her weaknesses. His hand finds mine and he gives me a reassuring squeeze. I've got your back, Olivia. Always.
Chapter 26. Leo. I sit in my office, the weight of responsibility pressing down on my shoulders. The notes in front of me blur as I try to focus on our strategy. Outside, the buzz of reporters grows louder, their voices a constant reminder of the storm we're about to face. Olivia shifts beside me, her nervous energy palpable. I glance over, taking in her tense posture and worried eyes. Damn, I hate seeing her like this. She doesn't deserve any of this. Hey, I say softly, reaching out to take her hand. We've got this, okay? Remember what we practiced. She nods, forcing a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. I know, it's just... What if they don't believe us? I squeeze her hand, my jaw clenching. Screw them if they don't. We know the truth, and that's what matters. Olivia takes a deep breath, her shoulders relaxing slightly. You're right. Damn straight, I growl, feeling a surge of protectiveness. I won't let anyone hurt you or ruin what we've built. She leans in, resting her head on my shoulder for a moment. The scent of her perfume fills my senses, grounding me. I wrap an arm around her, savoring the closeness. Leo? Olivia's voice is barely above a whisper. Yeah? Thank you. For everything. I press a kiss to the top of her head, my heart swelling. Always, baby. Now, let's go show these vultures what we're made of. Standing up, I straighten my tie and offer Olivia my hand. She takes it, rising gracefully. We share a look of determination before heading towards the door. As we step out, the swarm of voices hits us like a wall. Cameras flash, questions overlap, creating a dizzying assault on the senses. I feel Olivia tense beside me, and I give her hand another reassuring squeeze. Mr. Blackwood, is it true your marriage is a sham? Olivia, did you marry Leo for his money? What do you have to say about the allegations of fraud? The questions come rapid fire, each one more ridiculous than the last. As much as I want to tell them all to get the hell out of my building, I bite my tongue and tame my anger. Instead, I plaster on my most charming smile and raise a hand for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, I begin, my voice carrying over the crowd. We appreciate you all coming out today. My wife and I are here to address the recent rumors and set the record straight. I stand at the podium, my hand resting on the small of Olivia's back. The space outside of my office buzzes with anticipation, cameras incessantly regardless of what we do. I clear my throat and the noise dies down. A reporter in the front row raises her hand. Mr. Blackwood, is it true that your marriage was arranged? I lock eyes with her, my jaw tightening. Our story isn't conventional, I'll give you that. But love rarely is. Olivia squeezes my arm and I draw strength from her touch. Olivia and I met during a difficult time in both our lives. Yes, there were complications, but what started as a business arrangement quickly became something more. Another reporter pipes up. So you admit it was a sham marriage? I feel Olivia tense beside me, but I stand my ground. It was never a sham. Unconventional? Absolutely. But every moment, every feeling between us has been real. I turn to Olivia, offering a smile. I fell in love with this woman's passion, her creativity, her unwavering spirit, and I fall harder every damn day. Olivia's eyes shimmer with unshed tears, and I resist the urge to kiss her right there. Look, I continue, addressing the crowd again. I know it's hard to believe. Hell, I barely believe it myself sometimes. But what Olivia and I have, it's the real deal, and I'll fight like hell to protect it. That's why I would like all these allegations and rumors about my marriage to stop. Because the love I have for Olivia is real. It's no longer up for debate. I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. The reporter's eyes are all on me, hungry for a story. But right now, all I can see is Olivia. You know, I start laughing dryly. When Olivia and I first met, I thought I had it all figured out. I was Leo Blackwood, tech mogul, king of the digital world. At the same time, I was going through something difficult, as you all may know. I was coming out of a divorce and I needed something to help me out of that hole I was in. The reporters nod along, some of them scribbling furiously on their notepads. Others record my voice on their phones. I thought I could fix my problem easily, as I've always done, but I was missing something crucial. I pause, catching Olivia's gaze. Her eyes are wide, and her lips are slightly parted as she gazes at me. It took time for me to see what was right in front of me. This incredible woman who challenges me, inspires me, and makes me want to be better every damn day. The reporters stare at me with huge eyes, hanging on every word that comes out of my mouth. I've built empires, created technology that's changed the world, but none of that compares to what Olivia and I have built together. Our relationship, our love. It's the most innovative, groundbreaking thing I've ever been a part of. I turn to face Olivia fully now, placing my hand on her shoulder. Liv, I know we didn't start this journey in the most conventional way, but somewhere between your incredible cooking and our late-night talks, I fell head over heels in love with you. And I'm not afraid to say it anymore. I love you, Olivia. Truly, deeply, and completely. Olivia gasps gently, a tear finally escaping down her cheek. I reach out and gently wipe it away with my thumb. You've shown me what real partnership looks like. You've taught me that success isn't just about business deals and stock prices. It's about finding someone who makes you laugh, who challenges you, who sees the real you behind all the nonsense. I can hear gasps and murmurs from the crowd, but I don't care. All that matters is Olivia. So yeah, our story isn't typical, but it's ours, and it's real, and I'll be damned if I let anyone try to tear it down. I step back from the podium, giving Olivia the floor. My passion for her surges as I watch her take a deep breath, gripping the edge of the podium tightly. She stands tall, her chin lifted with a defiance that makes my chest tighten. I'm so proud of her. Olivia's voice cracks and she clears her throat. I never expected to be standing here today. The room falls silent yet again, every eye fixed on her. I resist the urge to step in, to shield her from their scrutiny. This is her moment, and I know she's strong enough to face it. When Leo and I first met, it was extremely unconventional. I know we've repeated that already, but that's for emphasis. It was a strange thing. I saw a Craigslist ad, for God's sake. A small laugh escapes her, and I can't help but smile. After meeting up, we had an arrangement, yes. I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured this would be a mutually beneficial decision, so I went with it. Tears begin to stream down her face, but her voice grows stronger. She wipes her tears away as she continues. However, over the course of spending more time with Leo, I fell in love with his passion, his drive, his unwavering support. He saw me not just as I am, but as everything I could be. Moreover, he showed me so much support in pursuing my passions and dreams, which is everything I ever wanted in life. My throat tightens as I watch her, pride and love swelling in my chest. Our story may have begun as a facade, but it has blossomed into something real and profound. Olivia's eyes find mine, and the world seems to fade away. Leo, you've become my partner in every sense of the word. You challenge me, support me, and love me in ways I never thought possible. She turns back to the crowd, her voice steady despite the tears. So, yes, the rumors may be true in one regard, that our marriage was arranged quickly in order to benefit the both of us, but I assure you that we have fallen in love with each other, utterly and completely. The room is silent for a moment, then erupts in a flurry of questions and camera flashes. But all I can see is Olivia, her strength and vulnerability on full display. I step forward, wrapping an arm around her waist. Any other questions? I ask, my voice gruff. I want to get us out of here already, so I'm not really intending on lingering for the questions. The reporters clamor, but their words fade into background noise, becoming nothing more than a dull roar in my ears. All I can focus on is the woman beside me, her strength and vulnerability still radiating off her in waves. Olivia leans into me, her body warm and solid against mine. I pull her closer without hesitation, wrapping my arm tighter around her waist. I press a kiss to her temple, breathing in the faint scent of her perfume. It's become a familiar comfort to me over these past weeks. You did amazing, I murmur, pitching my voice low so only she can hear. My lips brush against her skin as I speak, and I feel a shiver run through her. She looks up at me, those big brown eyes shining with more tears. A small smile plays on her lips, and I'm struck by how beautiful she is at this moment. We both did, Leo, she says softly, reaching over to squeeze my hand.
Chapter 27. Olivia. I step out of Leo's sleek car, my heart still racing from the press conference. The adrenaline rush is fading, replaced by a giddy lightness I haven't felt in years. Leo's hand on the small of my back steadies me as we walk into the restaurant. You okay? He murmurs, leaning close. I nod, inhaling the rich scents wafting from the kitchen. Better than okay. I feel free. The maitre d' leads us to a secluded corner table, candlelight flickering across the crisp white tablecloth. Leo pulls out my chair, and I sink into it gratefully. I can't believe we just did that, I say, shaking my head in disbelief, telling the whole world how we feel. Leo's eyes crinkle at the corners as he smiles. Scared? Terrified, I admit. But also excited? Is that weird? He reaches across the table, taking my hand in his. The warmth of his skin sends a tingle up my arm. Not weird at all. I feel the same way. The waiter approaches and Leo orders a bottle of champagne without looking at the menu. When it arrives, he pops the cork with practiced ease, filling our flutes with golden bubbles. To new beginnings, he says, raising his glass. I clink mine against his, the crystal ringing clear and bright, and to being honest with ourselves. As I sip the champagne, I study Leo's face. The tension that's been there for weeks has eased, replaced by a softness I've never seen before. It makes my chest ache in the best way possible. So, I say, setting down my glass, is this our first real date? Glancing around, I realize that there's no paparazzi trying to hound us for pictures. No one who we need to put on a show for. Leo's laugh is rich and warm. I guess it is. Should we start over? Hi, I'm Leo. Nice to meet you. I giggle, playing along. Olivia, charmed, I'm sure. We fall into an open conversation, the kind we've never had before. No pretenses, no lies. Just us. As we order and eat, I find myself leaning closer, drawn in by Leo's humor and his candidness. As we savor our desserts, I can't help but marvel at how incredible this feels. A weight is completely off my shoulders. I don't have to worry about pleasing anyone. And I certainly don't have to worry about Veronica trying to blackmail us. Leo's eyes crinkle with laughter as he recounts a story from his college days. So there I was, pants around my ankles, trying to explain to campus security why I was streaking through the quad at 3 a.m. He jokes. I nearly choke on my tiramisu. No way, Mr. Billionaire Tech Mogul, a streaker. Hey, even future CEOs need to let loose sometimes. He winks, taking a sip of his espresso. But I lost a bet with my frat brothers. It was awful. I either had to sell my car and give them the funds, or streak through campus. The candlelight dances across his face, softening his features. In this light, I find him utterly gorgeous. Blue eyes, blonde hair, and a chiseled jawline that I love brushing my lips over. It's like I'm seeing him for the first time. Not the polished businessman who scared the crap out of me when I first met him, but the real Leo. Your turn, he prompts. What's the craziest thing you've ever done in the kitchen? I grin, remembering. Well, there was this one time I tried to make homemade ice cream for the first time. As I launch into the story, complete with wild hand gestures, Leo's attention is rapt. His genuine interest in my passion makes my heart swell. When our laughter subsides, Leo's expression turns thoughtful. He reaches across the table, taking my hand in his. Liv, I've been thinking. He starts, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. What if we got away for a bit? Just you and me, no press, no drama. My pulse quickens. What did you have in mind? Europe, he says, blue eyes sparkling with excitement. We could start in Paris, eat our way through Italy, maybe end up on a Greek island. What do you say? The idea is intoxicating. Strolling hand in hand along the Seine, sampling gelato in Rome, watching the sunset over Santorini. It would be our first vacation together, one where we wouldn't have to worry about the press, our jobs, none of that. I can almost taste the buttery croissants, feel the cobblestones beneath my feet, and smell the salty Mediterranean air. But reality crashes in like a tidal wave, and I hesitate. My heart races, torn between desire and responsibility. Leo, that sounds amazing, but I bite my lip, hating myself for what I'm about to say. The restaurant, it's still in shambles after the fire, and we just went public with our relationship. Is now really the right time? The words taste bitter in my mouth like overcooked garlic. I want nothing more than to say yes, to throw caution to the wind and jet off with this incredible man. But the practical side of me, the part that's fought tooth and nail for my dreams, won't let me ignore my obligations so easily. He squeezes my hand reassuringly. The restaurant will be there when we get back. And after everything we've been through, don't we deserve a break? I can see the hope in his eyes, mixed with a touch of vulnerability. It's tempting. So tempting to just say yes and throw caution to the wind. Leo, I can't tell you how much I want to say yes. I start, my voice soft but determined. But the restaurant, it's not just a business, it's my dream, my legacy. I need to see it through. I watch his face carefully, worried I might see disappointment or frustration. Instead, his eyes soften with understanding, and a smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. Liv, you never cease to amaze me, he says, squeezing my hand. Your dedication is one of the things I love most about you. My heart skips a beat at the word love. It's still new, still thrilling to hear him say it. You're not mad? I ask, biting my lip. Leo chuckles, shaking his head. Mad? Hell no. I'm proud of you. You've come so far and you're not giving up. That's the woman I fell for. Relief washes over me, and I can't help but grin. So, rain check on Europe? Absolutely. He nods, raising his glass. To Flavor Fusion, and the incredible chef behind it. We clink glasses, and as I sip my champagne, I feel a surge of renewed energy. You know, I say, leaning in with a bit of mischief to my words, I've been thinking about a new dish. Something that combines French technique with Japanese flavors. Want to be my taste tester? Leo's eyes light up with interest. I'd be honored. But fair warning, my culinary expertise doesn't extend far beyond microwaving leftovers. I laugh, already envisioning the flavors and textures in my mind. Don't worry, I'll make a foodie out of you yet. When our dinner ends, we walk out of the restaurant together. The cool night air hits my skin, sending a shiver down my spine. Leo's hand finds the small of my back, and I lean into his warmth. The streets are quiet, save for the distant hum of traffic and the click of my heels on the pavement. You cold? Leo asks, his breath tickling my ear. I shake my head but can't suppress another shiver. Maybe a little. Without hesitation, he shrugs off his jacket and drapes it over my shoulders. The fabric is still warm from his body, and I inhale deeply, catching the scent of his cologne. Better? He murmurs, his hand sliding down my arm. Much, I reply, my voice barely above a whisper. We walk in companionable silence towards the car, our hands brushing with each step. The chemistry between us is palpable, electric. I steal glances at Leo, admiring the way the streetlights cast shadows across his chiseled jawline. Suddenly he stops, turning to face me. His blue eyes are dark with desire, and my breath catches in my throat. Liv, he says, his voice husky. I've been wanting to do this all night. Before I can respond, his lips are on mine. The kiss is passionate, urgent, and I melt into it. My hands find their way to his chest, feeling the strong beat of his heart beneath my palms. Leo's arms wrap around me, pulling me closer until there's no space left between us. When we finally break apart, we're both breathless. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, and soon we're doubled over in laughter. I can't remember the last time I felt this giddy, this alive. The cool night air kisses my heated skin, but I barely notice it. Too caught up in the warmth radiating from Leo's body. Damn, Leo says, linking his hand with mine. He raises my knuckles to his lips before his lips trail up the expanse of my arm, back to my lips. His breath fans across my face, mingling with mine. I never thought I could enjoy that so much. I smirk, running my fingers through his hair. The soft strands slip between my fingers, and I resist the urge to grip them tighter. Well, you're late to the party. I've been enjoying that since the first time it happened. My voice comes out huskier than I intended, betraying just how much his kiss affected me. He growls playfully, nipping at my lower lip. The gentle pressure sends a shiver down my spine. Speaking of late, what do you say we head back to the penthouse? His blue eyes darken with promise, and I feel my heart rate kick up a notch. Heat pools in my belly at his suggestion, a liquid warmth that spreads through my entire body. Absolutely, I breathe, already imagining what awaits us behind closed doors. I grab his hand, intertwining our fingers. Lead the way, Mr. Blackwood.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. When I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 28. Leo. As soon as we step into the penthouse, I can't keep my hands off her any longer. I pin Olivia against the wall, my lips finding her neck, feeling her pulse race beneath my kiss. She lets out a soft moan, her hands gripping my shoulders, pulling me closer. I can feel her heart pounding, matching the rhythm of my own.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
She leans on her elbow, trailing her finger along the expanse of my chest. The touch of her skin against mine sends a shiver down my spine. Then, she rests her head over my heart and closes her eyes, her warm breath tickling my skin. "You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, Leo Blackwood," she murmurs, her voice filled with contentment. My fingers thread around her hair strands, playing with the bouncy curls. I can't help but marvel at how perfectly she fits against me. I sigh softly, savoring the moment. I never thought I was going to fall in love again after everything that happened with Veronica, I admit, the words coming out easier than I expected. My hand finds her chin, lifting up her gaze to meet mine. Those beautiful eyes of hers draw me in, and I feel my heart skip a beat. But life brought you to me, Olivia. And after I met you, I knew I couldn't let you go. You've changed everything. She smiles, that radiant smile that never fails to light up the room. "Good, because I'm not leaving," she says, her tone both playful and determined. "You're stuck with me, Blackwood." I pull her closer, if that's even possible, and press a kiss to her forehead. The way her naked body presses up against mine is enticing. I might just have another go with her at this rate. Wouldn't have it any other way, sweetheart.
Chapter 29. Olivia. I stand in front of Flavor Fusion, my heart racing with excitement. The neon sign flickers to life, casting a warm glow over the crowd gathered for the grand opening. A year of hard work, sweat, and tears has led to this moment. You ready for this, boss lady? Sophia nudges me, grinning from ear to ear. I take a deep breath, smoothing down my chef's jacket. As ready as I'll ever be. The click of cameras and murmur of reporters remind me of the press presence. I spot a few familiar faces from local food blogs, and even a national culinary magazine. Olivia, Leo's voice cuts through the noise. He strides towards me looking dapper in a tailored suit. The place looks incredible. Thanks to you, I say, leaning in for a quick kiss. He shakes his head. This is all you, babe. I just provided the backing. You're the star here. A reporter approaches, microphone in hand. Chef Olivia, can you tell us about the concept behind Flavor Fusion? I clear my throat, channeling the confidence I've built over the past year. Flavor Fusion is about breaking boundaries. We're combining traditional techniques with modern twists, creating a culinary experience that's both familiar and exciting. And how has your relationship with tech mogul Leo Blackwood influenced your vision? I glance at Leo, who gives me an encouraging nod. Leo's innovation in tech has inspired me to push the envelope in the kitchen. We're incorporating some cutting-edge elements into our dining experience that I think will blow people away. Sophia chimes in. Wait till you see the interactive menu. It's like something out of a sci-fi movie, but with food. The reporter's eyes light up, a spark of curiosity igniting in them. Sounds absolutely intriguing. Any hints about the opening night menu? Just a little teaser for our readers? I can't help but let a mischievous grin spread across my face. Now, where's the fun in that? You'll just have to come inside and see for yourself. Trust me, it'll be worth the wait. As if the universe is listening, the doors to Flavor Fusion swing open with a dramatic flourish. The crowd begins to file in, a symphony of excited chatter and gasps of awe filling the air. I feel a surge of anticipation course through me. Leo's hand finds mine, giving it a reassuring squeeze. His touch sends a jolt of electricity up my arm. "Showtime, chef," he murmurs. While his tone is quiet, his words are still encouraging. "Go knock 'em dead. I know you've got this." As we step inside Flavor Fusion, the buzz of excitement ripples through the crowd like a wave. My heart swells with pride, threatening to burst out of my chest as I watch my chefs masterfully plate our signature dishes. The open kitchen concept allows everyone to witness the culinary magic unfold, and I can see the wonder in their eyes. "Holy moly, Liv," Leo whispers in my ear, his warm breath sending a shiver down my spine. His hand rests on the small of my back, a steady presence grounding me in this whirlwind moment. "This place is incredible. You've outdone yourself." I can't help but grin, my excitement bubbling over. "Just wait till you taste the food. It'll blow your mind." My sous chef, Marco, rushes past, balancing a tray of our deconstructed sushi tacos. His tall frame weaves through the crowd with practiced ease. "Coming through. Hot stuff, literally and figuratively," he calls out, his brown eyes sparkling with mischief. The crowd parts like the Red Sea, oohing and eyeing as they catch sight of the vibrant, artfully arranged dishes. I hear gasps of delight as the interactive menus light up at each table, showcasing 3D renderings of our creations. The holographic displays flicker to life, bathing the room in a soft, ethereal glow. "Is that a floating dessert?" someone exclaims, their voice filled with wonder and disbelief. I chuckle, unable to contain my pride. "Anti-gravity chocolate mousse, one of our showstoppers. It's a little bit of culinary magic we've been perfecting for months." Leo raises an eyebrow, his blue eyes dancing with curiosity and a hint of challenge. "How the hell did you pull that off?" "Some kind of culinary witchcraft?" "Trade secret." I wink, enjoying the playful banter. I lean in closer, my voice dropping to a whisper. "But I might be persuaded to share over a private tasting later. That is, if you think you can handle it." The air fills with the intoxicating aroma of truffle and saffron as more dishes emerge from the kitchen, each one a masterpiece of culinary artistry. I can't help but feel a surge of pride as I spot a food critic from the New York Times eyeing our kitchen stations with undisguised interest. His pen hovers over his notepad, ready to capture every detail of our gastronomic spectacle. "Time to kick this up a notch," I murmur to myself, a mischievous grin playing on my lips. Raising my voice, I call out with all the confidence I can muster. "All right, everyone. I think this calls for a toast. We're about to take your taste buds on a journey they'll never forget." I signal to the waitstaff, who seem to materialize out of thin air like culinary ninjas, each carrying trays laden with champagne flutes. The crystal glasses catch the light, sparkling almost as brightly as the excitement in everyone's eyes. The room buzzes with anticipation, and I can feel the energy crackling in the air. "Damn, Olivia." Sophia sidles up to me, her eyes wide with admiration. "You really know how to make an entrance? This is some next-level stuff right here." I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of everyone's eyes on me. The champagne flute feels cool against my palm as I raise it slightly, ready to address the crowd. My heart races, but I push down the nerves. This is my moment, and I'm going to own it. I clear my throat, preparing to deliver a toast that'll knock their socks off and set the tone for an unforgettable evening. Welcome everyone to Flavor Fusion. I begin, my voice carrying across the room. I can't tell you how surreal it feels to be standing here tonight. A ripple of anticipation runs through the audience. I catch Leo's eye, and he gives me an encouraging nod. This journey hasn't been easy, I continue, my voice growing stronger. There were times when I thought this dream would never become a reality, nights spent doubting myself, days where every step forward felt like 2 steps back. I pause, remembering the struggles. I've had my fair share of kitchen nightmares, burnt sauces, failed experiments, and one particularly memorable incident involving a wayward blowtorch in my eyebrows. Laughter ripples through the crowd, and I feel myself relax a little. But through it all, I've had unwavering support. My incredible team, my best friend Sophia, who's probably already eyeing up the dessert station. I wink at Sophia, who gives me a mock innocent shrug. And of course, my husband Leo. I turn to him, my heart swelling. Leo, you've been my rock. When I was ready to throw in the towel, you were there with a pep talk and a cup of coffee. Your belief in me never faltered, even when mine did. Leo's eyes soften, pure love in his gaze. So here's to new beginnings, to pushing boundaries, and to creating something truly special. Flavor Fusion isn't just a restaurant. It's a dream realized, a testament to perseverance, and hopefully, the start of something extraordinary. I raise my glass higher. To Flavor Fusion! The crowd echoes my toast, glasses clinking as they sip their champagne. I bring my own glass to my lips but don't drink, the aroma of the bubbly tickling my nose. As the crowd disperses, chattering excitedly, Leo walks up to me. Not drinking, babe? He asks, eyebrow raised. There's a reason for that. He scoffs. Why's that? You need to relax and enjoy yourself. You've worked hard to open this restaurant. I smile at Leo, my heart racing with excitement. This moment feels perfect. The grand opening of my dream restaurant, and now the chance to share our little secret. Actually, there's another reason to celebrate tonight, I say, my voice soft but filled with joy. Leo's brow furrows slightly. What do you mean? I take his hand, placing it gently on my still flat stomach. We're going to be parents, Leo. His eyes widen, shock crossing his face. Are you serious? I nod, tears of happiness welling up. I found out last week. I wanted to wait for the perfect moment to tell you. And well, this feels pretty perfect. Leo lets out a whoop of joy, lifting me off my feet and spinning me around. The crowd turns to look at us, curious about the commotion. We're having a baby, Leo announces, his voice booming across the restaurant. The room erupts in cheers and applause. Sophia rushes over, her eyes wide with excitement. Oh my God, Liv! Is it true? She squeals, pulling me into a tight hug. I laugh, wiping away a happy tear. It's true. You're going to be an aunt, Saf. Marco appears, grinning from ear to ear. Congratulations, boss. Does this mean we need to add a kids menu to Flavor Fusion? Let's not get ahead of ourselves, I quip. But maybe a mocktail section wouldn't be a bad idea. Leo pulls me close, his hand protectively resting on my belly. I can't believe it. A restaurant and a baby. You're amazing. You know that? I lean into him, savoring the moment. We're amazing together. As the news spreads through the crowd, I'm overwhelmed by the love and support surrounding us. This night, which was already special, has become truly unforgettable.
Chapter 30. Leo. I haul our luggage into the most luxurious hotel room in Paris that money can buy. The City of Love, they call it. Seems fitting for us now. Olivia's 3 months pregnant, but she's glowing like she's on a goddamn runway. Her dark skin shimmers, hair's all curly and bouncy, and she looks sexy as hell. I can't help but steal a glance as she walks in, her eyes wide with excitement. Leo, this place is incredible, she breathes, spinning around to take in the opulent decor. The Eiffel Tower stands proudly in the background, visible through the expansive windows. I smirk, setting the bags down. Only the best for you, Liv. I walk over to her, wrapping my arms around her waist from behind. She leans into me, her warmth pressing against my chest. I kiss her neck softly, feeling her pulse quicken under my lips. She turns around, her eyes meeting mine. There's a spark there, a hunger that matches my own. You spoil me, you know that? She says, a playful smile on her lips. Guilty as charged. I capture her mouth in a deep, passionate kiss. She responds eagerly, her arms wrapping around my neck, pulling me closer. I can feel her heart racing, or maybe it's mine. Either way, it's a rhythm we both dance to.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
She smiles, her eyes fluttering closed. Oh, Leo, she replies, her voice laced with satisfaction. Her hand trails my jawline. I love you so much. As we lie there, basking in the afterglow, I can't help but feel a sense of contentment. This, us, it feels right. And for the first time in a long time, I'm not afraid to admit it. I kiss her shoulder, feeling the softness of her skin against my lips. She's animated, her eyes sparkling as she talks about all the things we're going to do in Europe. And we have to go to this little patisserie while we're here in Paris, Leo. They make the best eclair you've ever tasted. Eclair, huh? I murmur, trailing kisses up to her neck. I thought you were all about the fusion cuisine. She laughs, a sound that's like music to my ears. Well, you can't fuse everything together now, can you? Some things are perfect just the way they are. Like you, I say, pulling her closer. She fits perfectly in my arms, her body warm and inviting. She smiles, her hand resting on her stomach. You know, I've been thinking about the baby. We don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet, but I was thinking maybe we could paint the nursery a neutral color. Something calming, like a soft green or a warm yellow. I look down at her, my heart swelling with a mix of emotions I can't quite put into words. That sounds perfect, Liv. And you know what? I don't care if it's a boy or a girl. I'm gonna love that baby no matter what. Her eyes soften and she leans up to kiss me, her lips gentle and sweet. I know you will, Leo. You're going to be an amazing father. And you, I say, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. You're going to be a great mother. I can already see you in the kitchen, teaching our kid how to cook. They're going to love it. She laughs, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Oh, I can just imagine the mess we'll make. Flour everywhere. Chocolate smeared on their little faces. chuckle, pulling her into a tight embrace. Sounds like a dream come true, Liv. Our own little family making a mess and loving every minute of it. She looks up at me, her eyes shining with unshed tears. It does, doesn't it? It feels like everything we've been through has led us to this moment. Like it was meant to be. I nod, leaning in to steal a kiss from her lips. My thumb trails across her bottom lip as she lets out a small sigh. It was, Liv. It was meant to be. And I wouldn't have it any other way.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.